I get to start asking the eternal questions, like why the hell do I get copy strikes for using Cynthia? Oh, not for using them, but for like playing Pokemon. Uh, you sort of getting up to battling Cynthia in the recent Diamond and Pearl games, battling Zekrom in Pokemon White, and those they get a copyright strike because I leave them playing for like maybe 30 seconds without commentary. But this, I leave it going for what's this now been like 4 minutes, so I can go pee and get ready, and it's gonna be fine. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Yeah, back with Nightmare Trobadingus. Got a drink. It's morning. Still really do not like that sun. Okay, putting my drink up. Okay, the bed is for sleeping in. Let's not sleep. No, let's not sleep. No, okay. Cool. Okay, who are we gonna duel first? You know, if I was a moron, I would have called this like Master Duel Drop just to get people to watch and sort of be an annoying prick to them. Oh no, my phone's dying. Shit, I've got to put my phone on charge. Why do I always not do these important things before stream? Yeah, sure, let's duel. Oh yes, I renamed my deck. It's the basic bitch now. Okay, draw. I'm gonna set pass. Oh no, it's the red archery girl. Take that. Take that 450 and chew it to the bank, or whatever the expression is. I don't fucking know.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hang on, I actually got to Discord. Okay, cool, that's all good. I clicked on the wrong thing. How are you?
Good.
That's good. Good talk.
Yeah. Figuring something out. I swear the last time I managed to mute the Twitch side so I could watch without hearing it. I know what I did. I turned down the sound only for media movement.
Right.
So the end control is still. There we are. Wait. No.
Has something gone wrong?
Okay, now I can still hear. One of these needs to be turned down, the other one be turned up.
Right. Hang on. How are you watching the stream?
Through the actual frame.
Right. No. I figured that, but like, are you on mobile or desktop?
Mobile.
Right. What happens if... Nope, that's not the thing. I'm on mobile as well. I'm just trying... The issue is, it's my stream, so I probably got more settings than most people.
Yeah, no, I've got two of you talking to me at the same time.
Do you want me to just share the stream on Discord?
Nah, that'll be alright. I just won't go on Googly.
Right, well, I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I'm just, as I said, playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. All good. I swear, like, every time I come on here, I'm like, I did it last time. Never remember. But I will. Yeah. So, I don't know if you mentioned or not.
No, I started maybe, hang on, what, 5 minutes before you popped in? And I spent that 5 minutes stretching an extension cord across my room so I can charge my phone.
Sure.
I'm very professional.
Cool. So, the other day I was looking at Rotten Tomatoes and interested in seeing what all the 100% movies were, just out of curiosity.
Oh, that's not how I was pitched this.
No, but through that, I looked at the top 100 movies from Rotten Tomatoes and realized a lot of weirdly inconsistent things. At which point I sent them to you and said, what's up with this list?
And my first issue was I don't agree with most of these picks being here. Like, Toy Story 4 is on the list, I'm pretty sure. No, wait, no, it wouldn't be. That was 2019, wasn't it? Okay, Toy Story 4 wasn't, but there was a film that I was like, I completely disagree with it being here. And it wasn't just Black Panther.
So what I've noticed initially is there's no movie outside of 2003 to... Oh, sorry.
No, there was one from the 90s.
There's one from 1991. The rest of them are 2003 to 2018.
I'm just trying to pull up the list on my phone, so I don't need to actually be watching the stream. And I'm not putting it up on stream because I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't be bothered. But it is very weird. When you Google the Rotten Tomatoes list for the top 100 movies of all time, you will see under the description thing, like, oh, there's The Wizard of Oz, there's Citizen Kane, and these films are nowhere to be seen on this list. It's bizarre.
No. Yeah, when you get into the actual list, it's like 2018 is the last year films pop up, so Endgame isn't on here. Despite being like...
I don't even think Endgame... I would want to put Endgame on the top 100.
I'm not saying I would, but it's higher than some of the movies already on this list. So they've said that it's adjusted for... eligible movies are ranked based on their adjusted score. But I've checked. Every one of these films is purely their critic score. It's not adjusted for anything. Like, it at least doesn't seem to balance between critic and audience.
The issue is, it's not... if it is adjusted, it's adjusted in a really weird way that puts a 96% movie like Black Panther above a 99% film like Lady Bird.
Yeah, it's funny that they've ranked them from 1 to 100. As if Black Panther is somehow the best of them. And yet, like, because it ends at 2003, none of the original Star Wars films are on here. None of the prequels are on here. As far
as I know.
Force
Awakens is.
Yeah, Force Awakens and Last Jedi both made the cut.
Well, don't you get it? It's because that one saved Star Wars, and that one killed Star Wars, but it's really popular because the director said, fuck Nazis. Which is a very uncontroversial statement, I would imagine.
Well, that's the thing, it's even weird to me, like, some of these movies have really bad audience scores. Some of them, like Avengers Infinity War, I would argue shouldn't be on the list, only because it has an 85% and I don't think many others here are below 90. But Doctor Strange is 89%. But it's
How,
like,
I was gonna say, how
why
the
are
fuck
they?
does Doctor Strange rank higher than Infinity War? But then I literally remember, so Rotten Tomatoes, the way it decides its scores, it's based on the number of people who give it a positive rating. So that's not, it's got it's 90% good. That's 90% of people think it was good. And a lot of people rated Infinity War down because of the downer ending. And they were like, oh, this isn't the usual superhero thing, therefore bad.
Yeah.
Think of the children, says Maggie Mayfish. Remember, Thanos is an abusive person, but we're shown on Vormir that apparently he loves Gamora, and that's not allowed because he's the villain.
Yeah.
The Infinity War discussion, I never want to go back to it because it's so fucking bad.
Been thinking about that a lot, just watching movies. Like, the more classics I watch, the more I'm like, maybe it's also that while I agree with things being problematic, can be a good discussion
I think
point.
that's a really useless metric for like
Yeah,
judging a film overall.
yeah. I'm kind of getting sick of people saying the phrase problematic, which I guess in itself is problematic. But it's like anything people disagree with now, as far as I can tell, is problematic.
Joss
Like
Whedon's a
there
terrible
ought to be,
person. Marvel's Avengers 2012 shouldn't be on this list. Get
yeah. It's like
cancelled.
it's separating that phrase from the criticism. Like I agree, it's a weird decision to have both Black Widow and Gamora sacrificed for the Soul Stone, and like they're the main female on their teams. But just saying that's problematic doesn't contribute anything to that discussion.
Yeah. It sort of dilutes it. It's like, I would agree, sort of tacitly, that Joker's representation of mental health through, like, the fact his condition is not entirely clear exactly what it is, and a lot of the times it's portrayed, he'll have an episode and then do something really horrible, and it's like sort of an association between the two. That's problematic. But I don't think that brings down the film because it's at least consistent with him as a character.
Yeah, and it gets really hard to talk about anything at all.
Oh, Nightcrawler's on this list. Jake Gyllenhaal's a terrible person in that film.
I've noticed that even when I'm watching stuff I like I'll be watching something and then go, oh yeah, that's probably not great, but that's not good social commentary, and then I'll think this isn't meant to be social commentary, and I'll think I'm becoming so trained to think, oh yeah, that's not the way society should be, and it's like, yes, but what's that got to do with the story? Like, how many shows do we watch with intentionally corrupt people in them? Like, it's kind of Hays Code thinking that, oh, they're exhibiting any trait I dislike, therefore they should be punished by the end of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or therefore they should have a little notation that says, by the way, we don't agree with this.
Yeah.
By the way, this isn't whole.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I feel like the second you can't tell a story of complex people, and that's definitely how I'm going to refer to them. They're complex for being in that sort of headspace to do like controversial things.
And I do think if it's something like Passengers, for example, where it has a clear like, why is this guy, bringing this other girl from the spaceship, like she says, you took my life. It's like, yes, that's a horrible thing, and then they have a romance, and that's weird, but like then it seems to be underplaying it to say, well, that's kind of problematic, because it's like, well, no, state that it's a problem, then state why it's a problem. Don't say, oh, that's problematic, that's a problem, that shouldn't be, because that achieves nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, another thing on this list is Leave No Trace 2018 is 100% Rotten Tomatoes. And yet, apart from that and the one 1991 film, they are the only 100% films on this.
Oh yeah.
Despite Toy Story 1 and 2 being 100%, I think. I'm fairly sure I looked at the 100% list and that was the case.
Well, that's the thing. Only
Um,
yesterday, I wouldn't even say that's the best Ghibli film. Well,
No.
that's the thing. Another non-controversial statement. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit. It's not the worst Ghibli film. Because in Ghibli's repertoire, you're dealing with like Castle in the Sky, Porco Rosso, Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, films that are actually near perfection.
Yeah.
That like the fact that
And so-
only yesterday made this list, I'm so baffled by.
I'm baffled by that just for the year of it. Because, like, it has me thinking, like, why is on the 100% list, and I get, like you said, it's not 100%, like, rated, it's just 100% liked. So no one had an issue with this film. It doesn't mean it's perfect or it's the best, but that's the confusing thing. You've got all these movies that 100% of people liked, and yet, like, something like 3.5 minutes, 10 bullets, 2015 is within this year range. It's 100%. How did it not make the cut? Or like 12 Angry Men, 1957, 100% rating. So you could say, oh, well, this was only 2003 to 2018.
The Wizard of Oz.
But the title clearly says best of all time.
Well, that's the thing.
So
I would have assumed that it would update every time a film. Oh, hang on, no, maybe that's an issue.
Yeah. There's several 2020 that aren't on this list.
Yeah, The Father's not on this list.
Then why?
Bo
like,
Burnham's
Afghanistan,
Inside isn't on this
2011.
list.
Age of Shadows 2016. Like, it's not that all the 100% movies,
1917,
like,
Marriage
2000.
Story, Parasite.
Yeah. Like, yeah, my first argument would have been, oh, it's only a specific time of, like, a decade? But, like...
All of these are
the
blockbusters
2020s
too.
on here? Yeah.
Like, The Incredibles 2 is a fucking pathetic film. That does nothing as a sequel. It does nothing to sort of help establish the story of these characters. It's just because it's Pixar, and it's a blockbuster that it's on this list.
Is that on here? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's,
Incredibles 293%.
yeah, where is it? It's number 29. Was he?
And that's the kind of thing I question. Like, why is... what is it? Like, But yeah, there's some films on here we go, oh, how did they get as liked as we think? But that comes from a perspective of, we didn't like them so much, therefore they shouldn't be on the list. But it is confusing by titling it best of... It's top 100 movies of all time, then under that says best of Rotten Tomatoes. So this isn't the best of Rotten Tomatoes, because it says, and this may be a technical factor as well, but it says movies with 40 or more critic reviews vie for their place in history. So,
well, that's the thing.
2018 history.
Well, that's the thing. When was Rotten Tomatoes launched? And also,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, isn't it Toy Story only has like a few reviews, a few critical reviews anyway, not necessarily audience ones.
Yeah.
Which is
so
why
maybe
it's
they're
at
on-
like 100.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
They're like, maybe that's the case, but I think that's still really pathetic, because then it means old films stand no chance because critics aren't going to go back and like upload their reviews.
Yeah, and it also means that a lot of these 100% things could just be null and void.
I think a lot of them should be.
If Toy Story 1 has 100%, I don't know, 92 reviews,
Oh, okay. What's its score?
100% tomato meter, and 92% audience.
Right.
So that is a higher score than either of hang on, I'm gonna double check my sources before I say that. Because Wonder Woman, as far as I remember,
I was
and I
just
only
looking
need
at
to
it.
see example on
Yeah, it's
notice,
93.
has 93, and the audience score was like 80, 70 something. Yeah, Wonder Woman has 93% tomato meter and 83% audience score. That is lower than both of Endgame scores. That is only 1 audience percent higher than Toy Story's audience score. So, yeah. Hang on,
Was
let me double check now because I'm fairly sure Wonder Woman didn't have 93 on this list.
it has 93, yeah.
Okay, so that's the thing, but it's got an 80 something. I've already forgotten. It's got 80 something audience score. So what was it balanced out to? Because it just says 93 like its
I don't know.
score.
They say sorted by adjusted score. Do they say anything about that on this? And hey, Gusta Booster, I will kill all of these Karibos.
Eligible movies are ranked based on their adjusted score, and then you go like genre, all genres, sorted by adjusted score.
What's the thing? I think genre outside of marketing is fucking useless.
Yeah. Well, no, but even then, like, it's all genres now, but I'm like, oh, well, maybe if I click on, say, Western.
I was clicking on comedy.
Well, my question was, there were a billion Westerns, I don't know what decade, but like ages ago. So maybe there'll be a different list. Nope. All of these Westerns, and there's only 19 on this list.
Is Coco a comedy?
I suppose. No, I wouldn't classify it as.
Yeah, because it's number 3 when I go sort genre by comedy. Zootopia is not a comedy. Toy Story 3 is not a comedy. Finding Nemo is not a comedy.
Well, see,
Ant-Man and the Wasp isn't a comedy.
Like they've got jokes within their films.
Oh yeah, but that's like saying, Coco has a sort of tragic love story with the main Hector and the mum.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean it's not a romance.
Yeah. But that's what I was getting at. Top 100 Western movies. When you sort by Western genre.
Birdman's not a comedy.
Which one?
Birdman from 2014. Like, I saw that. Oh, I watched that the other day. I can confirm it's not a fucking comedy.
That was like absolutely depressing. Like, I haven't seen it, but all I know of it is that
it is really good.
Yeah.
You should definitely check it out.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, no, top 100 Western movies. There's only 19 on this list. Half of them are rotten. Like Cowboys and Aliens, 44% is number 11.
In fairness, it's a dying genre. See, it's pointless.
But why even have a genre Western sort by if you're not going to have 100 options? Only 10 of them are even above 50%. And you've written top 100 Western movies.
What I will say, it's all by kids and family, and I'm just really happy that Into the Spider-Verse is number 1.
Hey, kids and family. Yeah, see, but again, these are just the same films.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah.
Like, this has more of a range, but Cars 3 is on here at 69%.
In fairness, apparently Cars 3 is the good one. I don't know what that fucking means, but.
Wait, scroll down to number 80.
80. Okay, yeah, they start getting Despicable Me 3, the top 100 kids and family. The Grinch.
Yeah,
Minions. Hang on, the Lego Ninjago movie is rotten. Fuck off.
Well, it's above 50%, so I wouldn't give it that. But like, John Carter both flopped and got 52%.
I love John Carter, Virginia.
Which one's that?
Oh, it's the shitty space movie where the guy just goes around going John Carter, Virginia, because that's where he's from and that's his name.
I tried watching that just out of curiosity for why it flopped, and yeah, couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
I couldn't tell you why from that it flopped. I'm just like, yeah, it has that vibe. I'm just like, don't bother watching this.
I'd find
but
it.
Yeah, why does this 100% kids films evolve into films that aren't even on their own best list?
Yeah.
Like, did they run out? They ran out of options because there's no movie pre-2003 beyond that one 1999 100% film.
Look,
it just breaks every logic of what you could sort this into.
I mean, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Disney monopoly, but like, There's this little known company called Walt Disney that had a bunch of like kids films from pre-2003.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
where's
I think a
all
lot
the...
of those are quite excellent.
Yeah.
Basil the Great Mouse Detective, Alice in Wonderland, The Aristocrats, even going to like the Disney Princess ones, Aladdin, Sleeping Beauty, Little Mermaid. These films are fucking stellar.
Got me thinking now, I know Frozen is their 90% number 20. So I was like, imagine if Frozen wasn't on here. Just...
I think I'd feel a little
Oh, no.
bit better.
Oh, I got confused. Cinderella 2015 is on here.
Oh,
But not the original.
I wish Cinderella,
Like,
A
how
Twist
could
in
even
Time was on that list.
Well, I think that's the thing. Like, we can easily think of movies outside the 2000s that are like near perfect classics. But it gets me that even when they resolved to just a specific amount of time, they still had to put like Shrek Forever After on here.
Oh wow, if you sort by
I couldn't even
romance, you
think
do get The Little Mermaid on here. You get Titanic.
Huh. Hang
Um,
on, I think Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid is on the... Oh, hang on. Yeah, Kids and Family. Number 23 is The Little Mermaid, 1989.
oh thank
Lady in the
fuck.
Tramp, 1955.
Right,
Look at these.
but there were more films than 100 that I think...
Yeah, they shouldn't have to delve into 59%. Even if they were sticking within these decades. Like, it's so bizarre how they categorize this. And yet I can't find, like... So now I'm really looking through this list. Like, there's a 1989 and a 1955. Where's Cinderella? Where's Snow White? Where's Hunchback of Notre Dame? Like, and don't you know, people are gonna go, oh, but Hunchback of Notre Dame wasn't well received. But it's not Shrek Forever After.
Can you do me a favor? Can you search... Oh, can you sort the top 100 television movies?
How do I...
Oh, it's just... It's in genre.
Oh, okay.
Top 100. There are 4. There are 4 top 100 fucking television films.
And number 4 is 49%. They ran out of TV films.
The Doctor Who TV movie was right there.
3 out of 4 are 2011, and 1 is 2010. They couldn't even go past the year. What happened? Did no TV movies have more than 40 critic reviews, even though we've already debunked that as a thing they're using?
I have no clue, but this is still ridiculous.
Yeah. What happens if I click classics? Like, there's actually a genre sorting of classics. Oh, nope. Nothing beyond 2011. You got Noah, Great Expectations, Immortals, Exodus, Gods and Kings, and Ben-Hur.
You know,
There's 5 in the classics. 2014, 2013, 2011, 2014, 2016.
And 3 of them are dreadful.
Yeah, 3 of them aren't even on the... They're not above 50%.
This is ridiculous.
Like, it's... When your number 1 is 76%, maybe you don't have the top 100 classic movies. What even happened to this list? Like, it's not even like, oh, I fundamentally disagree with this. They haven't even followed the same rules that they've claimed this list is followed under. Like, there's not even 100 on the list.
I
want to... How can it be the best with Rotten Tomatoes?
I want to say it's funny, but it's really not. Because, like, I have no idea if someone actually physically had to put in these results, and that's why they've never bothered updating them, but, like, surely when you're Rotten Tomatoes, it should be so easy to just create, like, an algorithm, or, like, get someone to create an algorithm that just sorts by all movies that are, you know, tagged with genres.
Do you think it would count it, even if someone did this manually, because they're like, oh, we can't have, you know, Wizard of Oz on here, it's too old. We need to advertise the new stuff. then I would ask, why is Immortals on there when it's 48% and it's 10 years old?
I
Like,
love
even
Thor
if it's
Ragnarok, but Thor Ragnarok shouldn't be on the top 100 list.
yeah, I'd argue as much as I love the Avengers films and Civil War, I don't actually think any of them should be on here.
Yeah.
When you're using the best films of all time,
Yeah, I think
yes, a
the
lot of the blockbusters got it.
the only superhero film I think I would want to put on that list is probably Into the Spider-Verse, to be honest. But
I
even
would
then,
want to put time on there, but yeah.
it's kind of I'm not too sure.
Yeah, and I feel like in itself, it's weird to put anything in the last decade on there, just for the sense of, well, we don't know it's timeless yet.
Well, The Social Network's on here. That's one of the films that I rewatched the other day. That's quite good still.
Yeah. Pretty good, yeah.
Whiplash, I'm pretty sure that holds up.
Yeah, Whiplash definitely holds up.
Birdman definitely does. Oh, I watched Her the other day. So on Monday, Bardo asked if I'd seen Her, and the film that I thought he was talking about was You Were Never Really There, or something, which is another Joaquin Phoenix film.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just mistaking the two, but now I've seen them both, and Her is definitely good.
Yeah. So yeah, I haven't seen it, but I on the list of like you were saying with Birdman and Whiplash and that, like I've definitely heard nothing but good things about all those films. I've seen Whiplash, and Whiplash is great.
Yeah.
But so like I believe the rest of them are just as good.
Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel I really like. I think I would keep that on this list.
Maybe
Fucking X-Men
like
Days of Future Past is on this list.
yeah, it's like, how can you have two of the three Disney sequel trilogy Star Wars films, and none of the three that are actually considered the classics? Like, the timeless ones don't make it on here, but the newest ones that everyone has complaints about, for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Just, how?
But don't you get it? The Last Jedi, it's controversial. It got people talking about films. That's why, if they updated this list, No Way Home would definitely make it onto the list, because it revived the theater-going experience.
Yeah, but
I say that as if that means a fucking thing.
Well, it's like, that's the thing. I'm trying really hard not to necessarily argue I didn't like it, therefore it shouldn't be on the list. What's confusing me is saying it's the top movies of all time.
The Jungle Book 2016 definitely wasn't.
Yeah, like you're putting on these new ones that people are going, these are pretty terrible, despite their, like, even with their critic rating. It's like, okay, maybe you're using the highest critic rating, therefore I can't say, I didn't like Last Jedi because it still had a high critic rating. Well, then why are none of the 100% films on this? Like, there's 89s on here, and what is the lowest score on here? Because I'm seeing 89.
I think we worked it out a while ago. I don't remember what it was though. But just look.
The Post 88%.
Right.
Ant-Man and the Wasp 87%.
That doesn't belong here.
Yeah, it's like, whether I liked it or not, surely 87% doesn't make the list.
Yeah.
If the list is top rated things. It's like, at some point, none of this is consistent.
Arrival's on here. I don't think what is it? Blade Runner 2047's on here. 2049.
Yeah. But the original Blade Runner is not.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are. And I like Arrival, but I think Blade Runner might be the better film of the two.
Yeah. As maybe like you said, Toy Story we already confirmed had 93 reviews. So that's the weirdest part. It's like, to say Toy Story 3 is on here with 98%, while Toy Story 1 and 2 have 100%, makes absolutely no sense.
It's a confusing world.
It's like, in order to justify this, you'd have to be like, it's only the movies that are from 2003 to 2018, and they have to be between 85% and 99%, but they can be 100% if they're this one film, or even if they're higher than some of these, they don't count because.
I don't really get why I, Tonya's on this list. Like, don't get me wrong, I like I, Tonya, but I like that sort of genre of, what is it? It's not docudrama, it's, I guess, kind of like inspired by real events, real people, that kind of genre of film. And it's about this ice skater who sort of came from rags to being one of the best female ice skaters in the world at a time. I like it, but I don't think it's top 100 worthy at all. It's got Margot Robbie playing the lead. And I just remember Red Letter Media talked about this film for, like, I think a brief aside in one of their other videos, and they mentioned the fact that so Margot Robbie obviously didn't do the ice skating in the film. They got a professional to do all that, because holy shit, that's really dangerous for your lead actress. So they had to CGI her face onto the performer, which is just, like, when I was watching the film, I had that in mind going, oh, I hope it doesn't, like, I hope I don't pause and I go, oh, her face is a bit too far out.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a bit weird.
But, like, you didn't take anything away from the film?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I still think it's quite good, but again, not. Because, like, it's just that one sequence. It's just that one sequence. Otherwise, it's really well shot. It's really well acted. It's kind of funny. It's got Sebastian Stan playing her partner. And, like, the big controversy in Tonya's life was, her partner and, like, friends organized this thing to break the shins of Tonya's rival, so she'll be able to, like, perform in the Olympics or something, as an American ice skater. And they're quite cartoonish about it. That it's just a bit funny. Well, because, like, you got Sebastian Stan playing, you know, Sebastian Stan. So he's definitely the straight man in this thing, and he's got his two bumbling buffoons, and he's just really annoyed with them for trying to, like, play up the part of shin-breaking bad guys.
Yeah.
It's engaging, but again, doesn't make the list.
I don't know why, but that reminded me of Neverending Story Part 3, where Jack Black plays the bully.
There's a film I don't want to watch. Why is Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 on this list? The film notorious for being, you know, not a story.
It's made me realize that Ant-Man and the Wasp has a higher critic score, or a higher overall score, whatever this score is, a higher overall score than Infinity War.
Yeah, no, that really...
higher?
It's because Infinity War had a downer ending and it made people sad. Well, it made people sad, and it made people also really cynical about, like, oh, obviously they killed off the main people because it gets people to care about it more, as if they killed off Tony in that film, people wouldn't care. Oh,
yeah.
It's obvious they're gonna undo it because they just killed Spider-Man. They're not gonna keep Spider-Man dead. That sort of cynicism that, like, I think is really unfair in a critique of a film.
It's like going into Harry Potter 7, a lot of people had figured out that Harry was a Horcrux. We weren't sitting there going, of course he is. You know, well, how predictable. It's like, yeah.
J.K. Rowling's a hack.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying not to defend J.K. Rowling nearly as much, but I make an effort to defend the story, not the person.
I don't know. I've reached a point in my life where I'm like, oh, I'll chuck both of them under the bus, to be honest. I don't care anymore.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'm just like,
I think the
I feel
Order of the Phoenix as a film is
that
still quite good. The graveyard scene and the book of Goblet of Fire is really good. Outside of that,
yeah.
I don't care. I literally just I don't care anymore.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough.
What I will say though,
I'm
it's actually
loving
really
this
funny now
film.
thinking. There are 3 actors who played Grindelwald in her 3 fucking prequel films. First it was
Yeah,
what is it, Colin, what's his face, Farrell. Then they got Johnny Depp, and now they've got Mads Mikkelsen. Who are they gonna get
that's what I
next?
found. What I found the most amusing about that was they hired Colin Farrell in the first place.
Yep,
Then in the same film went, no, 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 no.
it's
He's
actually
really
Johnny
Johnny Depp.
Depp.
At which
Hmm.
point everyone complained because we were going through we thought Johnny Depp was the abuser thing. And people
Right.
were like, how do you put him in your film? And they were like, no, no, we stand by this. We defend him. And everyone was like, J.K. Rowling, of course you do. Ah. And then as soon as we all kind of realized that Amber Heard was abusing Johnny Depp, maybe he contributed as well, but like it
Yeah, it's
was a
like
complete backflip. Then they were like, yeah, Johnny Depp's no longer in the film. Like now he's kicked out.
yeah, that's a bit wild to me. And like Colin Farrell was really good in the role in the first film. Like
Yeah.
I just really like his presence in films. He's really good. I'm really excited to see what he does as I think he's the Penguin in the new Batman film.
All right. Yeah. I find it so weird that Mads Mikkelsen is now Grindelwald, and it's like, what? But why didn't you just go back to Colin Farrell? Or maybe he didn't want to do it, but then why didn't you just keep him in the first place? Or
Yeah.
yeah, it's such a
I
weird.
I really wish we lived in the world where he said no, fuck off.
I mean, he might have done. That's why, like, apparently, because I haven't watched it, but the thing they did for like the Harry Potter reunion thing,
Right.
all of the cast who like spoke out against J.K. Rowling showed up to it, and I was like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, because one minute they're like standing up against her, which is good, and then next minute endorsing the Harry Potter
Well,
thing. But
what
I've
I
always been
as-
adamant to endorse the product, not the person.
yeah.
Supposedly, because again I haven't seen it, J.K. Rowling didn't appear on that reunion thing.
So
And the reason
I
was
did
all
see it.
these interviews.
Um,
Yeah.
so I can sort of go on with that. Like, I don't think she appeared in any filmed thing for the new bit. The
Yeah.
most I saw and specifically remember was like there was an interview thing from like 2019 or so.
Yeah.
That they used that. Like they mainly were just getting the cast because like and the directors. The actors and directors, because it's celebrating the films, not the writing. So her involvement means fuck all for that.
Yeah.
So that was all right. But
Yeah.
I would also have to assume that this wasn't filmed recently. It has to have been like ages ago, and they'd already signed on to appear in it. That like
Maybe.
they were probably tied.
Well, even then, like they have openly said that like they still love
Yeah.
Harry Potter itself. Like it gave them a platform in the first place. They just don't agree with her opinions, which I like that approach of.
Yeah, I think
of
that's
saying,
the
like,
smart way to do
they
it.
can, yeah, they can disagree with her without having to make everything a big battle. But that said, apparently, from what I heard, the reason she like her claim was, I don't need to be there, just use the interview. So it wasn't necessary. It didn't have to be filmed back then. They just used an old interview.
Right. I don't necessarily know or would want to speculate about the motivations so much.
Yeah, no.
But
No.
I could sort of understand, I guess.
just wonder, yeah, that's the thing. I wonder whether it's the real, like you were saying with Colin Farrell. Like, did anyone just kind of hushedly go, "Yeah, don't show up for this"?
His agent was just like, that J.K. Rowling person, she's a bit of a turf. Maybe sit this one out, Colin. And he's like, oh yes, I'll go be the Penguin. I'll go be a respectable villain.
It will be interesting because, like, there are actors who get really well known for one thing and have real trouble getting out of that thing. Then there's, and I had an example in my brain about 2 minutes ago, but like, Yeah, then there's the ones where you're like, they're never gonna break out of that role, and then like their next role was like, wow. I would use maybe like Mark Hamill as both Luke Skywalker and the
And
Joker.
Joker, yeah.
Like, wow, they do two major things really well. I know I had another example. Oh,
Um,
yeah,
I
like
guess Michael Keaton, he was
see-
Batman, and then he sort of went on and did like other things. Um,
yeah, we
and
had
he
like
became
video games as
Vulture.
well,
I mean, he's coming back as Batman in the Flash movie.
yeah. I know it was something recent. Because like I was watching something and I just thought, wow, I can't believe like this isn't the only thing this person's done. Maybe it was just oh no, yeah, it's Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen. We're like one of
Oh
them was
right,
both
yeah, he
Xavier
was
and
Picard and then Xavier.
yeah,
He
and
was
then
also a
Ian McKellen.
firefighter in, I think it was Coronation Street, way back when.
Yeah, and I try to forget that he was the crap emoji movie.
Yeah,
That just makes me sad every time I think about it.
well, it's got to be one of those things of like, maybe his agent said, the kids will love it, Patrick. And he was just like, oh, well, because he said in interviews that like he wants to keep acting until he physically can't because it helps stop, what is it, cerebral palsy and stuff like that. Or
Yeah.
it's like it does help combat some neurological diseases and ailments that might be affecting him. And I can respect that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And
But he went from Logan to being the poop emoji. Like, dying and doing, like, a really good performance in Logan to the poop emoji. Yeah. That hurts a little.
Like, in all honesty, if someone said, oh, you're in all these really famous things, and you can be in this kid's film about emojis, I would have gone, oh, I don't know about this, that sounds quite cringe. And then they would have said, you can be the poop. And I would have just gone, sold. I don't care. That's hilarious. Like, I find it sad. My thought was I was worried he would die and that would be his last performance. Like, that's the sad thought I keep having of, like, imagine if that had been the last thing. But, like, at the same time, I can imagine why any actor would go, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's sad for them. I just find it sad.
It's just sad from, like, an audience having to, like, see those developments.
Yeah.
Though, but honestly, like...
Gandalf and Magneto.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah. There's my my initial point was that I want to see Daniel Radcliffe do something that like really sticks out.
Watch Guns Akimbo.
Is that the one with the coming around the mountain?
No, that's I know what it is, and I saw that clip, and I was like, I'm really Miracle Workers. That's what it is. Miracle Workers second season, or the Mountain Trail or something. I need to watch that because I quite liked the first season. But Guns Akimbo, do you remember the sort of photo of him with like guns and he's in a dressing gown, just on the street looking like a madman?
No, I don't think I've ever seen that, but I'm now seeing photos of a lot of it.
Okay, yeah. Well, that was a good performance from him where he's not playing Harry Potter type people.
Yeah, I mean, like, even that, like, that's the thing. He has been experimenting. So I don't necessarily think all of his performance has been bad, but I'm looking for that, like, you know, if he gets to play Spider-Man or some mainstream...
No, I would tell him to bulk up and become Wolverine. Because in the comics, Wolverine is actually quite short. So Hugh Jackman, I love his performance as Wolverine. No, I love his physical performance as Wolverine, because there's not a lot there in terms of character. But he's an interpretation of Wolverine. I just want the squat, gruff Wolverine from the comics. I reckon that'd be really funny.
Because that's I think the challenge is like when we see Picard in something, you don't necessarily go, oh, that's... Wait, what did I just say?
Picard. When you see Picard, when you see Xavier,
I
when
I
you
was trying to
see
say
Patrick
Patrick
Stewart.
Stewart. When we see Patrick Stewart, we don't immediately think of anyone wrong. We might do if we're more familiar with one than the other. But I might see Ian McKellen and go, oh yeah, there's Gandalf. But I don't like even his performance in Cats. I don't go,
Oh
oh,
fuck,
why
he
is
was in
Gandalf in
Cat.
this movie?" Like I just want Daniel Radcliffe to get to that point
Right.
where it's like, oh my god, it's that person from just all these things.
Yeah. Well, he and Elijah Wood sort of have the same sort of energy in my mind of like they do these big franchise things and then they just go off and they do smaller things because they've already got their fuck you money.
Yeah. Yeah, Spy Kids 3 where he's the guy. And then he's definitely
Cake.
not.
Dead.
Yeah. I, just-
I
think
don't
I
remember
like
that
Spy
film.
Kids
Why
a
the
lot.
fuck did he step forwards and say cake? Why was that a thing? I don't remember.
Spy Kids 3 is just one of those. Like, it's so insanely insane. I wanted to say insanely brilliant, but it's like, it's the room level. Like, it's just so baffling to the point where it's kind of fun. Like, they just keep repeating, are you the guy? It's the guy. I think you're the guy. And then Elijah Wood just shows up and they go, it's the guy. And then he just dies. And you're like, okay then. What is this film? It's so good. Ah. I didn't think anything of Spy Kids up until a few years ago.
Right.
I remember the first one was like, yeah, with those weird thumb things and that kid that I recognize. Like when I see the boy and other stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's the boy from Spy Kids. Like I recognize him easily, but I just never thought of Spy Kids itself as much. Just like a kids thing I saw. Yeah, but my partner was like, no, Spy Kids is great, and I was like, wait, what? Okay, and then I watched them back and was like, yeah, no, she's right. Like, Spy Kids
Oh, I
1
was
has a lot of good material in it. Spy Kids 2, I think, is all right, but still got some good stuff in it. And then Spy Kids 3 was that 3D one, and I was just like, this is what I thought Spy Kids was.
right.
And her mum came into the room, and she was like, when you took us to this when we were young, what did you think of this? Because like, as kids, we thought this was amazing. What did you think? And she went, yeah, I had no idea what this was. Like, just, yeah. And I was watching it like, yeah, but like, this is one of the most insane movies I've ever seen. As someone who watches a lot of films, if you're gonna be bad, be that outlandishly bad.
Yeah, 'cause it's better to be like laughably bad than forgettable.
Yeah. I've never seen Beyond 3 though. I've only seen the ones with those
I didn't know
actors.
there was more than 3.
Apparently, it's like Home Alone
Oh.
sequels. Like, after 1 and 2, they recast them and they're dead to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was more than 2. Well, I knew there was the new reboot of Home Alone,
Yeah.
that came out last year. I didn't know there was like a Beyond 2.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I'm not even the biggest fan of Home Alone. It's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Home Alone 1 and 2. But I agree with you, like, I wouldn't argue they're the best films or anything. I think they're really solid for what they do. Like, they're a movie I will happily watch every Christmas.
Hmm.
Like, as in,
They're
when
they're
they
at least more Christmassy than fucking Die Hard.
But I don't know. Maybe they probably have, but I don't know if they've ever played Die Hard on TV at Christmas, or at least I've never seen it on.
They always play
Enough
it
to-
past your bedtime.
Maybe. I mean, I say that I don't really have a. You know what I mean? I go to bed at like 4 in the morning.
They play it at
every
5.
that explains it. Every year I see Grinch playing, like, not necessarily that I watch these, but every year I see Love Actually, Grinch.
I always see Harold and Kumar.
Yeah, Rise of the Guardians, I think sometimes
Oh,
plays.
gross.
I particularly like Rise of the Guardians. Um,
Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're right about things.
I mean, no, I always with films like this, and like we were saying with Chronicle earlier, I like it in that, like, I personally like a lot of the stuff in it. So I think I like it more than most, but I also acknowledge they're nowhere near perfect. Like
Fair
they're
enough.
just not films. I don't think they're bad. They're just not great. Um,
You know, there should be a
yeah,
category for that. It's called passable.
yeah, but I think as possible goes, I personally like both the like elemental superhero stuff in Rise of the Guardians
Right.
and kind of the plot. Like I acknowledge the plot has like a generic bad guy and the like a basic backstory, but maybe it is just Santa and like it's basically Avengers for holidays. Like that's what I
When
like
did it
about it.
come out?
Maybe that's all it is. 2012.
Yep, fair enough.
So I don't know if it was rushed out after Avengers,
Well,
but
that's the
like
thing. Like, people knew the
yeah,
Avengers was coming before 2012, so
yeah. So maybe they just chanced it and cheaply made something last minute.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, it's not a film where I go, "Oh yeah, studio clearly put a lot of thought into this story."
I
But it
think
is a
I
film that I
think a
go, "I like
studio
the
put a lot of
film."
work into the character designs, and
Yeah,
the vague sense of the world.
yeah,
And
and it's I like the whole Santa's center theme.
right,
Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, it's like if I sat down, I genuinely think I could make like an actual review where I would talk very positively about it. But it wouldn't be that I'm going, this is a great film. I'd just be going, here's why I think, here's why I like a lot of the stuff in this. Like yeah. To me, it's just like I like that it's holiday Avengers, and I like that it has a theme of find your center, and that's all I need from Rise of the Guardians. When I think of problems, I don't think they're necessarily. How do I define it? It's not. It's not that it has problems that ruin. It's not that it's a bad film because the problems ruin it. It's not a great film because what it does could have been leaned on and far more deep.
yeah, it's a
Like
sort of
it
it's
is such a
shallow.
bad
It's cool, but
Yeah,
once you get past like the cool factor, what have you got left? Is kind
yeah.
of bare bones.
It's actually how I feel about Chronicle too. Like I really like Chronicle. I think it's a really good small budget film. But like you could pick problems to death and I go, yeah, pretty much. Probably.
Hmm.
Just, it's three teenagers discover superpowers. I like the twist on it that they're not just goody good people and they abuse it until they have to learn some responsibility and one of them goes too far and I personally lean towards like downfall stories. So I like that
Yeah,
one of them is the villain. And like so again it's like I would then argue if anyone said well it's not great, I go, yeah, because it doesn't really go beyond its surface premise. But
oh,
everything
shit.
about it on a surface level I really like.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
What are your
Yeah,
thoughts
I
on the?
think this is
No,
yeah.
go on, because it seemed like
No,
you
I
were.
was just gonna say, no, that's the challenge with this chart is like it's meant to be based on how many people liked it rather than how good it is. Because we don't genuinely have an actual measurement for how good a film is. But I feel like instinctually I can at least go say like Whiplash is very artistically creative. Its story is very thematically deep. So like stuff like that, it's
I don't
really
know how
rich.
I'd be able to to quantify artistic creative, but I would say what it says about artists, the artist mindset, and the self-destructive nature of perfectionism makes it more worthy of this list than most films that exist on this list.
Yeah. I like to think, and again, this is why it's all arbitrary and subjective, but like, if I wrote an essay around why Whiplash was great, I could write like 30 pages of why, what every scene of the film is doing thematically and like story wise. Like, I could take
Yeah.
actual technical mechanics and go, here's how it does this, here's how it does that, here's how it communicates this, here's the subtext to it. Like, I would be writing about its themes and its plot and its characters and its technical mechanics and its construction. Whereas, say, like Rise of the Guardians or even Chronicle, I'd be writing about why I liked it, not necessarily about the text itself.
Yeah, I'd run out of things to say about a lot of films that I like very quickly.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like stuff like Rise of the Guardian or Chronicles, I go, yeah, there's something missing there that I can't say, oh, it's great, it's one of my like favorites. But at the same time, I'm like, it kind of is one of my favorites, but only in the sense that like it's something that I would see on TV and go, oh, that's playing. Yay!
I'm not
I
going
will
to
watch that
switch
now.
I'm not going to switch the channel.
Yeah. Whereas like I can't think of movies off the top of my head, but like there are some that I go, I kind of like that film, and if it was playing, I'd go, yeah, may as well. But I wouldn't necessarily go, oh, that's playing, that's cool. Like, yeah, that's where like a 7 to 8 to me is I like it enough that I want to watch it when I see it's on. Whereas a 9 to 10 is like I'm going out of my way to watch it.
I feel like it'd
Like,
be really fucking useless, because I don't know how I would exactly quantify it, but I feel like when I have been making my list of things that I've watched so far, I should be giving them like a number rating,
yeah,
just to try to like understand if like was it a valuable or not even a valuable use of my time, but like inherently tie that to like the product itself.
yeah. Because that's,
I
I
guess
think, the
is the way to.
challenge. Like,
Mm,
that's the difference. It's like there are films that I can go, I really liked that, and then look at it constructively and go, yeah, there's no meat on that bone, but I liked the taste of it.
mm.
And then other stuff go, wow, that was really technically well put together. Like I guess Arrival is still a good example for me, where like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, oh yeah, Arrival's really well put together.
It
But
is.
personally, I can't enjoy it because the main two characters are very bland to me, and then their relationship comes out of nowhere. And like the language stuff is amazing, and it's because it's a sci-fi. Naturally, the film focuses on that, but I just can't get into the characters, and so for me, it's like it's not a film that I go out of my way to see. In fact, I probably wouldn't bother. And yet I'm like, no, it's really well crafted.
Mm.
It just doesn't appeal to me. Like that's one of those weird ones where it's like it's stuff that I know is good, and yet doesn't meet the likable scale for me. Like that's where I feel like I can separate taste from construction.
Yeah, my thing would be like today I watched Mad Max Fury Road, a film that I had never seen, because I have no interest in that sort of aesthetic for a film. And my takeaway is still, well, it's a really well-made film, but I still don't give a shit. But like,
Yeah,
if I was flicking channels, I don't actually own like a TV that has channel flicking capabilities. But hypothetically, if I did have that capability to flick channels, and I saw Mad Max was on, I would keep going.
Yeah. See, whereas I'm like, I didn't necessarily love it the first time I saw it in that sense. Like, yeah, I tend to think if I come out of a film being like really hyped up, that to me is a good film. Like I've really like invested myself in it. Whereas Mad Max, I remember going, wow, these are really good visuals. Wow, this is really well paced. Like, and constantly going, wow, how well constructed. But I didn't at any point really go, man, I'm really invested in these people, or like, or wow, I'm really on the roller coaster ride. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But maybe that's just the difference between fun and artistic. Like maybe
Yeah.
that's the entertainment artistic scale. Like it was artistic, but it wasn't very entertaining.
Yeah, I get the impression
No.
that a lot of the effects were done practically.
Yeah, yeah. No, they are. Yeah. Oh well, there's a lot of CGI stuff on top of it.
Well, sure, but
But
like, yeah, a lot of it is tried to achieve what you can in camera. For the big wild stuff, obviously CGI.
yeah,
But like, I can appreciate that effort because, like, holy shit, so much is CGI these days.
yeah,
So much is CGI that it really makes me appreciate the fact that we still exist in a world where, like, you can get your blockbuster films, but you can also get your films like The Father, which are entirely, like, just practical because there's no visual effects. It's just people in a room talking. It's
yeah.
great. But
Well, that's where
like
it's like
those things can still occupy their own space in this cinematic field. Is I think very
yeah.
important to me.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. If I only, it's one of those. It's a shame that Marvel's got such a stronghold now that those kind of films don't get through as much. Um,
Well, that's the thing I would want to say to people is that the notion of the blockbuster should become irrelevant. That these films are just going to dominate cinemas, whereas when things go to streaming, it's a level playing field. It's like, sure,
yeah, true.
the blockbusters, the really expensive films, can have a higher marketing budget, but these other films, they can still exist because they don't have to be profitable.
Yeah,
And that's
I was
kind of
actually,
the thing is like studios can keep making these blockbusters. They can keep killing the theater going experience all they want just to make $1.50. Because we're still going to get these smaller pieces.
yeah, and it's not to say like some of the blockbusters are good.
Some.
Like, yeah, I'm speaking as someone who really did like Infinity War and Civil War and things like that. But like,
Oh yeah, they've
it's
gotten worse.
it is weird to be off the Marvel train and now go, yeah, how dare they? When like only a year or two ago, I was like, everyone should be on this hype train.
Mm. Oh, it's
Like,
really
it's
interesting. I was just scrolling through Twitter earlier, and apparently there's a Boba Fett show. And more importantly than that, apparently 2 episodes have already come out, and I had no fucking idea.
right.
And I'm just so happy to be done with Star Wars.
Yeah. I mean, that's yeah.
Star Wars,
Wait,
there are 3 great films, there are 3 good films, and then there are like, what, 8 other properties that are ranging between and terrible?
yeah. It's like it's probably going to be hypocritical to everything else I've said in this video or in this podcast or yeah, but in this stream I should say. But like, I'm trying really hard not to become a snob as I move away from Marvel and start leaning towards smaller classic films. Like it's
Don't
one of
worry,
those.
I'll still be the snob because I'm consuming both.
It's like, yeah, no, but that's exactly it. I want to be able to like, yeah, like I was really into the Marvel stuff, but I was also into like deeper art and whatnot. But I
Yeah.
was really on the hype train of Marvel was doing the deeper art to an extent. It was still on the entertainment side, but they were doing like emotionally deep stories.
Yeah.
And then I think it's only since the Infinity Saga ended that I'm like, they're definitely not doing that now.
Yeah. Well, sort of the way I look at it is like everyone sort of got off the train with Endgame because it's like, oh, this is the first sort of like you would get your trilogies, like Lord of the Rings and your Harry Potters, which have a definitive like this is the end, but it's very rare in the sort of the 20th century, 21st century cinema landscape. Is like you get one film and then you get your 2 sequels that are just sort of always a downhill slope, I guess. But like Endgame was unique because it was trying to be an ending for what 22 films or whatever. That like I can still respect that and everything that came before, for trying to tell uh, a strong long form narrative across many films and try and tie it all together. Like I say, everyone got off the train at Endgame, and like half of us decided to just get back on, which is our own fault at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's yeah, it's almost like a rose tinted glasses thing. Like when I'm in it and I'm invested in it, of course I think it's great. But it's only once I sat back out of it that I went, oh wait, yeah, these are not gonna age well. Because like, try jumping on just the Avengers films without all the supplementary material
I
that
think
makes it make sense.
you could only
And
get
then-
away with that with Avengers 1.
Yeah. At which point though the hype's not there because you're not thinking, wow, will this work? Because of course it did. You know you're in
Well,
you're in the
that's
future.
the thing.
You're like,
I think the anticipation of will this film work, if you go into Avengers 1 with that mindset in 2022, it's kind of on you, because
yeah,
it's something that can only exist before the film comes out. It's like Infinity War. It's like the dread that it'll be another Age of Ultron can only exist before the film comes out, and after the film comes out, it's useless to sort of go into that film with that sort of, oh, this is the mindset you should go into the film with. I think it's useless for most films of like, ooh, is this gonna work? It's like the Spider-Verse, the No Way Home thing of like, ooh, I hope this isn't a Spider-Verse film. Going in with a mindset either way would have been a futile thing.
yeah.
Because
that's what I
the
think.
film, whatever it wants
Yeah.
to be, would prove itself or not, regardless of how you go into it.
Yeah, because that's exactly right. Now that we know the Spider-Man are in it, I wonder how. Like, 'cause people are still riding off that hype.
Mm.
I wonder how in like
My
5 to
girlfriend
10
still hasn't
years-
seen it.
Oh, sure, yeah, I haven't seen it either. Like, it'd be good to see it, but that's my curiosity. Is like, 5 to 10 years from now, will we look back on these films and go, "Oh yeah,
Oh.
that was a nice event in film history," but standing on its own doesn't quite work. Because much as I like Infinity War, try watching Infinity War without any of the character build up before it, and like maybe that's like maybe it's not a fair spectrum because it's like saying that for the Star Wars films, like watching one without the other two in the trilogy. So in what way do you expect people to watch 22 of these and have the same experience we did?
I don't know how to argue against this. Like, there's definitely something forming in my brain, but I'm just like, but no, you'll say the correct thing, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, you're right. But that's possibly because like I'm still slightly invested in this world because I came into it at Civil War, so I'm not as burned out as most people.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can still like revisit Civil War and that, but I've seen all the supplementary material. And I've seen Civil War enough that I know I just like the things in it.
Oh, hang on, wait, no, I've got a unique perspective on this then. I hadn't seen any of the other films before I saw Civil War. I saw Civil War and thought it was excellent.
Right, yeah. That still holds from that, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can approach these things. I think it gets harder the further you go, but Civil War sort of does do all the things it needs, or it says all the things it needs to say to get you on board with everything. That like, I wasn't confused. I might have been missing like some more finer details, but like all the broad strokes, it's like it's all there. In Infinity War, the broad strokes are you're following Thanos. As long as you understand that you're not following the heroes, really, you're going to have a pretty good time. Unfortunately, that's not the perspective anyone goes into an Avengers film with. For fuck's sake.
That's still the thing. Like, people are still saying... it comes from... Like, the Russos did themselves say that Thanos is the protagonist of the film. And
yeah, there is a difference between protagonist and hero, is the important distinction that people don't understand.
Yeah, because that keeps frustrating me. But it's like, even with protagonists, it's like, well, yes, Thanos sets the story in motion, but it's not that well, I suppose the heroes are reacting to it, but they're not. They're also the protagonists. Like, the film doesn't.
Oh, yeah, but sure. But at that
Yeah.
point, when you break down a film into, like, all of its scenes and pretend all of its scenes are telling their own story, rather than, trying to be
Yeah.
a cohesive whole once you add all the bits together, if you break it down far enough, every scene has its own protagonist because it needs one.
Yeah.
Thanos
I
is
guess
still the
when you-
overall protagonist, with Thor being like the secondary. And it's all just a matter of like perspective then. It's like I recognize Thanos as the
Yeah.
protagonist because he's the one that wins in the end. Whereas if you're rooting for the heroes, you're going to be like, oh, Thor's the protagonist and he fails.
And that's where my challenge here is. Like, I agree with that, but I usually consider the protagonist to be the one who makes the climactic decision at the end.
Unfortunately, all the characters make it at the end. It's just some of them are less successful.
Because that's the trouble. It's like you could say that Thor is the main protagonist there because the film starts off with him going on his revenge quest.
Yep.
Yet his story feels like the side plot to the rest of the movie.
Yeah, because he goes away. He goes to make the plot device, Thanos killing thing. So he's removed from a lot of the conflict until like the very end. So yeah,
Whereas Thanos, you could say Thanos is the main protagonist. But
well,
then I would say that's the antagonist to everyone else in the film. It's hard to.
Sure, but like we're arguing that you have to approach it as just its own film. So like I would say he's the antagonist to everyone else, if only I was including all the knowledge of the other films.
Mm-hmm.
And there's kind of the issue there of like people would go to Infinity War and I doubt they'd be as invested in like the dramatic Cap reveal, the fact that Tony's not going to call Cap, and all these other things unless they've seen the supplementary material. But at that point, it's like they're all just sort of window dressing for Thanos to do his smash and grab plot.
Yeah.
That, I mean, he could have been tearing through like the X-Men universe instead, and it still would have had the same impact.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
Is it Days of Future Past? Like Xavier and Magneto show up at the end of it, and it's like this is a Wolverine film. Do people have to know who these are? And it's like, well, odds are you do, just because it's that popular. But also, he knows them, and that's the impact. Like you do get the vibe of like people know who Cap is by the time he shows up.
Yeah.
So if someone shows up and the music plays, you're like, oh, this person's important. You might not get the same vibe, but yeah, I suppose it was still.
Oh, the dramatic action and all the characters froze in place so we could have this scene for this guy who emerged from behind a train. He looks a bit homeless. He must be a protagonist.
That'd be an interesting move, though, to start like your first film off. Oh no, hang on. No, I'm going to argue Indiana Jones does exactly that. I was going to say, imagine a film where you're like a character just shows up on screen, and music plays, and you're meant to know that this person's amazing, and like no one knows who they are yet.
Are you going to argue the sword guy?
No, I was saying Indiana Jones. Like he has that walk from the shadows into the shot. No one knows who he is yet, but he's the main character of the film.
Right.
And they just like, yeah, Indiana Jones is here. Yeah. I'll have to really watch that now because maybe they mentioned him before that or something. Who knows?
No, because like my thought was like the opening of Indiana Jones is he's doing the temple heist thing with who's the little guy played by Alfred Molina.
Molina, yeah, I just know him as Alfred Molina.
Right. I was gonna say Benny, but like that's the Mummy. But yeah, they do that, and it's only afterwards when he's sort of cornered by the tribesman and the other archaeologist that he's like, Indiana Jones, main character McGee.
Yeah.
Give me the thing you took.
Here's my question now, though. Who's the protagonist in Marvel's The Avengers?
Tony.
Even though he doesn't show up in the film for like...
What?
20, 30 minutes.
That doesn't matter. Uh, it is
Oh my
really
God.
Tony's film still.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, no,
that's
I
kind of
agree.
like
This is the
uh,
problem I face with Thanos as the main protagonist. It's like, well, technically the Avengers films, they're all the protagonist because it's the Avengers. Like they should all be
yeah,
moving the
but
plot forward. What makes them
it's
difficult to write?
it's just another one of those things of like who's given the most emphasis, and you go like, oh, was it Cap? No, he looks fucking dumb. And Joss Whedon doesn't know how to write Cap. Is it Black Widow? Maybe, but no. Is it Hulk? Definitely not. Is it Thor? Nah.
Is it?
It must be Hawkeye's the main character. Fucking hell. No, it's Tony. It's Tony or Nick. Take your pick.
Yeah, because that's I think the challenge with all this protagonist definition stuff. Because I look at Infinity War and I go, I get that Thanos is the driving force, so by definitions of protagonist, he probably is the protagonist. But then I see it as
that's
like
just objective.
But no, but then it's like, yes, but what about like say the Dark Knight, where the Joker is doing a bunch of stuff?
He's the antagonist.
Yeah, right, exactly. But the antagonist is doing all the work. So is the antagonist?
Yes, because he's standing in opposition of the protagonist, which is Batman. It doesn't matter that he's actually doing all the work. That's like Frodo. All he's doing is he's fucking walking to Mordor. He's still the protagonist.
Yeah,
It's like
right.
all of these forces are doing things around Frodo. Frodo's not fighting in Helm's Deep.
No, so that's a good example though. So but Frodo is then the main character and the protagonist.
He is the protagonist because the final conflict revolves around him throwing the ring into the fire of Mount Doom.
Yeah, so
he has the climactic moment in the finale.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that's I take that to Avengers Infinity War, and I'm like, sure, Thanos is the one who starts the goal and completes it. Then at the same time, I look at Thor and go, well, Thor starts with the goal of killing Thanos in the same scene. And then he fails to kill Thanos.
Yes.
At which point, Thanos, the antagonist, completes his goal as a result of Thor's failure. So it depends on how you see this.
Okay, here's an interesting thing then, and I'm literally like sort of trying to piece it out of my head, go like, is there any holes in this immediately? To which the answer is definitely yes, but I'm gonna say it anyway, and that is maybe define the protagonist and the antagonist as the protagonist wants to do something, the antagonist wants to stop something.
Yeah. In which case I would say Thanos wants to kill half of all life.
Right, but that's...
Thor wants to prevent him doing it.
Yeah, the fact that he wants to stop him do it... Oh, yeah, see, it doesn't really work, because the antagonist is usually in a story the one doing something, and the protagonist is the one trying to uphold the status quo. I guess I'm looking at it trying to make it work so you can't deny that Thanos is the protagonist, a statement which you already agree with.
But that's the thing, though. Like, I feel like I agree with it only because he starts and ends the film, and because
what more do you need?
No, because then I take it to like Avengers, where I go, unless Nick Fury is the protagonist, no one starts and ends the film. They're all slowly introduced over the setup. Like, this is where I get confused. I'm like, oh, maybe like you could call Avengers a multi-protagonist story, at which point I look at Infinity War and go, then how do we define that Infinity War is not a multi-protagonist story? So this is what drives me insane. It's like these protagonist definitions. I go, sure, the Russos said it, Thanos is the main protagonist.
Well, when we say protagonist and antagonist, like, I think the issue is it's generally used to try and simplify the intention of a story. As like, you can have many protagonists, but when you're wanting to sort of sell someone on the idea of a story, or sell them on sell it to a studio or whatever, you generally don't want to say, okay, and the protagonist is Tony, Cap, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Hulk. You know what? They're all protagonists. You want to be able to say this is the person that the story is about, and you can have multiple antagonists. Like, antagonist is a thing that you can absolutely have multiple of. You can pitch it as such, and it just works. Because the idea of the protagonist staring down multiple oppositions is exciting.
Yeah.
But in the case of Infinity War, it is a really tricky thing, because it's very difficult to sell people on the idea that these heroes are actually the antagonists for this story only.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge, because we inherently think of Thanos as the villain. And that's like, yes, but even though the villain is the main drive, there are plenty of villains who do that and are not the main drive. So that's what gets me. I'm like, yeah, I get that he's the protagonist despite being the villainous force, which is usually the antagonist force.
Wanda is the main... Wanda is the protagonist of WandaVision, and she's still the most morally fucked up.
Oh, see that to use that example, I think Vision is the protagonist.
Oh, no, I would actually agree with that statement.
It's like, or you could say
he would be the protagonist because he's the one trying to resolve the situation of the two leads. Because no one on you can't say that Monica, Wu, Darcy, or Hayward are the protagonists.
Yeah,
like they don't qualify. They're not in all the episodes. Yeah,
they're just allies.
Oh, okay. So there's such a role as support and allies. Oh, I can think of superheroes in a certain Avengers film that would qualify for that role.
Yeah, Rhodey.
I'm talking about like Cap and all those other fucking characters in Infinity War. Speaking of, like, it's very difficult to say that like the heroes, the protagonists, when the Russos were saying, yeah, we were gonna have Cap not show up until like Act 3.
Yeah. This is where I'm going to drive you insane. This is why I think, personally, or what I was arguing for, was that Cap, Thor, and Vision are the three protagonists to Thanos' antagonist.
I would look at it the opposite way, but say that's really fucking arbitrary. That it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. But that's it. Yeah, this is what drives me crazy. Just like,
because like I wouldn't even say it's Vision. I think it's Wanda, because she's the one that gets to make the final decision about it. She's just inspired to make that decision based on what Vision wants.
Yeah.
Because like she goes the whole film resisting the idea until she's given no choice.
Yeah. Which is probably why, like, you know, yeah, like you said, it's antagonist and protagonist is just to simplify who's getting more focus, and after that it really is like who's trying to progress the plot, who's trying to resist the plot. Even like with Wanda, it's like, well, she's not necessarily just an antagonist. She is kind of like, yeah, she functions as both. She functions as protagonist, antagonist, and dual antagonist to Vision at different points.
Yeah.
Like she kind of evolves from one to the other.
Oh my god, it's almost like she goes on a mini arc.
And maybe this is now the best argument for just the Avengers films in general. It's just good to feel that every character has enough of an active status that most of them could qualify.
Yeah, it's like Rhodey in Civil War was actually quite good. Like he's a little part in a bigger piece, but he fully works as that. Everyone in no one was saying in Infinity War that no one was bringing their A game, or like that this character wasn't contributing anything. It's like everyone on that in that film was doing something.
Yeah. I know. I agree now that I agree with you that it's oversimplified, but now I'm thinking. Yeah, no.
What's Star-Lord's role in Infinity War? Is he protagonist or? Because he is told by Gamora that if Thanos gets her, he has to kill her. So he has to make a climactic decision that would trigger whether or not the rest of the plot happens. Let's ignore the fact that he's stopped, but like he has to make that decision because we're gonna get into that a lot with these characters. It's like, oh, Thor makes a climactic decision, but he was stopped. Wanda makes a climactic decision, but she's stopped. And we've also got to like consider the fact that like Star-Lord, he punches Thanos and causes him to wake up. So he's given 2 opportunities to be the protagonist.
But that's the thing. Failure is still a choice. Like, it doesn't mean just because they failed, they
Oh
weren't
yeah,
given
no,
the.
I agree.
But what you had me thinking though was like, I was like, yeah, no, I'd give Star-Lord an ally role, but I don't know if this is where terms and that get a bit iffy because it's like I wouldn't give him.
I think for the plot, he does way more than Tony.
Well, like he's certainly assisting the Avengers in the sense, like during that battle, his role, ignoring all the antagonist-protagonist terms, his role is clearly to get in the way.
Yes.
It's his own plotline. Where I was like, because I was like, yeah, you've got Tony's plotline, which has him, Peter, Doctor Strange, like, because I would consider Doctor Strange like mentor ally kind of thing. He doesn't have his own plotline.
He's the most support of anything.
Yeah.
His role is to throw portals around so people can get places.
Yeah, well, it's the way I look at Cap as well. Like, we think of Cap as a main character, but he's really just there to assist Vision.
Yeah.
Like, Vision is the main center of that plotline.
Yep.
And then Thor as well with Rocket and whatnot. So it's like, as far as Star-Lord goes, it's like, well, the problem is that when they first run into Thor, would you just consider them like part of Thor's plotline and then part of Tony's plotline? Or do they just have their own plotline because, like you said, he's given his own goal of protect Gamora? He's not like Doctor Strange where his goal is to actively help one of the other characters. He has his own pathline. Yeah, maybe this is the problem with all this protagonist antagonist stuff. Better to think, what is their actual functional role? Like, what are they meant to achieve?
Yeah, it's like, can you be more specific than protagonist or antagonist?
Yeah.
I don't want to say when you can boil a character down to their plot function, because it ignores the whole Star-Lord serves a really significant plot function. I really hate it, but he does. But to reduce him down to that sort of robs him of like the emotional baggage with those same decisions.
But that's where I go, like, it's not necessarily that's all he does, but that's the central reason he's in the story.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's just you want to reduce it to something that doesn't remove a lot of the sort of I guess why we should care they're like that.
Yeah, because he could have just been an annoying
douchebag who stops the heroes from achieving their goal. He could have been the bumbling buffoon. But you really don't want to pitch your character like that, and you don't want to portray one of your heroes as a bumbling idiot who causes half of the universe to die.
I do believe that's why, though, we have a bother with that plot point. Like, it doesn't annoy me nearly as much as it seemed to annoy
I'm completely on board with him doing that. In fact, if I was in his position, I'd probably do the same thing. I'd probably want to beat his ass.
I think that the trouble is, like, it's justified within his character.
Yep.
But like you said, you don't want to pitch it that way. I think that's been the trouble, is that people, when we were watching that, it's like, we know he's going to make that mistake. It's within his character that he'd make that mistake. But the fact that that's the main thing he contributes to, like, Doctor Strange gives up the Time Stone for Tony. That's like his last defining decision. Yeah. Tony gets stabbed by Thanos, but it's like this tragic, like, Tony didn't lose on purpose. He didn't go, oh, I'm about to get stabbed, I'll just stand here and get stabbed. He did everything he could to win and missed.
Yeah.
And that meant something because he'd
fallen on his own sword.
Whereas by Star-Lord, like, when Tony actively goes, don't do it, we've almost
got this off.
And Star-Lord goes, nah, I'm going to have an emotional moment. It's like that moment makes sense.
It's completely undermined by the fact that, like, the people around him should have stopped him.
Well, even then, it's like, what did we see him do in the film is, like, that is his main function. And so there's this little notion in the back of our minds that goes, sure, that's his character and that's what he'd do, But like to use a D&D example, it's like going into a D&D campaign where you want everyone involved to have fun and to like your character on some level, and then you're like, your character is being a douche, and you're like, that's what my character would do. And it's like, yes, it's within your motivations, but tone it down.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of, it would have been interesting if Star-Lord had done something in between, because I think what happened was he was competitive with Thor, so he's being like a child with Thor, again, within his character.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have much dignity in the film, I think, is what I'm getting at. Like, he's not really well served in that sense. He's kind of undermined by Thor. He's told by Gamora to kill her if Thanos gets her. He loses Gamora, which is fine. So now he's got a quest, get Gamora back. He discovers that Gamora's died, so naturally has an emotional response. But all he's really been allowed to do in the film to like shine as a character is fail to kill his girlfriend and then ruin the entire mission.
I think
he's not exactly.
I think his commitment to killing Gamora speaks a lot about him, and the fact that it really endears Thanos towards him.
Yeah.
Like, not that it means much, but like, I really like the line, I like him.
Yeah. No, it's but that's the thing. I think I like Thanos for that.
Oh yeah, no, sure. I really like Thanos in Infinity War 2.
Like maybe that's really what I'm getting at. Is like, yeah, it's there's character in all that stuff. I guess it's just in a film where a lot of people fail at their main mission. Everyone else kind of got the opportunity to achieve something first.
Yeah.
Like Thor, what was it? Yeah, Thor got the hammer by taking a star to the face.
Yeah.
Tony. Now think about it, Tony.
Yeah,
really...
that's why I said Star-Lord does more for the plot than Tony does. Tony's decision is when he's on the donut ship, he has a confrontation with Strange, which basically is him committing to going to Titan to fight Thanos rather than go to Earth. And it's because of that a lot of people die.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm starting to think, man, Tony's an idiot in Infinity War.
I respect his decision. I respect his decision to be like, we'll go in with the elements of surprise. We've got a wizard, we've got Spider-Man. We'll try and do something. That's kind of what I really respect about Tony, is like, he might not always make the best decisions, but he'll always make a decision.
Yeah.
Especially in a post-Civil War era. Like, fucking hell, Civil War was like the shot in the arm that Tony needed.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. No, but now it's bothering me. I'm like, yeah, wow, Tony. I've been pointing at Star-Lord, like, what? Yeah, Tony, Star-Lord lost it for everybody. It's like, well, yeah, Tony kind of went along with that. But no, I think the difference is that Star-Lord's decision comes after that. Like, it wasn't like Tony's plane almost got the glove off them. It was only because of Star-Lord that their plan supposedly didn't work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing, is like, a lot of people will throw animosity towards Star-Lord because of that. And just sort of like, all the characters, like Rhodey doesn't really do anything, does he? But people still give him a pass. They're like,
hang on, for a second there I was like, was Rhodey in the film? Oh,
yeah.
Right, he was.
Yeah, he was there because General Ross was in the film as well, remember?
Yeah, right, yeah. And for a second there I was like, Rhodey wasn't with Tony, so what was his point in the movie?
What does Falcon do? Unfouring Bucky didn't really do much.
Yeah.
Hulk almost had more to do than Tony. Hulk's thing was just like telling people that Thanos is coming.
Yeah.
Because like, when they got to Wakanda, he was like, backseat, Bruce. Because we've got Shuri, we don't need you.
Yeah, like I don't mind too much that, like, say Bucky wasn't given focus.
Oh yeah, but that's because they're always supporting characters, whereas someone like Tony.
Yeah, and I think that's the trick, is like, Star-Lord was suddenly given this main role that actually made a big impact, and that impact is remembered for wrecking it. Like, it's not the... Yeah. like Thor failed, but we're kind of like, yeah, but Thor's done so much already.
Yeah, look how much he's
Like,
suffered.
yeah, like he's deserved a loss once in a while. Whereas the other, yeah, there's something about the way Star Wars, like, yeah, it doesn't bother me as much as I'm like, yeah, but that's what Star Wars' character is. It's just like I get why that's an infuriating role for some people
Yeah.
because it's like that's his role is to mess it up when. Yeah, he's kind of just shown up and been like, I can be like Thor, I can be like Iron Man. Oh, I ruined the mission. Whoops. Like he doesn't have that same like gravitas or
Yeah, there's
hero.
it's a bit flimsier, and also the fact that like he never gets a moment to really reflect on it.
Yeah.
Because
Doesn't
like
get,
his two closing lines in Infinity War are Thanos goes through the portal going like, only one more to go, and Star-Lord just shoots at him manically, and then he falls and goes, oh shit, did we just lose? And then when everyone starts dusting, he says, oh man. And then he turns to dust. He doesn't get a moment to go like, oh, maybe this is in part my fault. Even in Endgame, he never gets... His dialogue is... I think the only thing he says in Endgame is, Gamora? I thought I lost you. And then he talks about getting hit in the nuts. Oh no. I'm gonna kill Grandpa. I will win. I'm the greatest duelist. I've beaten up an old man. Yeah. Home time.
and I'm back.
Right.
Sorry, my phone went flat.
I assumed it was something like that. Like, we've been having storms sort of all day. But I assumed it was either, like, technology or, I don't know, a power outage or something.
Yeah, I mean, my internet does actually say I'm only on 1 out of 5 bars,
Oh.
which is weird. I know 1 out of
1 out of 10, even worse. Oh, shit.
1 out of 4, but now it's up to 2 out of 4. We're all good.
Okay.
The last thing you said was the 2 words.
Oh, yeah, he says, did we just lose when Thanos gets the time stone and you go through the portal? He falls down trying to like shoot him, but he doesn't go through the portal. I think it would have been really cool if he died on Earth, like if he went through the portal as well. And we just see him like chasing down Thanos like a rabid dog. I think that would have been visually quite cool. Earth is a very traumatic place for Star-Lord, apparently. Like, it's the place where his mother died. It's a place he hasn't been to in a very long time. So him dying on Earth would be kind of cool.
Yeah, he kind of like never, even after they win, he doesn't like stay there. He's just
yeah.
like, oh, well, time to leave again.
Yeah, and that's something that James Gunn has said just on Twitter, is like Earth is very traumatic for essentially what I've just said. Earth is very traumatic. It's where he's lost everyone. That he doesn't want to be on Earth. He doesn't like being on Earth.
Oh, okay.
And I can really respect that. Someone who's lived in space essentially all of their life, following the most traumatic event of their life as a child.
Yeah.
And it has everything to do with Star-Lord as a character being someone unwilling to sort of sit down and deal with his own traumas until plot happens, essentially. And he realizes he has to grow.
Yeah. I mean, even that, like, it does seem...
Oh, it's
like, say,
very
when
flimsy.
Thor... Well, even like you were saying, though, if he doesn't get a moment to reflect, it's like... Tony got the moment between him and Strange to say, like, what defeating Thanos means to him. I suppose, like, Gamora and Star-Lord talked about why he needs to kill her if
Yep.
Thanos. They didn't necessarily talk about why Star-Lord needed to keep her. Like, it wasn't really from Star-Lord's point of view.
Yeah, well, I mean, he loved her. I think that's reason enough.
Well, like, we get that. But like you said with the reflect thing, like, Thor doesn't just... Like, we understand when Thor goes to get his hammer, that he's angry because Loki got killed and his parents got killed. But by him and Rocket having the conversation about it, and, like, you know, Rocket's thing of, you know, what if you're wrong? And he goes, well, what more could I lose? Like, that just adds
Yeah,
weight
it's
to
all
it.
compounding.
Yeah. So it's like, by the time Thor loses, it's not just that he lost, and not just that he... Yeah, it's like, it's... They get the moment to really try at the thing they want to do, and then even if they fail, they've also had a conversation about why they want to do the thing.
Yeah.
Then they've done the thing, and then they failed at something. So it's like, whereas Star-Lord kind of... Yeah.
I agree he's not given a lot, but it is a very sort of simple thing to sort of get behind with him.
Yeah. I just wonder... I'm now wondering if they'd had just... I know it's already a thick film as it is, but, like, if they'd... I wonder if they just had another scene...
It could have been longer, I swear.
Yeah, but, like, just, like, a single scene... And that's the thing, I'm not talking about pacing or anything, I'm just, like... I wonder if there was a single scene where it's Star-Lord and maybe, like, Nebula or something.
Just reflecting on the fact that, like, that's her sister and that's his partner.
Yeah, and, like, Nebula saying, I came back to get her, and he's like, trust me, we'll get her back. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. Like, just something that makes me go, oh,
the
no.
issue is, when... so, Nebula isn't there when they're making the plan. She arrives halfway through the battle. So there wouldn't have been that moment. But you could have had, like, maybe Spider-Man asks him about, like, you've been in space. Have you hooked up with anyone? And he goes, yeah, there is this girl, Gamora. And just Parker trying to get, like, girlfriend advice, I guess, from Star-Lord. But the more he hears from Star-Lord, the more he's like, oh, you're not a very good role model. I reckon that would have been interesting.
Yeah. Well, even just Star-Lord and Tony. Because, like, there's a lot of shenanigans about doing the plan and the egos of them. But wouldn't it have been interesting if, like, Star-Lord had have said to Tony, hey, I get this plan, but, like, not just a joke of, well, we'll do the plan, it'll be a lot better. But, like, hey,
well, maybe instead of jokey, instead of jokey, have Star-Lord be angry, and have sort of Mantis go, you know, the empath, be like, this is how he's feeling, while Star-Lord's... Oh, have her say that to, like, Spider-Man or Strange, while Iron Man and Quill are in the background arguing.
Yeah. And then you have, like, Tony's just trying to hold it together. But I like the idea of, like, reflect that and have Star-Lord do something like, you know, my girlfriend is on the line for this. So if you want to go charging in, you've got to let us do it. And Tony's like, that's a horrible idea. And he's like, no, we'll get the glove off him, I promise. It's like, and what if you what if you've learned something you don't want to hear? And he goes, well,
I
what would
think
you
I think
do if
that's
you lost your
I think
girl?
that's too on the nose, but
Yeah, no, but
because
it's like,
he doesn't know at this point that like he's fighting a doomed battle because Gamora's already dead
yeah,
from his perspective, which makes it super interesting then.
yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like some angle where Star Lord is clearly on a rage path, and Tony is like, yeah, don't do that. But it's like, it's not just in the moment. Like we're slightly more built up to it, and just reflect on the fact that like, would Tony make the same decision had Pepper been in that situation?
Look,
And
Tony,
then
you
like,
don't understand. I spent 2 films trying to get into this green girl's pants. In fact, by the end of our second film, she's not even kind of okay with me. We don't even kiss until earlier in this film. You don't
yeah,
understand. This has been a long-form romance, Tony. I'm invested in
oh,
this person, so invested that I'd go 2 films trying to be with her.
yeah,
The,
maybe
the
it is just
closest we
like this
got
is,
to was holding hands.
yeah, it really is. I think that we just haven't delved enough into Star Wars.
Yeah, he's had 2 films, whereas Tony's had 10 years.
Whereas I think if it's in some way, if we'd reflected our Star Wars feeling onto Tony, we would have gone, oh yeah. In Tony's case, he would totally wreck hell. Like, he would make a severe mistake under that situation. And then as soon as we've learned that as soon as Star Wars learns that Gamora's dead, we're not going, oh no, he's not going to do that, is he? We're instead going, oh god, no, they mentioned that before. No, no. Like, it might just prepare it a little bit.
Would it
'Cause I
have?
think, yeah,
No, this wouldn't work at all. But I'm sort of speculating. But like, what if we don't get the Vormir scene? We get so Thanos says to Gamora, show me where the Soul Stone is." Then the rest of the film happens as regular. And then we cut to Thanos arriving on Titan, and it's not until they've got him subdued that we actually learn what happened.
yeah. Oh, that'd be a nice little. I like, yeah. At this point, I'm recognizing like this is a hindsight thing that we're going. That didn't quite land,
And that's the thing.
and
I
then
think
trying to work out
it
the final.
landed quite well.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to think of things that I think might improve it, but might have made it worse. But yeah, it'd be interesting to me to have that like reveal of they grab the glove and realize the soul stone's in it, and it's like Star-Lord looks at that and goes, "Wait a second," and then we go, "Oh my god, hang on, that's the soul stone." But then, where's Gamora? And then we have the revelation at the same time Star-Lord does. I wonder. Yeah,
He could use the reality stone to show them what happened.
and this is the problem though with when like they say,
Oh,
people.
fuck. Do you remember when the trailer came out for Infinity War? And I think we were sort of going like, oh, the sky's the fucking limit with this film, actually. Because, like, it just looks so big in scope. It looks really cool. Thanos is getting the Infinity Stones. You know, these stones that we've spent, like, 5 films establishing what, like, 5 of them kind of do. Wouldn't it be really cool if he used them in creative ways? Like, on Titan, he uses the Reality Stone to get them to fight each other instead.
Yeah.
Like imagine,
like,
imagine if all of he uses the Reality Stone to show them Vormir, and he throws Gamora, and Star-Lord jumps after her, thinking that's the real Gamora.
Oh, that'd be. See, yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Is like it's one of those frustrations with criticism. Is it's like it's always very easy for us on the outside to go, ah, I didn't necessarily like entirely what they did.
Yeah, this is
But
essentially the Nando B movie script doctor bullshit. It's like it's not constructive, but it's fun.
The problem is saying if only they'd done something opposite, or if only they'd done something else, then it would have been good. It's like we don't know that because execution still matters over there, and that might have been executed worse than this, or might not have contributed the thing you think. It's like it's easy to find an issue, but not easy to fix it.
Yeah. I think a really clear thing would be like reading the leaks for No Way Home. I thought that was going to be a fucking disaster. 3 Spider-Men? What? We only need 1. Yeah. One of them has gone on like a far more substantial journey than the other 2 combined. Yeah. We only need Tom.
5 villains. 3 was unhandleable for Sony. It's like, yeah.
See, I don't really like the criticism that the film has gotten, that like it couldn't even juggle 5 because it reduces 2 of them to like minor roles, when like yeah, if you want to have 5 villains, you kind of got to do that. And the film doesn't suffer because it did that.
I do. I mean, again, I haven't seen it yet, so I'm completely going off what other people have said. But it does strike me as odd that people would complain that they couldn't juggle 5 villains. Because
I think they did it quite well.
I get it if they say that none of the villains were done well. But
This is the best Green Goblin film. This is a pretty damn good Doc Ock thing. Electro, as far as I'm concerned, he's fixed from the Amazing Spider-Man universe. Who are the other ones? Lizard and Sandman. Oh, who fucking cares about the fucking Sandman? He's there because like that's nostalgia and it's fine.
Yeah, it's no, what I think I was actually going for was when people are now also complaining that it's not the Sinister Six. And I'm like, I agree, it's weird to do 5 villains when you could have easily done 6. But then to imagine that they would have done 6, and people would have gone, they should have stopped at 5, or they should have stopped at 3. Or like it's annoying when they try to balance 3 villains as if they're all the main villain.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you can't do 5 villains. I'm just surprised that Sony can help themselves and actually managed, as far as I've heard, they've actually managed to like balance who gets the most screen time kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like that's how you do, it's like the Avengers. Like we were saying before, like Tony is kind of front and center. Cap and Thor are kind of there as like the backup event. Like they're the main Avengers-ish. They're all in there fighting each other. Hulk is like the big surprise draw card. And like Black Widow is also useful, but not necessarily like she doesn't have her own film. And then Hawkeye is like mind controlled and not really there.
Yeah.
But like that's their hierarchy of. Have I missed one? Is it only 5?
Hawkeye,
Yes.
Thor.
No, yeah, no, I got him. But yeah, it's like it's not that there's too many characters like with Doctor Who. It's not there's too many characters. It's there's too many wasted characters. And in something like Spider-Man: No Way Home, when you're doing a 3 Spider-Man film, it's like the Black Order. Like, of course, some of them are gonna be padding fluff villains. You just need a certain amount to balance out the amount of heroes you got.
Yeah, it's about putting for the Black Order. It's about putting obstacles in the way. In the case of Spider-Man: No Way Home, because the plot is about curing the villains, like it's harder to say like, they needed to be having more scenes. There needed to be more conflict. There needed to be more action sequences. When no, the heroes don't even want that.
Yeah. Although I do wonder about them. Like if they're all given their own redemption moment of sorts.
They're not redeemed, they're healed is the difference. Because the interesting thing about the sort of Spider-Man villains is usually they're good people who something terrible happens to, and that sort of exposes some things under the surface that causes them to keep going down that villainous path and sort of disregard morality.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you were to undo that, the sort of implication is like, oh, if Connors wasn't the lizard, he wouldn't be as insane.
And that would be a different too.
Yeah.
If it was like, if they'd said in the 6th villain is Rhino from the Sam Raimi trilogy, you'd be like, there wasn't a Rhino, and there is now new villain. And we'd be like, I don't know who it is. But they do have the benefit of, we've seen the other Spider-Man films.
Oh,
like
sure.
We do understand what their characters
Topher
are
Grace. His venom couldn't be redeemed. They couldn't heal him.
That's actually...
I guess some people deserve to die.
Tom Holland turns to Tobey Maguire and goes, should we go back to your universe and cure the rest of them? It's like, nah. He wants to
No,
be cured.
no.
He'll get it all.
Green Goblin and Doc Ock and Sandman, those were the only ones. There were no other villains. Oh, but you said earlier that you fought a black alien from space. Yeah, I did. I did fight him.
He also killed my best friend, but we're not going to cure him either.
Oh, yeah. Fuck Harry, I guess.
Yeah, actually, yeah, in both universes. Because as far as I know, Amazing Spider-Man's Harry doesn't show up either.
No, he doesn't. But it's interesting. It's like the most conflict really outside of the physical fight at the end is like some of the villains say, no, I like myself better this way. I just want to get back to my universe though. So if playing along with you, Tom Holland, means that can happen, then I guess I'll go along with it.
Yeah.
It's just characters like... Wait, what? Sorry?
Oh, no, I was just thinking offhand, how awkward would it be if Tom Holland was like, hey, more Spider-Man, got any wisdom for me? And they're like, let us go home. We don't want to be here. We're not interested in this. We've already fought these guys. That's your problem now.
Well, that's the thing, and I really like it, is that you get dialogue of like, because Tobey Maguire witnessed the death of both Goblin and Otto, that like the film sort of suggests that like he spent a long time thinking of like what he could have done differently to try and save them. That like this does feel like just a nice bow on top of the little gift that was the Raimi films of like, he saved the day, and he also, at a later point in time, saved them.
Yeah, it's a weird vibe I'm getting from this film, which is what makes me excited to see it. Is like, it comes across like the finale to all the cancelled films.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost a blessing in disguise that both Sam Raimi's trilogy and the Amazing Spider-Man trilogy were
inconclusive, essentially.
His fourth film and his third film were cancelled.
Yeah.
So then Tom Holland's third film can do all three. Like, that's... Yeah. Like, none of them were wrapped up, so they were able to do one merging finale.
I think the film is very neat.
Yeah.
But that's the larger point of like, fan fiction can sound really stupid. It's all about execution. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Case in point, I love that they're finally doing something with the Doctor and Yaz. It's annoying that they're only doing it
2 episodes before the finale.
3 seasons. But what's better, using 3 seasons to build something up, or 3 episodes? Keep in mind, they're starting with this was existing the whole time. That may be all we get from it. Like, it's not even that it just started. It didn't just pop up. Yaz didn't decide she has feelings for the Doctor now. Just Dan's like, oh yeah, this is totally, I can see this off screen.
Well, don't you get it? He spent 4 years with her off screen.
Yeah, Yaz didn't spend any of that with the Doctor.
Well, no, but she looked at that hologram a few times, apparently.
Yeah. I guess that counts.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy
Like,
saying that was really bad, that episode.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. It is the case now where I'm just like, I give up, throw my hands up in the air. I enjoyed bits of it, but I'm looking things to like. In that, I hated the main couple.
Well, that is because they're not a couple. They lack any sort of chemistry. They spend more time with Aisling B's character, sort of going, you're a fucking weirdo. And as an audience member, I'm going, yeah, he is a fucking weirdo. Yeah. Why on earth? Like,
I keep going, what? Get away from me. Like, even when he showed up, the first scene of him,
he's just a bit creepy.
Okay, we're like 5 seconds in, and she's on the phone, and there's a guy in the background staring at her, smiling. And I thought he was a ghost or a demon. I thought he was the main villain of the episode. Because he was
Eve of the Daleks. He must be the Daleks.
yeah, it was just
What's
like the way
the-
he was smiling and the way she couldn't see him. I just thought this guy's possessed by something or something. And then he's like, "Hello, I brought my Monopoly board."
I feel like
And then he goes, exposition of I don't know. Yeah, it was very badly written, but I liked the Dalek and the running around. It's my critical brain is going, yeah, nah. Wouldn't advise anyone to write anything like this.
No, I would. Just in terms of like the concept, I should say.
Yeah.
Because it's a strong concept.
Yeah.
Groundhog Day with a Dalek in the Doctor Who universe. Like, it reminds me of the Moffat thing of like, you have a good Doctor Who story when you've blown that big picture idea. Like, they can't make a film out of it now because you've already done that thing on Doctor Who, or you've had that sort of ambition. And I think this was a very strong idea. The execution was just dreadful because it's Chris Chibnall.
Yeah, see, I wonder because as soon as the Dalek showed up, all signs of stakes went off for me. Like, I did post that point think, but if they're gonna be instantly killed by the Dalek, then what's the point? Like, it's not something they're trapped in with, and they get increasingly less time to reason with it. The fact that it was a Dalek that's just gonna immediately shoot them, and then they try again, and then they get shot. Then
No. It's not that. It's not that they get shot and they try again. It's that they die and then they get revived by the time loop bullshit. And then they stand in a corridor and then the Dalek shoots at them with its little sort of machine gun laser thing and misses every fucking shot. It's like, it's so inconsistent with when they can hit or not that it's becoming frustrating.
Oh yeah. It's yeah, I don't know. It's one of those times where I just have to say I had fun with it, and then I can't explain why, because I'm like, every aspect of this doesn't work, and I do feel like I there is something about the fact that they instantly die, or like you said, they run away and it's inconsistent. But I think that's the only chance they had. Like, that's the problem with that concept, is you go, oh, if the Daleks
don't give them the machine gun.
Yeah.
No, I think they literally missed a trick. So when the episode starts and the guy was going, oh, I'd like to put my Monopoly board in storage, I thought it was going to be revealed that like he was using that as like an excuse to get in there, and he was actually storing the human-made Daleks from last Christmas special. And they're like continuing that story of like, oh, there was one Dalek that came to Earth and humans got that and they mass produced the Daleks. And then in last year's special, all the Daleks were destroyed. And then in this one, we learn except for one. I thought that would have been quite nice. And it would be that Dalek already in the facility that is sort of owned by that guy. And he's like maybe trying to fix it. Because it's got like these riot equipment. It's got the water cannon thing. It's got the pepper spray or whatever. Maybe he's like he's picked up some other parts and he's like just modifying it, trying to make it into like a little thing or something. Maybe he has memories of actual Daleks and he's really interested. He wants to own a Dalek. That kind of thing. Yeah. And then the Doctor can come with a TARDIS and create the time loop bullshit. And then it would be like, the characters involved in this are aware of all the things going on, that we don't need the Daleks to explain what the fuck is going on, because the Doctor doesn't even know what's going on. The Daleks are able to pinpoint that the TARDIS did it, when the Doctor couldn't even do that.
Yeah.
They're like, we've scanned your TARDIS, Doctor. You know, a thing that we've consistently been able to do, apparently.
Even then, like, the dogs don't try to do anything about the TARDIS itself.
No, because they're convinced that if they kill the Doctor enough, that they will win. When all they needed to do was wait until the end of the time period, and it would just, they would just die.
Actually, yeah, no,
By
yeah,
participating in the time loop, they doomed themselves because they kept giving information.
yeah. Well, that, yeah, no. Actually, I've just remembered. That's why I enjoyed it to an extent, and I know that sounds kind of
Ah,
bullshit now.
I'm pointing out issues, and
Yeah,
you're like, oh yeah, but I enjoyed it even more.
no, it's the Flock syndrome. It is the Flock syndrome. The same way I liked Sontaran. I want
The
to say
War of the
Sontaran Strike.
Sontaran.
Yeah, the same reason I liked. I should stop saying I liked because fundamentally I didn't like them. I enjoyed them,
Right.
and that is a just me. So I enjoyed in War of the Sontarans that Jodie finally had an attitude to her and was on her own doing stuff. I enjoyed
What
the
attitude?
adventure with the Sontarans. Like
She,
I
she
enjoyed
didn't
that.
she didn't have an attitude. She had an attitude in the last 10 seconds when the guy destroys a ship. She's like,
No, I enjoyed. No, I enjoyed when she was talking to the Sontaran, and
I wouldn't call that an attitude. I would say she's being
yeah,
snarky.
but yes, snarky more than any other episode. I like her snarkiness. I certainly like that. But that's the thing. Like I understand that's not like the main flow of the episode. Like it's completely out of nowhere. It's not consistent with her characterization. Um, Same way like I like her snarkiness to the Grand Serpent in episode 6. I don't like the rest of it, but I like that bit. Um, Alright, I enjoyed that bit. I mean,
Why must you
yeah,
remind me of the Grand Serpent? A complete waste of time.
yeah. This is what I mean though. Like I'm enjoying. I feel like Jodie's gotten more and more. I want to say into the role, but freedom. Like she's allowed to be snarky and allowed to have more energetic characteristics.
You know what's really fucking weird now that you say that, actually? Is that when she got the role, Chibnall told her not to watch Doctor Who so she can, like, form her own sort of interpretation of the character. And she just
Yeah,
didn't fucking do that.
no, and she's slowly devolved into what I would consider as more like the Doctor.
Right.
Like it's only recently that I'm like, wait a second, she's being Matt Smith's Doctor. Like, yeah.
Oh,
Um,
I'm gonna be honest, if, hypothetical. Oh, in some fantasy fucking world, if I was to ever play the Doctor, if someone was to compare me to Matt Smith, I think I would just quit.
what is that?
Because I don't think he was the strongest Doctor at all.
Right.
Like, he's probably actually one of the weakest portrayals, I think, of the
Yeah.
show. And this is having seen a fair bit of the classic stuff now.
Yeah.
But, like, he's definitely... if you look at the modern lineup, you got, like, Eccleston, fantastic. Tennant, fantastic. Capaldi, oh, glorious. Then you get, like... I'm not a big fan of the first Doctor, but it's fine. Second Doctor, amazing. Third Doctor, really fun. Fourth Doctor, really good. And then you get to 5 and 6, and they're a bit But then you get Sylvester McCoy, and like he's doing something distinct. Whereas Matt Smith, he's just being weird. He's being weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's angry, and sometimes he looks a bit sad. That
I
like
do wonder-
there's not enough. Oh, there is. He has a range in his performance, but it's not drawn upon in any sort of like compelling way about half the time because they focus too much on him being weird. That's why I say if I was to be compared to Matt Smith, I would just quit. I'd be like, well, I've done it wrong then.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Because I have wondered that recently, in the sense that I haven't seen much of the classic era. Like, I've seen bits, but
You are cutting out, my dude.
it's with Capaldi.
I heard the word Capaldi. Oh my god. The worst part is you're gonna have to repeat all of this when I can finally hear you again.
I wonder how much my opinion of each Doctor would change if I got.
You've cut out again. Oh my god. I heard like a sentence and then back to radio silence. This is so frustrating.
Was that?
You want to just type what you're saying because you keep cutting out.
Alright, hang on. How do I type them?
Oh, hang on. You might be good. Quick, say it before you cut out again.
Alright, all I was saying is that I've had discussions about this and trying to like pinpoint my favorite Doctor, because I was thinking like Capaldi recently, and then was like, no, you know what? It is an apples and oranges thing. I like all of them equally, except for Whittaker's Doctor, only because it's the current one and it's been frustratingly inconsistent.
Right.
Like, I wonder in rose-tinted glasses, whether once this era is all over, all I'll remember from her is the dialogue in War from the Sontarans, where she's when she's being sassy to the Sontaran. Then we'll have the interrogation with the Grand Serpent. We'll have her in this episode. Like I'll just like filter just the bits that I liked, and then somewhere down the track go, yeah, no, she's just as good. I like them all equally, because it's like they've all kind of just summed up to a higher. I've started thinking that I just like the Doctor themselves.
Right.
As an underneath character, like, do I like Eccleston more than I like Tennant, or vice versa? And I go, well, I just like that they're both the Doctor. So I'm like, well, Capaldi has my favorite episodes, but I don't know if that makes
isn't that fucking wild to say out loud? We complained so much, but
yeah, it's. But that's what I mean. Like when I think about my complaints with Capaldi's era, I'm like, I think my complaints still stand. I've just begun to like the bits that I like more, and that has filtered over it. So the same thing might happen to Whittaker depending on how her regeneration goes. Like it's not. I'm not saying I'll think in retrospect that her writing was any good, but that she might just have a moment in her regeneration that makes me go, oh, that sums up this era. Oh, well, now that I've got that note in my head, the way I think about that sounds good. Like I think that's really what's gone on. There are bits of each Doctor that I really, really like, and now I just watch compilations of their best moments and just go, yeah, I like the Doctor. And all of these incarnations did something at some point that made me go, yeah, that's the Doctor.
Sure.
It's a weird out, but I'm just like, whenever I try to argue which one's the best, I end up just going, I can't pick it. And I just end up picking my favorite episodes, of which there is at least one per Doctor, except Whittaker, so far.
What's your favorite Matt Smith episode then? Oh, you know what? This will be really fun. Let's do this for all of them. What's your favorite first Doctor? No, we'll start with Eccleston.
Yeah, Eccleston, the Dalek, or just Dalek.
Yeah.
Tennant is... The first thing that came to mind was Blink, but it's not Blink. Midnight.
Good choice. That's the thing. My choice for Tennant's actually probably going to be Turn Left, which is really fucking ironic because he's not in it.
Yeah, I mean, like Waters of Mars is also super up there, but my personal favorite is Midnight.
Right.
Then yeah, Matt Smith. I want to say the God Complex, but also Vincent and the Doctor.
What, you don't like the Lodger?
No.
What about what was the second one for that? Closing Time, that's what it was called.
No, I don't know. No, I don't.
Wow, you're just a hater. Just because James Corden was in it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, the Doctor's wife, actually, for that one.
Oh, yeah, the Doctor's wife, yes. Yeah.
God Complex is a really good second, though. Because, like, I fucking love the God Complex.
Also, Vincent, and this is where I kind of go, is it because of the Doctor, or is it just because it's a damn good story?
I think
Like,
most people would say it's because of the scene where the Doctor takes Vincent to the future. I think
yeah.
that's what most people would say, uh, ignoring the fact that it's an episode about depression and how it affects a person, his mental illness, and the issue is that it's visualized. It's a chicken monster. That was a really bad decision, and people seem to
Yeah,
ignore that a lot.
I do ignore that. Yeah, I really ignore that.
Because
But yeah,
it
no, that is.
seems that it kind of undermines the struggles that old Vincent goes through when you can
Yeah.
physically portray the demons he's wrestling with.
I wonder, like, I don't think it's necessarily that it was visualized. I think making it a chicken was a bad move.
It was visualized because remember he stabs it with like a chair or something and it
Yeah.
dies and we see it in the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Is like I don't like that it's a chicken. Like, consider like Heaven Sent, where the thing following him is this cloaked figure.
Yeah,
Like that to me is like you can have something really creepy
I
because I
completely
wonder what
disagree.
they were. I suspect what they were trying to do was they wanted us to get into Vincent's perspective. So if he's the only one who can see
Um,
it, then at some point we need to be able to see it with him.
I can midnight.
But yeah,
Midnight. We didn't need to see the
yeah,
creature. Um,
no, because
I think
that's
it
what.
just completely undermines the point, especially because it's not Vincent giving us insight. It's the Doctor using technology because he's weird and
Yeah,
he could build this. He could build this thing to see
no.
this demon that the character's fighting.
I guess for
Like,
me
oh,
it's like
that's the thing. No, it was visualized. It was in the painting that they see at the start of the
yeah, no,
episode. That's all we
yeah,
needed.
no, but that's the thing. It's not that we. I mean, I guess because that means he's seen it. But I guess what I think they're doing is that, what is it? If we never see it, then we're on the out while Vincent is suffering. But to say that we then see things from his perspective, like we see the stars from his perspective, then we see what he's battling from his perspective. Like at
We
first we're
never
on the out.
do.
Was that?
We never see, we never actually see it. Again, we only ever see it through the device the Doctor makes, which I think,
Oh right, yeah, because you were saying through the mirror.
yeah.
Ah, yeah, I was thinking at the end of it we do see it on the floor
Well,
on its own.
no, I think we see the chair. I think it's still through the Doctor's
Yeah,
device because again, the issue is you shouldn't be going like, and this is the visual representation of his mental illness, and look, he's defeated it because that then still sort of kind of undermines the whole. But he's still
right.
got demons. He's
Yeah,
still got all this sort of trauma about him. Which
yeah,
makes him going to the future, him seeing his legacy and still ending up as he does, even more tragic. We didn't need to see
yeah.
anything. I will die
I
on
mean,
this hill, and that's the thing.
no, that's fine. Yeah,
I think
I,
people will agree with me, generally speaking, if I was to raise this criticism with them. But I just don't think they think about it.
yeah, no, I think it's where I think we just disagree on what, or like you're saying they shouldn't see it at all. I'm saying we should have seen something a little more threatening because then it's like we at least
No.
understand why he's afraid of it.
Well,
Because
no,
a
because
giant
like
chicken, like, it's
that's
not
I think
more of a
that's really
representation.
slimy. That's really disgusting for like the mental illness thing. It's like, oh look, he's suffered so much because he's got a big monster with spikes.
Sure,
I
yeah,
was
but
like, it could have been the Pating, and I still would have been like, no.
yeah, yeah, no, I get that.
Because like the important thing is the Doctor even says like it doesn't really I guess matter in the end. It's like the fact that he and Amy were able to go and be with him for like a few days meant the world. It didn't really matter what he was struggling with. The fact is that they were able to sort of like lift him up for that brief moment
Yeah.
of time, that like visualizing the thing kind of undermines that to me. It makes me go, oh yeah, you stopped the monster because you're the Doctor and that's just the format of the show. But it's less powerful
Yeah.
than...
That's maybe a mistake in general then from that. Like, it's not just that they visualized it. It's that they have to fight an alien monster at all.
Yeah,
Like, oh no, it's not depression. It's just there's just an alien following him. We killed it, so it's fine.
yeah. I give
Yeah.
them credit for like, it's not fine in the end, but the fact that
Yeah.
they fought an alien is the problem.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Um, yeah. But anyway, that's just convinced me. Sure, Vincent and the Doctor has a really nice moment at the end of it, but as far as like favorite Doctor episodes go, then yeah, God Complex and Doctor's Wife. And then Capaldi,
Heaven Sent,
Heaven Sent.
World Nothing Time is a good close second.
Yeah, and then like his other speeches I want to put on it, but in the same reason, like
They're
Rings of
good
Archetype
moments,
yeah,
but
they're not my favorite like episode
yeah.
Doctor episodes. Yeah,
I was like,
like
I
it's
really like Flatline. I like his speech about being the man who
yeah,
stops the monsters, but I could take or leave
it's
most of
not
the
a,
episode.
well, also like in terms of like those episodes where I go, that's the Doctor, and this is a great episode. I don't think it's got enough of him. Like he's
Right.
just
Oh, sure.
it's like
Yeah,
I go, it's a
he's
good
really
episode.
on the back of it.
I do also like Mummy on the Orient
Oh,
Express a lot.
I love that one a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is what I mean. Like, I feel like I've just isolated these specific episodes and gone, yeah, they're great because of these episodes. Be like, what about those ones? Like, yeah, every Doctor has their off days.
Yeah.
But these episodes, that makes them the Doctor. And I don't think I've got any of that from Whittaker. The closest I've gotten is the War of Sontaran thing where she says, take your hat off, mate. On second thoughts, put it back on. That quote has stuck with me. I can't even tell you why. Just that made me go, oh, that I want more of that.
It's because the props department spent a lot of time to make the Sontarans look much better, only to be told, oh yeah, you made them look ugly.
I do think, like now that I think about it, all the things I like about Dan are just the things that I wish Whittaker would do more.
Yeah,
Like she's just
I like Dan.
I'm like, yeah. And again, to go back to this latest episode, the things that I enjoyed were Whittaker being more active, which I've just enjoyed since Flux. Like, just she's doing things, and that's better. It's not good, just better. Dan was, giving attitude to a Dalek. That's always fun. Yaz had an
I'd like
actual
to speak
heartfelt
to your
moment.
manager.
Like, yeah, it's like all the criticism in my brain is running wild. Like, the Daleks are no longer threatening still.
Hang on, that sounds oxymoronic. The Daleks are no longer threatening still.
As in, like, they've just not been a threat for a while, and people keep saying, oh, Chibnall made the Daleks threatening again.
No, he didn't.
And I'm like, they're literally just sidestepping around them.
Yeah.
Like, you can duck now, apparently. Like, but that's the thing. Like, it doesn't really bother me. I'm just like, these are definitely problems. But yeah, I enjoyed that Yaz had an emotional moment with anybody. Like, again, it's not
hang
much.
on, who was it?
Yaz,
who did she have the emotion with?
Dan?
Dan? Right, yeah. That's like in Demons of the Punjab, or like the Ascension of the Cybermen, where the old man character sits with her and goes, "You're amazing."
But that's the thing. I have to like preface it by saying like with Flux, supremely low bar. Like, I have a lot of issues with all of it. Chibnall's writing is ridiculously poor. But at this point, I've made my peace with that, and I'm doing all I can to salvage any moment that I enjoy. It doesn't mean that I think it's a good idea, or that it's a good moment. It's just something I went, that didn't frustrate me to the nth degree. I'll take it.
I feel like if I ever have to make my peace with Chibnall, it should be now, because he's fucking leaving.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it.
I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I'm like, we got 2 episodes to go. you take what you can or not, and it's just like, because I guess it's that at this point, like I'm watching this episode going, all right, issues. I don't find the plot has any stakes to it because we know it's going to cycle around. They mentioned the whole 1 second less or 1 minute less or whatever it is,
which
but like
goes
you
nowhere.
don't feel that. Yeah, there's no like. Then you've got two companions. One complains endlessly, the other is creepy, and notably creepy by every other character in the show. And yet they pair them up at the end of it for no apparent reason.
You know what's actually really
they
weird?
Jeff.
I thought in the trailer, like, I hadn't seen, what is it, Revolution of the Dalek in like what, over a year now. But like I thought it was the same guy. I thought it was the guy who made them. I don't know what that says about me, but
Yeah, no, like people thought at the end of it that the guy at the end was Jeff because they kept mentioning him. And why would he be some guy from the first episode? Like, that's just not... Like, I recognized him because I rewatched some of those several times over. To, like, wrap
wait,
my
hang
head
on. Are you
around.
talking about Carl from the Crane?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, the fact that he comes back is so fucking depressing. Especially the way he comes back is like, oh, these fireworks, are they just for me? Wow.
They may as well brought back Eat My Salad guy. Like, you'd be like, yeah,
No,
sure.
Eat My Salad guy died.
Did
He was
Oh,
he
yeah.
was killed by the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
Some fan you are. Don't even remember that the salad guy's dead.
I can't remember any. Like, I've rewatched a bunch of this several times. I just can't.
I think you're just making excuses because I remembered. Again, I don't know what that says about me, but I remembered.
No, but it's like, yeah, just like it just shows to me that like they brought him back like it's this big reveal. Like not that it's a big reveal, but just like Chibnall's on his way out, so we started doing callbacks. But people didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
They were legitimately like, wait, is that Jeff? Well, why would you think it's Jeff? Because they mentioned him like 80 times in the episode. Like, why would you mention Jeff that often and never have him show up? Even as they were doing it, I thought, the joke's going to be that Jeff never shows up, isn't it? And he didn't. And I was like, yeah, but... Or you could have used this for, a plot point. Or like I know they get the weapons from Jeff, but like, they literally say, I think Jeff lives here. And I was like, Jeff's Chekhov gun. Like, come on. Like, it's not...
Yeah, they could have done a Percy Shelley thing and be like, oh, he's in the basement. Just realized I wasted a card. Shit.
It's just, yeah, there's a lot in this episode still that I go, why are we doing this? But that's the thing, at this point, I'm like, I feel like I'm just going to go around in circles by saying, oh yeah, the two side characters...
Jack, if you keep that up, I'm going to block you.
Was it?
No, I'm just responding to friend in chat who said Jeffov's gun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm going around by saying, like, the two side characters get more time and development than our main characters. But they have one scene for our main characters that totally claim that they've had a big relationship dynamic the entire way through. Like, I'm absolutely sick of it. But I've said that for every episode, because they always focus on the side characters, of which there are always two or more. So I'm like at this point, I'm just like, well, I enjoyed the cast, the main cast enough, so that's nice. Whereas I'm like, if you want me to criticize the episode itself, the whole thing falls apart. I'm not going to defend anything else about it.
I'm still just really stuck on the whole. So they set up the time loop, and it jumps forward a minute every time the loop happens for some reason. I don't think it's ever explained why. But also the whole if Nick dies, because Nick dies at like 5 to 12. So if the clock resets, at like so they're in the 5 to 12 loop if they go to the next one, that means Jeff. No, not Jeff. Nick will stay dead, and they just completely drop it. I still can't wrap my head around that. Of like, what rules are you trying to establish? At all?
I did think. I think it was Council Geeks said it. They're like, when the doctor's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go this way and you all stay here. Which again, I can't believe because JXE's parody was literally that. Just the doctor goes off on her own while everyone sits around and chats about the plot. And that's exactly what he keeps doing. Like, it's still happening. And it's word for word the same thing. But yeah, she's gonna go off and she goes, yeah, but if you go that way and no one saves Nick, then Nick's gonna die because he doesn't make it.
Let's just call him Jeff. It's way easier, apparently.
So like, it's yeah. I remember Jeff because they mention him so often. I don't remember the main two characters' names because they frustrate me.
Oh, hang on, did Aisling B's character have a name? I don't remember what it was.
I want to say Rosalind.
Who?
I want to say Rosalind. I don't know. I want to say Rosalind. I have no idea if it's right.
Why the You know, actually, no. Chibnall named a planet Ranskor Kolos. I could believe he'd go with that name.
Yeah, now let me check, because I'm now like, who is Rosalind?
Maybe she's Jeff.
Everyone's Jeff. Yeah, no, the implication was that the doctor was just going to leave Nick behind. Like, yeah, I understand he doesn't make it, but he's already dead, so let's all get out of here. And like, she was so casual and flippant about it. And even when the Dalek says, oh, you know, you destroyed us all in the flux. And she's like, no, that wasn't me, that was the Subtarans, which I hijacked. I took that as Whittaker knowing that was a sarcastic, like, she knew that doesn't make any sense. I hope that's the case. Like, it did come across like her saying, oh yeah, then you know, that wasn't me, that was the other thing.
That was the
which I couldn't get.
Yeah,
Like, it's such a flimsy. It's like, I don't know if this is Chibnall being inconsistent with his doctor's morality, or this is a on the nose cheek, like tongue in cheek. You know, oh, that wasn't me, that was the other thing that I did. You see what I did there? Like, it's still not a good joke. But I'm like, I think that was an on purpose joke. I think she was being self-aware there. I'm not sure.
I'm still really sick of just the so the flux happened, it destroyed oh, hang on, no, it doesn't even make sense. So the flux final event happened that wiped out all the Daleks, but Swarm and Azure were able to reverse the flux and restore the whole universe, but not including the Daleks that the Doctor destroyed, which should have been reset when they reset the universe, but they also weren't able to reset the universe because the final flux event didn't happen, because time was still stuck on Atropos, which is why he killed them and told the Doctor to fuck off.
You see why people think the flux was better than this?
That's the thing. I've seen a lot of people. I saw a lot of people, but I'm going to be specific with this one. But like Mr. TARDIS was talking about like his season review video was almost at 100k views, but it was made before the flux. And he just put a tweet out going like, "Oh yeah, flux would rank somewhere near the bottom." They're like. It's kind of insane to me that like even people who were defending and liking Flux all the way throughout are still like, yeah, but it's still really bad. It just makes me think maybe we don't live in such a clown world after all.
Well, that's the thing though. I've heard a lot of people say that this episode is nowhere near as good as Flux. Like, there's a complete downstep, and I'm like, you mean downstep in that it's more simple? Or not more simple, like, it's still confused. But, like...
It's in a single location with a very limited cast. Yeah. Ideally, we would understand the stakes, but fucking hell.
Which also, like, I think that's the other thing. When you say it's a good concept,
It is.
I agree. I like the time loop thing, but I wish, as far as like a Groundhog Day situation went, they do more character work, which I think I just wish in general. Like, why couldn't we have looped in a way that it showed how they adapted, like, not to the situation, but to themselves? Like, in Groundhog Day specifically, they have to like interact with the world, and then they slowly change as people by having to do the same event until they
Well,
figure out what they're doing wrong.
well, that's
Not
the
just
thing.
figure out a year ago. It's so superficial.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like they feel like they've done that because in one loop, Aisling B's character hated Jeff, but in the next one, she's like, no, if he dies, he dies. Oh no.
Yeah.
uh,
Like, oh, I didn't go back for you, and it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you love him.
yeah.
Like,
It's like there are things in between A and B,
yeah.
that you
And they
failed to
never
do.
like was never even call back to. Like, I thought it was just my brain was pinging so much of like opportunities. I think is the other thing. Like, I wasn't necessarily
My brain was
hating it.
fucking
Like,
checked out. It had
like,
left that building.
Like, they were going, oh, Jeff brought this thing, and I'm like, oh, so maybe they'll use that. They don't want to just blow it up. Like, maybe they'll use that for something. And then they were like, oh, like, the lady, like, never checked. She ran the place for 5 years. She never once checked any of Jeff's stuff.
Well, she didn't care.
Really? Yeah, but, like...
But also, like, I'm not sure how it works. I'm not sure if they're, without, like, sort of just cause, they'd be allowed to, like, check what's being stored.
No, but she had all those
Because
specific
wouldn't
rules
that be,
of,
like, just a massive, sort of, necessarily, like, a violation, but, like, why would people, store their stuff at a secure facility if the owners can just go in willy-nilly and look at stuff?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they're not, they're not allowed to look at the storage, maybe.
I've got to assume that's what it is.
It just seemed like really lax security for her when she was just like, oh my god, everything we ever don't allow down here is down here. Like, well, if you have rules, how are you going to enforce them ever? Like, it'd be one thing if you just say, we just store stuff. We don't want to look. But others say, you can't store any of the following contraband. Oops, they did. Like, yeah, you're not... What's the point of the rules? What's the point? You're not even going to follow up or enforce any of them. But anyway, yeah.
What were we talking about before we got distracted by a fucking terrible episode of television? So hang on, I do want to do the last conclusive bit of this episode probably highlights best why I think Doctor Who should adopt the Sherlock model of less episodes, but the episodes are longer. So then you have the room to do a big idea, and you also have the time to explore it.
Yeah.
Well, that's my ideal sort of situation for Doctor Who at this point. I feel like if you want to try something new, that's probably what you're gonna have to go for.
So I do think that Doctor Who's at its best when it does experiment. That season 9 convinced me that doing any one thing, one specific, and Flux the same way. If you do one specific format, and that format restricts Doctor Who in a way that Doctor Who should be able to go anywhere, anywhen. If you're oh no, we're doing one single story, it's sure, but then you can't have that one-off episode of Blink.
Sure.
We're doing nothing self-contained. You get season 11. It's or season 7. It's yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like anytime they've restricted themselves to one specific way of doing it, the ability to do anything.
That's why I feel like the Sherlock model is not restrictive at all, because it's not saying you can't have shorter episodes if your concept isn't the sort of expansive, but in place of the two-parter, you just have what, an hour and a half to work with. That like you would trim out all the needless fluff, you would cut out the cliffhanger, and it would just be like a continuous narrative.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of thinking like it'd be the most sort of efficient way to tell stories, using like the Doctor Who world.
Yeah, I guess that depends. It really does depend on what you're doing with it, because I can also
Obviously.
But I mean, like, if you give them that time frame, the other concern is that, like with the classic Doctor Who, they can just drag it out. They have half an hour's worth of the show, and they just fill time.
I think the difference is classic. Generally, they're not so massive ideas. Like, they might span several locations or like have like a big central idea. And the issue with sort of drawing out comes and goes, it usually has something to do with just like the quality of the writing. Like in the Fourth Doctor's era, a lot of their stories are around like 4 episodes long because the producers realized, oh, that's the most effective sort of way to tell these stories, because I can see an hour 20 minutes. So you've got your setup, you get your exploration, you get your conflict, you get your resolution, and it really fit the sort of stories that they wanted to tell. And the Fourth Doctor's era, remember, is the most popular.
Yeah.
But like,
That's true. Try that again.
I'm not necessarily saying try it again, but I'm saying like be open to that idea. And I feel like giving them longer episodes overall, like an hour and a half per episode, but there's less, means you won't have your like quick 2-minute resolution. You would actually have the room to try and earn it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you know what the problem is for me is I keep picturing Chibnall doing this and being like, he'll just shove an hour and a half's worth of.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't even want to picture Moffat doing it, and he did Sherlock. Like, obviously, I would want to give it to a competent writer. The issue is, I see RTD going like, what? We don't need an hour and a half. The hour format worked really well for me. And just sort of sticking to that.
Yeah.
Which, fair enough, but also,
I don't remember if it was you or my partner that was saying it too, but I really do hope, as much as I'm like, yay, Russell T Davies knows how to, characterize things. I do really hope he doesn't go backwards in terms of like
just referencing Rose and Jack and all that.
I mean, like, his era was defined by the Doctor losing Gallifrey,
right?
And then left before they did anything about bringing it back. So then, if Moffat then brought it back, Chibnall then destroyed it again. I'm curious, and I don't know how they'll solve this. In that, I assume Russell T Davies will just ignore what they both did. But does that mean that Gallifrey is destroyed or not destroyed? Because if it's back, then he's ignored what Chibnall did. And if it's not back, then he's kind of ignored what Moffat did. So if he just kind of ignores both and goes back to the era, that'll feel weird.
Well, for a forward continuity, he can't really abide with what Moffat did unless he wants to set stories in that sort of time period. And that's the issue. There are exactly two dates in Doctor Who. There's November 23rd, 1963, and the present day.
Right. Why is that?
Well, it's because that's the only time stories seem to be set, which is hyperbolic as shit, but like, let's face it, like, you either tell your story on like the anniversary day of Doctor Who, or you tell it it's the present day. It doesn't matter when, it's just the present, the present. It's tomorrow, fuck it.
Don't they specifically say that, like it's 2021 or?
Yeah,
like,
the present.
Yeah, no, but that's what I.
Well, it's like
saying, like they never mentioned the.
Yeah, but like the important thing is like it could be set at any time. It
Yeah.
literally doesn't matter when this story is. It could be in 2020 or 2008. Arguably, nothing will
Yeah.
change.
Yeah. What was the other date? You said 1963.
1963, November 23rd, because that was the
Why?
day the first Doctor Who episode aired.
Yeah, you cut out there.
It was the day the first episode of Doctor Who ever aired, The Unearthly Child.
Right.
And so it's got that
Yeah.
legacy sort of thing. It's like things have to be set on November 23rd because it's important for the legacy of the show, as if anyone gives a fuck. I was like, obviously, that again, it's very hyperbolic. There are dates in between. We went and saw Shakespeare. We went and we went into the far future. We saw the end of the world. But like, generally speaking, those are the two dates, and they stick to it pretty religiously.
I honestly think that though, like, it genuinely for a second though was like, oh my god, is he right? Like, they've never mentioned a date in universe except for that day, because that would be weird. Like, yeah. Yeah. No. Anyway, we were, you were saying what were we discussing before this? But we were discussing the top 100 movies of all time, then Marvel, and Doctor Who.
Right. I more meant specific to like the Doctor Who thing. How did we get onto the Chibnall shit thing again? Yeah, it's all a blur.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it had something to do with things I like, even though they're terrible.
Oh right. Yeah, we were talking about like good moments or something in like Jodie's run. No,
Yeah,
not
I think
specifically.
that's-
We were talking about like good episodes across every Doctor. I just got talking to like, oh,
Yeah.
what's Jodie's legacy gonna be?
Yeah.
Here's my question: if it's sort of apply it to every Doctor, but is there a Doctor that you could take out of their thing and put in another Doctor's story, and the story will, if not be vastly improved, hold up exactly the same? Like if we were to put, say, Capaldi in Dalek, Capaldi's Doctor in Dalek, how would it still work? Like, is there a Doctor that you could do that for most of the other things?
I wonder, and it would depend on the episode. Like, I can picture Capaldi acting his heart out for both Dalek and Midnight. Like, I'm suddenly picturing Capaldi in Midnight in Tennant's position. But, like, put him in the more, like when Tennant's doing the more happy-go-lucky, like, Rose Tyler, you know, we just won the day. I can't picture Capaldi doing that stuff.
I reckon
So it's like,
I could picture him, but it would be a bit more sarcastic.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's yeah. Am I putting their character into another story?
Oh, you're putting
how would they play that?
You're putting Capaldi's, say, character into the story.
Oh, see, this is where I want to put every Doctor in the God Complex. Like, I just like the idea of having each Doctor face the thing they fear the most, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the hypothetical. No, I'm sort of getting to a more specific thing of like, do you reckon if you put Capaldi in all of Jodie's episodes, they would be vastly improved? Like, imagine he didn't regenerate. Imagine most of the stories sort of stay the same, but imagine he... Oh, okay, you wouldn't be able to get Kablam because that just wouldn't work with his Doctor. But, like, say he just lost Bill and he lands on Earth and he starts a new family with the fam, and he goes he loses his TARDIS and he gets him trapped on Desolation. Is there anything significant so far that only Jodie's Doctor could do, or could we just put Capaldi in there? I'm just saying, could we get rid of Jodie and keep Capaldi, please?
I know the urge is to say yes. Like, we could just, yeah, they would just lift out because there's no characterization there. But I do feel compelled to point out that Whittaker's Doctor is more whimsically inclined. So, like, her first train thing, like, I'm trying to picture Capaldi doing Whittaker's dialogue and have, like, Capaldi going,
Why are you calling me madam?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that in a second, but like the part where she's going, it's on the tip of my, and then Brian goes tongue, and he goes tongue. That's a good lad. I'm like, that's
Well, that's
weird. I don't know.
I could see it, but only because across Capaldi's 3 seasons, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but the consensus seems to be like he went on an arc from being a careless person to being the most caring person. And he becomes lighter in sort of tone and sort of relatability to other humans as he went on. That, like, I would just be like, well, after hanging out with Bill, it doesn't seem like that much of a leap in logic that maybe he's more happy if he got another season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to think like it is going in both directions for me, because like I'm picturing things like when Whittaker has her Sonic eaten by the fatigue. Her reaction did not appeal to me, but she just kind of grits her teeth and goes, "Ah!" Like, she just kind of easily annoyed by everything. She doesn't, like, especially in Series 11, she gave up very quickly a lot. Whereas, like, I'm picturing Capaldi doing it and going, it's not better. But there is something about, like, if
I'm
Capaldi
just happy
had
to
his
see
Sonic
him.
eaten.
You probably get him saying something like, "Oh, it feels like I've just lost an old friend."
I'm recognizing that there is a double standard there, where I'm like, it annoys me when Whittaker's Doctor gives up so easily. But if I saw Capaldi do the same thing, I'd have issues with it. But I'm suddenly going, well, that's not any worse than Capaldi's worst moments. Whereas it's like, that's a bit off character, or that's not consistent. Like, Capaldi was a bit all over the place as well. Especially early on. Like, I'm thinking Series 8.
Yeah.
Capaldi. Whittaker,
okay, think like Heaven Sent Capaldi or Season 10 Capaldi. Because, like, those are the only two good Capaldis.
Yeah, but they're written well as well. It's not. That's what I'm getting at.
Well,
is like
take the best written version of Capaldi then, if it makes it easier. Like,
no, what I'm getting at though is that I'm just putting Capaldi in Whittaker's place and recognizing that all the same issues
he would elevate the material.
I don't know if he would, based on Series 8. Like, he would in like something like the Murder on the Orient Express, but he's given good moments there. I'm trying to picture him getting to the TARDIS at the end of the second episode and going, "Sorry, I failed you all," and then just giving up. But I'm like, no, I'd hate that too.
Okay, fine. Fine. If it makes it easier, then assume that when you put them into these new roles, these new Doctor roles, you also get to reshape the dialogue so it fits the character better.
But no, I think that's what I'm getting at, is there were plenty of core characterizations for Capaldi as well. So I don't know if that inherently means that giving the Whittaker's plots to Capaldi's Doctor would actually be an improvement.
Okay, fine. Let's ignore Whittaker. Could you see Capaldi delivering the line, "Justice once everybody lives"?
Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah, take it. Yeah, the problem with Whittaker's error is it's still badly written. but I can totally see him doing the "everyone lives just this
Oh,
once."
yeah, you could see him do the good dialogue.
Yeah, I can see him do the good dialogue, absolutely. That's the problem though, is I'm picturing him do the bad dialogue based on his lesser good performances. Whereas I'm like, no, yeah, give him good scripts, and now I'm picturing Heaven Sent. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Like
Why
that's where
can't
I'm
all of them
picturing
be
like
like
Midnight.
this?
Like, yeah, imagine him doing Tennant's Midnight where he can't speak and he's just staring into the camera, and they're all trying to toss him. Like that would work with anyone. I think
Imagine
you just
him doing
need a
the
really strong
lodger.
support. Yeah. I can see that Capaldi working in a store. That's I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
It really.
I think it'd be really funny, getting Capaldi working in the store, because it means we get James Corden and Capaldi being the gay couple with their baby child, Stormageddon, according to the old lady. I just, like, there's a part of my brain that goes, oh, that'd be really funny. But it also, I'm more imagining Malcolm Tucker in the first Lodger episode, where he's just telling, like, James Corden to go fuck off.
I'm actually. This has convinced me, and I'm glad that, like, because I've been hating on Whittaker's Doctor quite a bit. I like all the Doctors. I can comfortably say that. I like every single Doctor.
I like some of them more than others. Well, yeah, because, like, Haunting of Villa Diodati is, like, her best performance, in my opinion.
Yeah. And even those little snippets that I got in Flux, like I hate Flux. I have so many issues with it. But I'm like, I got something out of it that I felt Whittaker wasn't giving before. Like it's and she was more active and I enjoyed that. Like that she was just slightly more doctorish. She's still morally all over the place and all those things. But like, yeah, it's the same. I had similar issues with Capaldi, and now I look back on his best episodes and go, he's really good. So it's like I'm now just really enjoying like picturing Capaldi in Nightmare and Silver. So rather than Smith playing an evil version of himself, it's Capaldi playing an evil version of himself. Even Tennant, like these are the kind of plots that I'm like, I would love any Doctor in this role.
Brenton likes all the Doctors because he's very health-minded.
Very what-minded?
Health-minded, healthy living.
Wait, what? Hardly living?
What? No. Brenton likes all the Doctors because he's very health-minded. Health.
Yes.
Although none of them have like a medical doctorate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think I've said this before. The fourth Doctor had a stethoscope. Like that's doctorish.
Okay. I could go to my local Kmart and get a toy one. That doesn't mean anything. I could probably go on Amazon and actually get one.
But would you use it on correctly?
You know, here's the thing about a stethoscope is they're not very difficult. I'm sorry, I'm really not sure what you'd like. I would know how to use a stethoscope, yes.
Challenge the next episode. Can we get you to use the stethoscope correctly?
Yes. I'm really not sure what the... I'm not sure what's going on here.
I feel like I've said this before, like the last time you like, yeah, doctors do more than just use stethoscopes. And I was like, yep, but they have them.
They've also got the little hammers that bash people's knees to test reflexes. Or at least that's what my doctor says he does it for.
Yeah. Like, that doesn't work for anything else, though. Like, you don't poke someone in the eye and say, yep, got reflexes.
See, Bardo says, I have a stethoscope and I now work as a janitor, so yeah, you can get one anywhere.
You never know, though. Like, you might need one as a janitor to hear inside lockers. Would that even work now? I'm wondering if you put a stethoscope to a
Uh,
blocker would
no,
ticking.
because uh, just no.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see like different doctors play other doctors' roles. I do feel like there's reasons why they're really good at their role specifically. Like I'm not necessarily sure, say like putting Tennant in Heaven Sent would be the same, or like Eccleston in a like it'd be weird putting Eccleston in like the Eighth Doctor's role, like
Right.
not the Moorish Doctor, but the
The
early
movie
one.
one.
Yeah, like it's like they're good actors, but I'm like there are certain parts of their doctors that they play because it's their doctor. Like it
Right.
reminds me of Seventh Red, was it Seventh Red Smith's script, and was like because it just wasn't his characterization. It's like I'd love to see him do it the Seventh way, but it's not the way. Wouldn't just do it the way it's written for that other doctor. Like there's
Right.
certain performance that only work for them. But that's it. I do find it hilarious. I would love to see Capaldi do Whittaker's dialogue specifically as Whittaker's dialogue. Like just straight up, why you call me madam?
Oh,
You're a woman,
I'm
am I?
imagining the encounter with Stephen Fry going what is it? It's like, oh no, the Doctor is a man, and Capaldi goes, I've had a bit of an upgrade, and we as the audience would just have to be like, what the fuck do you mean? What
Yeah,
are you, you person?
or even like, oh, when Capaldi's looking into the camera going, global warming is very important.
Unless you change your behaviors, the planet will die.
This is where I am convinced. I very much am convinced Whittaker's dialogue is terrible.
Yep.
That the writing is terrible because
Yep.
I am picturing any good actor trying to do this dialogue
Yep.
and going, it can't do it.
Yep.
Like even the speech in Villa Diodati, like the whole, sometimes the thing is
Sometimes this team structure isn't flat, it's mountainous.
Yeah, but the way she stumbles over its feet at the top of the summit, like it's
Alone.
it's very easily. Like it's.
Oh
It's
sure,
just
like I'm not the
dialogue.
biggest fan of that dialogue. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's at least a doctorish speech, but
No,
like,
it's a doctorish thing to say.
yeah, I just like look at Capaldi's speech about where he closes his eyes, and then
Every
look
time I
at her
close
going,
my eyes,
"It's madness." It's like, yeah, but that's
I hear
not.
more screams than anyone would ever be able to count.
And the key thing there is like that speech is emotionally driven,
Yeah.
whereas Whittaker's speech is trying to be emotionally driven, but it's abstractly driven. They're talking about the hierarchy of the group, not some actual emotional thing. It'd be different if she just turned around and said, "You want to sacrifice him? Do it. Go, make the choice." And then Yaz backs off and she goes, "I thought not," and then moves on. Yeah.
I'm imagining Capaldi, his way of doing that wouldn't have been like snapping at them. He'd be like, okay, go on, do it. Just sort of like the sarcastic, flippant, trying to egg them on to make to realize that the choice is sort of not an option.
Oh yeah. Case in point, also the fact that there are 3 useless companions
Yep.
would bog down any doctor. Like imagine, like the 7th Doctor, despite how little I've seen of him, has stuck around with me because that scene where he's on his own doing the magic performance, and he just goes, "You ain't seen nothing yet," and it like echoes and he spins around the room, and I'm like, that is really cool. That's really unique. That makes him like that one moment makes me go, he's the really mysterious Doctor. He's got question marks all over his thing, and he's got a question mark umbrella. Like it.
Wow,
Yeah,
subtlety is
I really
dead.
like that. But yeah, no, like I don't think it's subtle at all. But I'm like,
Oh, fuck.
really
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
it wasn't. Congratulations.
No, but what I mean is like put him next to Ryan, Graham, and Yaz, and he'd be like, he can't do anything.
I
'Cause he's
think
just got a
I think because he oozes characterization, I think a lot of these doctors ooze characterization. They would elevate some of these characters.
Yeah.
But I think when you put them next to each other, they would be characterized differently. Like the Doctor would be, if it was Sylvester McCoy, he'd be more like an educator for Ryan and Yaz.
Yeah.
And they'd want to write Graham as someone who's had like he's traveled a lot. He's got a lot of experience. He's seen the world, and then he meets this other guy who's seen even more of the world, and maybe shows that the way Graham saw the world was through like a very sort of privileged lens. That it helps recontextualize and teach him about like the greater goings on. That'd be really cool. It's not what we got, yeah.
Yeah, because I was just thinking like that'd be. Oh, what was it? I was thinking of the scene where the scene where Whittaker refuses to say anything supportive to Graham, and I'm like,
actually a bit socially awkward.
Like imagine the Seventh Doctor just going, "Well, I'm still quite socially awkward, so I'm gonna go over here and you don't answer that one." Okay then.
I think I literally hope in my heart of hearts that if Capaldi was handed that script, he'd say, this dialogue isn't really working, and instead decides to like make a decision to be like, oh, what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna put my hand on Graham's shoulder and I'm gonna look him in the eye and nod.
Yeah.
Just something to show that they're connected.
It's times like that where I think that as much as like I look at the Fourth Doctor's run in terms of like the behind the scenes stuff, but they say he'd always like complain about scripts and that, and I'm like, man, that must have been a hell environment. But it was the most popular era, so like, you know, maybe we need a little bit more of that in our Doctor actors.
Oh, I need to find. Screw the fact that I'm streaming. I'm gonna look for a clip and I'm gonna send it to you because it's my favorite clip.
I made this clip if it's the canine thing.
It's the canine thing. How long till we get a reading? Several minutes. Yeah, you're never fucking useful when we need you. I fucking love that.
Have you seen? There's actually like a full, like, what, 10-minute?
I've
like,
seen that one. Yeah. That's where I saw the canine clip.
I think I sent you the Seventh Doctor one where he's like, stay still, stay still, stay blipping still.
Yeah, and he's just jumping up and down, throws his coat.
Just face plants.
Yeah. Anyway, so Bardo's asking, what happened to Rotten Tomatoes? Are moldy tomatoes not safe to eat?
Oh, yeah.
The answer's no. And the other answer is Rotten Tomatoes is garbage, and we were just going through, like, they've got a list of, like, the top 100 films of all time, sorted based on their... What was it again? What was the word they used?
40 or more critic reviews, and then they've been...
filtered by something.
Yeah, hang on. I got the link up. Where is it going?
Cool, because I closed that, like, over an hour ago.
Yeah, where are the bookmarks? Here we go.
You've got it bookmarked.
Yeah, because we're going to have this conversation.
Right.
I remember I suggested this. So I was like, I'm not going to go into the conversation and then go, oh, right, yeah, where is that again? Oh, no, wait, hang on, I've got the other one bookmarked, 100%. Yeah, never mind, I just shot myself in the foot. I've got the 100 movie, the 100%.
Just Google it. Just Google it. It doesn't actually matter. It's just we're going through a list of like, what are some of the highest rated films on Rotten Tomatoes, which is actually a fucking lie. That list is a lie. It's mostly just blockbusters, so we were complaining about how a lot of them don't deserve to be on that list. And also, while I'm thinking about it, I've seen Her now. It wasn't the film I was thinking of. That was You Were Never Really There, and Her is really good.
Even the list of, you know, you were saying the recommendations underneath in the description do say best of Rotten Tomatoes, 99% it happened one night. 98% The Wizard of Oz, 99% Citizen Kane. And
But yeah,
why is Citizen Kane number 3 if it's 99%? So the confusion we were having was that these names aren't even listed in the top 100 movies when you click into the link.
yeah, the link is
They're
all
all
just
movies
modern
from 2006.
blockbusters.
Yeah, except for one movie, Yesteryear, which was in 1991.
Yeah,
But no, apparently
the Ghibli film Only Yesterday.
one of 2 only 100% films on the entire list. And when we sorted them by genre, they suddenly started listing films that weren't even highly rated films.
Yeah,
And like,
what was it?
It was like romance or something. Said had only like 5 in there.
Yeah, it was television movies had 4 in a top 100
Yeah.
list.
And like 3 of them were the same year.
Which I have to assume that the list isn't updated regularly. Like there's no sort of algorithm that manages the list. It's just bizarre to me. Where's the Citizen Kane remake? Bardo, you curse me. Why would you say that?
Wait, there's a Citizen Kane remake?
No, where is it? Why isn't there one? I got to assume that's what Bardo's saying, because if there is a Citizen Kane remake, holy shit.
I really hope there isn't.
Yeah, same. I'm sick of remakes. Please stop.
But no, I'm just more like, if it's regarded as the best film of all time, what do you intend to do with it? Because like, they already did that with like Psycho and Wizard. No, it was the other. What's it called?
Home Alone. No, wait.
They did it with Planet of the Apes. They did it with Willy Wonka. These are all Tim Burton, by the way. They did it with Alice in Wonderland. Like, they just like,
did it with Mulan.
Their classics. I mean, Mulan, yeah, all the Disney remakes, but like, we just don't. If Citizen Kane is as good as people say it is, then there's absolutely no reason to remake it. Unless the implication is the only reason people don't watch is because it's old.
Well, that's the thing. So when I saw the live action Lion King, I was saying to a friend, it's like, I don't understand who this is for. It doesn't look fun. And they were just saying, oh, it's probably for kids to get them into like the classics, the classic Disney films. And I just had to say to them, it's like, yeah, what you do then is you just put the Lion King back in cinemas. They've made the film. They've got it right there. If you're telling me that they spent like what $200 million to make a new film for kids, I'm gonna call you a liar. Especially when it's less bright, it's less colorful, it's less musical, it's less fun. There is literally a 2-minute sequence in that fucking film where a bit of Simba's fur falls off of him and it blows in the wind and it's picked up by like leaves and branches. It's eaten by it's collected by a bird to use as something in the nest, but then it falls from the nest and it's eaten by some creature, and then the screen fades to black, and then when it comes back, we have a dung beetle rolling a ball of shit across the screen. And the piece of fur is in that ball of shit, and the ball of shit rolls down a small hill and it breaks, and that allows the bit of fur to like float on the wind to get to Rafiki. What the fuck? Do you remember how they did that in the original, by the way?
He took some of his hair and then blew it into the wind.
Sure.
Like one of the lions picked it up and was like, "Hey, Simba."
No,
other way around. Other way around. Sorry, Simba flopped onto some rock, and then a bit of his hair flew off, and then Rafiki caught the hair and went, "Wait a second, this is Simba's hair."
Yeah, but you want to know why that was okay in the original?
It's short.
well, it's short, but also the magic element of this world is played up a little bit more, especially with Rafiki. Whereas the live action remake is like, no, everything is deadly serious and all the magic is actually just,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't actually exist. There's no such thing as magic. We're the circle of life, bitches.
How do they do the bit where Mufasa talks to him in the clouds?
I think he just is the cloud. I'm trying to remember how he does that. I think it was much like I could literally believe that they just had like a cloud that sort of looked like him a little bit, rather than, you know, a fully stylized thing. And that's the issue with live action, is that these films were stylized. And
Yeah.
when you take it to live action, you lose all that style and charm. It is that simple.
Oh, hang on. One scene from the animated Lion King was omitted in the remake.
Yes, it was.
Seems to
Fuck, what was
be
the scene? It was my favorite scene from the one of from the originals, but I can't.
because the film featured singing, talking animals had to be hyper real. Okay,
It
'cause
was
I
something to do with
Mufasa-
Scar. No, Scar wasn't. It wasn't Scar. I'm having to remember the remake. I remember this though, that I was really annoyed with it. What the fuck was it?
I just found the photo of Mufasa in the 2019 film in the clouds.
Right,
It looks like a sonogram.
right. What was the omitted
It just
scene?
like I don't know. I didn't read it that after.
Oh, thanks.
I thought it was about the Mufasa thing that I closed out of it.
Fine,
I
I'll
thought it
look
was
for
Be
it
Prepared.
myself. Oh yeah,
I thought
be
they cut
prepared. Be prepared
out.
was cut out. And replaced with like a spoken word thing. Lion King.
Yeah. Oh, okay. When you see how much effort went into making the clouds not look like Mufasa, it's a perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with the remake. Yeah. We ended up with a
Playlist.
hybrid approach where we put layers of cloud simulation on top of an animated space. So we'd have more control over animating it by hand if we needed to modify it. When we presented it to John in that format, he could at least see how the clouds were moving.
It was the Rafiki scene. It was the Rafiki scene where he hits Simba. And it's like, oh, what did you learn from it? That thing was cut, and I'm so now that I remember that, you've made me angry.
Yes. Anyway, yeah.
Because it means Simba goes into the final act not having learned his lesson. He just goes because that's what the plot says, not because he had a moral epiphany.
This Mufasa cloud does look like a monkey's butt. It just doesn't look like anything.
Sorry, are you describing the cloud or the film?
Cloud, I haven't seen the film.
Yeah, but the film doesn't look good. You know, the silver lining is at least I didn't pay to see the film. Someone else did.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like when you were describing it, it just made me think of like it's like someone tries to sell a car, but then they strip the car of all its paint, then they strip the bonnet off it, then they strip the boot off it, then they stripped the doors out, then they took out all the upholstery, then they drove it into a ditch, then they set it on fire, and then they said, "This is just as good as your old car."
Ah, yes, the plot of Matilda.
Wait, the old one or the musical?
The old one with the car dealer. Was the car dealer not in the musical?
I have not seen. Maybe I've not seen Matilda in long enough that I don't remember what you're talking about.
Oh no! I'm being facetious. I'm just like, oh, there was a dodgy car guy in Matilda. And yeah, her adopted dad. No, her actual dad.
Danny DeVito.
The Wormwood guy. Was that Danny DeVito?
Yeah.
I thought that was the
Yeah,
Super
Danny
Mario
DeVito.
guy.
But Danny DeVito is the Super Mario.
No, because the Super Mario guy, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, no, he totally should be.
Hang on. Matilda.
No. Oh, yeah, no. Get Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger to play Mario and Luigi.
No, we can't get them to because that is not Danny DeVito.
Isn't it?
No, I mean, apparently it is, but I'm saying that can't be. Wait, Danny DeVito directed it?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Because I thought, if I remember correctly, Rhea Perlman is in Cheers, and
Yeah.
she was married to Danny DeVito at the time. So, like, that's all I really know about Matilda. Because I know more about Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman.
Wow. But he looked so tall in the film.
He was probably wearing wigs or something. Oh, also, Rhea Perlman is quite short. And Matilda's quite short. Like,
Oh yeah,
actually,
no,
they're
sure.
both short.
Sure.
people.
But like
Oh.
he looks nothing like Danny DeVito. And I get that that's like 1996 Danny DeVito, but
I mean, it's also, you know, his hat and jacket is covering a lot of it.
oh sure, but like it's that weird thing of like he looks healthier and cleaner in this film where he's meant to be a weaselly, slimy guy.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I imagine that's because he looks older now. But I want to point. I don't know what picture you're looking at, but I want to point out where their knees are versus where Matilda's knees are. Like, they are both so short that the child is almost the same height as them.
Oh sure. This is so weird. When I end stream, I'm just gonna watch Matilda again.
Yeah, sure. They took Mara Wilson on fun outings to help her cope with her mother's battle with cancer.
Oh, that's so nice of them.
Yeah. Danny DeVito also ensured that her mother saw the film months before it released before she died.
Oh.
That's nice. Yeah.
It'd be a little funny if she said the film was shit, though.
So wait a second, it portrayed Matilda's parents as evil. I'm not
What are you
evil.
trying to say, Danny?
You need to watch this film about how your daughter gets tortured by two parents.
Oh, that sounds like good family entertainment.
Yeah, I don't know. It reminds me of, like, I've been trying to get a hold of Taxi, which is the other 80s. There were probably more of them, but like, you know how big I am on Cheers and that being like
Yeah.
the original 80s sitcom. Well, Taxi was the one that Danny DeVito was in, and like, so when I look at, say, to me, The Good Place is the evolution of Cheers, whereas it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is the evolution of Taxi.
Right.
And I feel like that's purely just Danny DeVito's in both of them, the same way Ted Danson's in both Good Place and Cheers.
Oh,
But
sure.
like, I now just want to get a hold of it and be like, that's the other major sitcom I feel like I'm missing, because I've only seen a few episodes of Taxi, and I'm like, yeah, I'm that big on sitcoms. I feel like it's a big hole in my sitcom knowledge, especially when I watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and feel like, well, this is where Danny DeVito came from. I feel like not knowing about it feels weird. But yeah, especially with this, because I'm like, yeah, Danny DeVito from Taxi meets Rhea Perlman from Cheers. I'm like, that. This just feels like a thing I need to be more involved in.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh no, Disney's gonna do a live-action Hercules and not even cast Danny DeVito as Phil.
I mean, they didn't cast Eddie Murphy as the dragon.
Yeah,
Look at
no,
that working.
there wasn't a dragon in Mulan though.
No. And the film was
No,
terrible.
No, but I'm
Right.
saying that they're gonna get someone else to do the Phil role.
Oh,
Not
wait.
that
It is an NBA Phil, just not. Huh.
it won't be Danny DeVito, even though they could absolutely get Danny DeVito, and
Yeah.
everyone would love them for it.
Yeah.
We live in that world.
I worry they're gonna strip Hercules of its music too.
Oh, sure, yeah. They're gonna say that, no, ancient Greeks weren't notorious for their music. No fun allowed.
Yeah. Oh, and they were doing a Little Mermaid remake, weren't they?
Yep, with Melissa McCarthy playing Ursula, wasn't it?
Why? I personally don't like Melissa McCarthy's work at all.
Yeah.
I haven't liked her in a single thing she's ever been in.
But aren't you excited for Thor: Love and Thunder, where she's playing you remember the theater, the reenactment of like Dark World from
Yeah.
Ragnarok? She's playing Hela in Thor: Love and Thunder's recount of Ragnarok.
See, that's because it's Taika Waititi. I feel like that's the only place I would be happy to go. She might be good in that. Like, I personally do think it's her. Like it's not. Oh, with the good director. It's like, no. I don't think she can act. Although,
Yeah.
I do know there's movies in that are more serious that I haven't seen, and I do wonder if it's like she's typecast in the bumbling comedic role, and it might be like a Jim Carrey thing, but I don't like her comedic stuff so much. And I'm not saying I love Jim Carrey's comedic stuff, but my point here is like that I know plenty of people who find that annoying, and then like the drama
His
stuff might
Truman Show is better than Ace Ventura. There, I said it.
work. Yeah, it's like I love a lot of his comedy stuff, but I get like that they're very different tones. So I wonder if, given the right dramatic stuff, she might be actually really interesting. That I might just not like her comedy stuff. But I also like to think that I watch a lot of comedy, and so if I'm looking at that and thinking there's nothing I like about it, then I feel pretty safe in saying she's not that funny. But I don't know. You could say that about anyone. Yeah. I don't know. It takes me back to my comedy days where it's like everyone's not funny sometimes, but she's not funny a lot of the time. I don't know. But yeah, no, my that's one of those things where I'm like, well, but Taika Waititi has. I don't think he'd put her in it if it wasn't a funny role, unless he has no choice over casting. Anyway, who knows?
Right. I feel like the Mulan remake was just so Disney can point to it. If anyone says they're a racist company, yeah, that backfired. Because they shot in China, where what is it, the Uyghur Muslim population? Yeah, that really fucking backfired on them, making it worse. They've also the lead actress supported the militarization of the police in Hong Kong. Not a good look. I think Denny is done with Disney remakes after Dumbo. Oh shit, he was in Dumbo.
Was he?
Yeah, he played the circus ringmaster. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Stranger Than Fiction is Will Ferrell's best work. I have not seen that.
I got really confused there because I looked at the Little Mermaid 2023, and the main girl playing her is called Hal Bailey. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I read
Halle Bailey.
Yeah, I think so. Right, I read the what's the other lady's actress's name?
Halle Berry.
Halle Bailey?
Yeah.
That's what I read. I was like, what is it, her daughter? Oh, wait, no, Bailey. Yeah, no, that seems all fine. But my concern with Little Mermaid is the same with the Cinderella misconception. Like,
it's gonna try and fix
remake
a moral that wasn't an issue to begin with.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier with the whole, that's problematic. It's like, yeah, but sure, but like, how does that improve the film to get rid of it? Like, yeah, I get, and I remember you saying like you don't care for Little Mermaid that much.
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's like, But yeah, my concern is like people go, oh, the reason Little Mermaid isn't that good is because she doesn't learn a lesson at the end. She caused all the problem and now trying us to bail her out. It's like, well, yeah, controlling father learns to be not so controlling, while daughter learns to take risks and journey outside herself. That's what Moana's about, and we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
like
guess you
Moana.
could argue Moana solves her own problem. I have problems with Moana, but it's mostly just that it's kind of by the numbers.
Oh,
Um,
sure.
yeah, like
My issues with Moana is always going to be the shiny crab. He's so fucking pointless.
yeah, the shiny crab really lost me. Um, yeah, there were a few things in that I just what? But like it's one of those like I had a really bad time with it when I first watched it, and I've warmed to it only because I'm like, it's kind of average, I guess. Like I've moved up to that point, but I don't love it. I'm just like it's fine, I think. Yeah, I was personally bothered by some stuff when I first watched it. I was like, yeah, the crab came completely out of nowhere midway through, and I was
I'm
already like,
also
why is the ocean solving all the problems?
I'm also not a big fan of the big guy. What's his name?
Oh, Maui.
Yeah, I think he's really boring.
Yeah, see, the songs caught on to me even before I saw the film, so I think also, like, I loved the music, and then I watched the movie and was like, this is by the
You know
numbers,
what? Now, the more
saving
I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, hang on, no, I like Moana as a character, and I like the conflict resolution at the end, where she like gives the heart back to the
yeah,
fiery one. I like that's really just all I like about the film, really.
yeah.
I don't like the music. I don't like the pig. I don't like the crowd. I don't like the main other guy. What do I like in this film that I said I liked 2 minutes ago?
That was just like,
I'm just gonna walk back my
I just
statement
found
now that I
something
think
to look
about
at.
it.
But no, to say what I like about it, I like the music and I like the chicken. But
Right.
that was the problem. I was watching the film going, well, yeah, I like the soundtrack, but I've heard the soundtrack already, and this isn't executing anything beyond the soundtrack.
I think
And then
Frozen is
the
better
chicken.
than Moana.
Yeah, no, I think Frozen is better than Moana.
But is it better than Tangled?
Oh,
Because
that I've debated on.
I say
Because I
yes, but I think it's splitting hairs.
I found Tangled really underrated, and then I found then people found Frozen overrated, but then I was like, Frozen's both overrated and underrated because people think it's over. Like I'm like, it's it's in this weird spot for me where I'm like, I feel like people loved it way more than it was worth. Then they hated on it more than it was worth,
Yeah.
and I'm like, it's really good. It's it's definitely really good. It deserves some praise in the first place. It's not as bad as that. It did have some problems, but it had those initially. But those aren't really a bother. Like it's not. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's
At least Tangled has the privilege of being better than the sequel.
yeah, I think Tangled and Frozen are up there with the original like Disney classics.
Yeah.
I have my problems. You know, I could criticize stuff in them, but like whatever. I definitely have rose-tinted glasses to the older ones, where I'm like, yeah, we talk about the weird things about Snow White. But for the most part, I just watch it and turn my brain off. Like I don't watch it with that same storytelling mindset of like, yeah, we need this to foreshadow this thing, and like I'm just like, yeah, this is how films were back then, and it's nice. Whereas like now I find myself more critical of stuff because we've learned
Yeah.
more technique.
And also we've just seen more.
Yeah.
Hang on, what do you mean I can't negate the giant rat? Remember that shitty Halle Berry Catwoman?
Yeah.
I don't. But that's because I haven't seen like every thing ever. But I've seen the Michelle Pfeiffer one, and I think that one absolutely nailed the psychotic energy of a Batman villain.
I used to borrow a lot of movies, so I know I watched it at some point. But like, yeah, yeah. I remember going, what is this? I recognized at the time that it was awful. Like, I wasn't studying storytelling at the time. I was just consuming everything. And I was enjoying movies like Next, where it's like the last 5 minutes, he can see 5 minutes into the future, and then like in the end of it, there's like a twist, and I was like, cool. And like now I'm like, yeah, it wasn't that great. There was like a billion films that I go, yeah, I see why I watched those once and just didn't care for them. But at the time I was like, all these movies, they're all amazing. I was just
Right.
consuming movies left and right. I know I saw Catwoman at some point, and yeah, it didn't take storytelling studying to recognize how poor that was.
Also, there's a special place in hell for you for that pun, Neko. What pun did I make a pun?
Was there a pun? Did you? Maybe it was with the Catwoman thing. They
Uh,
nailed the.
no, it was before that.
Uh,
But I can't think of what it would be. It was when we were talking about Frozen and Moana, I think.
you say Frozen's better than Moana? You didn't say Frozen's colder than Moana, or you thought it was really
I
ice?
have no idea. Bardo, what did I say? Come on, I've had some vodka tonight. Stop bullying me.
I
Oh,
was watching
splitting hairs on Tangled.
Oh,
That's
right.
not a pun.
It's a pun. It's a play on words. It's a what do you call it? It's a word. Yeah, it's something. It's in the wordplay family.
Sure, it's in the wordplay family. I wouldn't say it's a pun, really. Because like it's not using any clever uh misinterpretation of words.
Yeah, not using any malapropisms or
That's a word.
It means when you use the wrong word in the wrong sentence, like yeah, you go to say one word and you accidentally say a completely different word.
I knew what you meant. I'm just really glad that you explained that for chat.
Oh,
I say sweating nervously.
the old phrase for those who don't understand, and then
Yeah.
make them explain it.
You know what? I
For those who
think I would be more endeared to a Doctor Who script if Chibnall, before he did any exposition, he had the Doctor just look straight into the camera and be like, "And for those who don't understand, climate change is coming."
climate changes are coming. Changes are coming. I think I've gone really into my writing. I'm genuinely wondering.
What, you're trying to figure out what the splitting hairs thing was?
Yeah, we're actually going into the technicals. I'm just gonna love the wordplay.
Yep. That seems simple.
You've used a phrase in a comedic way.
No, I used it in an earnest way, as someone interpreted it as comedic.
Because it's like to use. I now want to explain malapropisms further, just because I like when people learn these things. Like a malaprop. There's an episode in Friends where they're all talking. They say, "What would you do if you were omnipotent for a day?" And Joey goes, "Oh, I'd probably just I just want to die." And he's like, "No, omnipotent." He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." And the thing is like he thinks they're saying impotent, yeah. And it's like you're hearing or saying one thing, and it's a different word.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Or
love
like
I love these comedic misunderstandings. They lead to all of the best conflicts.
It's like I am just reading examples now. I'm like, that's why I love the example in Lane on Woodley, where he goes, "What about Silence of the Lambs?" I'm trying to recommend films, and the guy goes, "No, I'm not really into nature films." But yeah. Anyway, I'll go down the rabbit hole of word writing stuff.
Fair enough. What were we talking about before this? The last thing I remember was something about Catwoman. Halle Berry, Little
Remix.
Mermaid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
remix. Yeah. My concern is like that. Yeah, somehow they're gonna go, "Oh, Ariel saves herself," and it's like, yes, that's fine on its own, but you realize that changes the entire result of the story. Like that's the whole. Like, what does she grab the Triton herself and change herself into a human and then just
What? No,
fail?
no. No, that's
Nothing.
when you said she saves herself, that's not what I assumed. I thought it was gonna be she's gonna grab the trident of Ursula and stab Ursula herself, rather than the
Yeah, she
man
might.
driving the ship through Ursula.
Yeah, no, like that might still be the case as well, but it's like how they make these changes and then don't understand the actual core of the story. Like then
Yeah.
who gives Ariel? Because I get that
Well, don't you get it?
it is
Because she kills the sea witch, she's earned her reward. It's
yeah,
so progressive.
it's
She killed
it's
that
still
woman.
yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Like they're gonna, and that's actually the worst part. They usually
She
fix it
killed that
by
woman,
doing the
and
exact
also
same problem.
that woman was given a sympathetic backstory. Her mum
Yeah,
was pushed off a cliff by a Dalmatian, and that's why she's evil.
yeah. It's like they often fix it by just making it worse. So it's like yeah, they'll have Ariel kill Ursula, and then be like yeah, she's earned it. So now when Triton gives her legs, it's not her father changing his mind in a heartfelt thing.
Yeah,
It's just
it's not an
she.
old man realizing he was closed-minded. It's uh, a guy giving up and
And people will
going,
be
"Oh
like,
well, I
"Oh,
guess you deserve a reward. If you didn't kill the sea witch, I would have continued being an evil prick."
but then yeah, if the problem though is that Ariel doesn't have agency, then Triton giving her permission to leave is still giving her permission to leave. It's under this nonsense idea that like it I mean it's not bad to say, you know, you've got your freedom, you can do what you want. But it's taking it too far in the other direction and going, screw your family, just run away.
Yeah.
Run away, here's a problem, fix it and run away again. Like the second time she isn't gonna run away, she's willing to let him go, and then Triton goes, no, I get your point now. We agree on this. Like it's
Yeah.
not. She only goes with his permission because she cares about her father. Like it's not an imprisonment thing. It's not. I don't know.
I'm just
It's all
thinking
been
about how
brought.
they changed it. So instead of Mulan training and getting better, she was born that way. She has all this
Yeah.
chi, but also that means that in the final battle thing, she is able. The Emperor throws an arrow and she kicks it and she kills the bad guy.
I've
I
seen that
I
clip.
That's the thing. I've seen that clip so many times, I've almost become convinced that I've seen the movie.
Yeah. It's just like I don't. How can you like just? There's so many decisions in that decision that it's like, why does he have to throw it? Why can't he like? Why can't the first guy just throw the arrow at the evil guy? Why does he have to throw it up in the air so that Milan can kick it? Why does it have to be so high up that she has to jump off a separate board? Why does she have to kick it into the guy's chest? How come kicking it into his chest prevents the villain from catching it?
Yeah,
But the other
when
guy
the
just
Emperor
throws it
just
in
caught it, yeah.
like yeah.
You know, say what you want about Marvel movies being terrible, at least they don't do that shit.
Yeah.
They do worse things, but at least
Yeah, I
they're
just wouldn't
not...
want to say everything is great. Because, yeah, there's plenty of really bad stuff out there enough to forget that when I criticize average stuff, it's okay to be average, when it at least means something got through.
Hmm. I heard they're making a Cars 4. How the fuck is that series still going? It sells
What?
toys. It is really good at selling toys. Cars sells a lot of toys.
I thought Cars 3 was like the end of it. Like, they very clearly
Well, if Car...
trailered.
Well, first of all, I haven't seen Cars 3 to
No, I
know.
haven't realized.
But
The
like,
trailer gave
yeah,
me that
I
impression.
thought the idea was that yeah, there's new cars coming in, and Lightning McQueen is sort of outclassed, and it's sort of like a passing of the torch. So clearly, Cars 4 is meant to focus on, you know, Lightning McQueen rekindling with a random love interest who wasn't in the third film, and they go off to like a festival, carnival thing where they Lightning McQueen leaves behind all the friends that he's made over the years and stuck with through Cars 3.
Remember when Pixar didn't do sequels?
You remember when Toy Story 4 fucking broke me? And I just became like this rage-filled monster that I was howling
Yeah.
into the night going, how the fuck did this happen?
And I was like, that was alright, except for the half of it where Buzz has a brain injury somehow.
Yeah, he's not Buzz. That's not Woody. This isn't Toy Story. People who praise this film are just lying to themselves and distracted by the fact that, ooh, look, the cat, it looks real.
So I think it's very much like
Do you
we were
remember
saying,
Toy Story 1, how the dog looked like shit, but we were still convinced it was an adequate threat?
I mean, I was how old at the time, but like, it
Oh, it
is
doesn't matter.
Toy Story
Even
4
going back, it's like you still get the tension because like it doesn't matter that it looks like shit. These toys really help sell the idea.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
the whole discourse about Toy Story 4 was, oh my god, look how far animation has come. And it's like, that's not animation, that's modeling. Get it right first. But, like, who cares that the cat looks realistic at this point? Like...
Yeah, I mean, like, no, it's like, it's good advancement in that area, but I think we've always said that if all you've got to point at is
The Captain Marvel, all the articles are about how they de-aged Nick Fury, how Sam Jackson looks like he's 40 again.
It's like, yeah, but what about the story?
What about the plot?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But though, like, I do look at Toy Story 4 and say, like we were saying with some of the Doctor Who episodes, it's like, there's some nice moments in there. But I feel like that's all people remember. Like, there's a lot of wasted time in Toy Story 4.
I think it's really insulting that they left all of the key players of the past 3 films in a truck, in a car.
Oh, God, I forgot about that. And then they, like, drive the truck, they try to get the adults to... It's not like Finding Nemo where Fish drives the truck.
And I have massive problems with that. I don't like Finding Dory at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't care for the Finding Dory. Which, again, like, I liked the memory thing, but I also didn't like that she just randomly remembered stuff. But yeah, no, I forgot about the whole van thing where, like, I think he asks his wife if they should go.
Does this sat-nav sound a bit weird?
Oh, that's the one. And then, like, she's giggling and, like, just... Why did...
Well, I guess we've got to obey the psychotic machine. Instead of, you know, using our fucking eyes. And also, like, the conflict... Oh, there wouldn't be a conflict. There wouldn't be a need to move the van if Jesse just got out of the van again and popped another tire, because it took the dad, like, 5 hours to fix.
Yeah, also, like, they're right there.
Yeah.
Like, my suspension of disbelief in Buzz's entire storyline was just absurd.
I don't like... I saw this as like a sort of post hoc justification for sidelining the secondary characters, but like apparently the voice actor for Mr. Potato had died, and they didn't want to
Yeah.
recast, and they didn't want to recycle dialogue. So obviously the solution was to not write the characters in.
I mean, yeah, like I get not wanting to replace Don Wrinkle, but at the same time, you don't have to then cut every character out.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not an either
didn't,
or.
Hang on, didn't Slinky's? Because I know Don Wrinkle in general, because I just remember his voice is very succinct. But it's the guy who voiced Slinky, I thought also died, and they replaced him.
Did they? Well,
Or did they just have him?
who gives a shit about Slinky? Apparently, then.
It's like, but yeah, no, Jim Varney, yeah, and then, oh, okay, no, they did replace him because it's been a different voice actor in Toy Story 3 and in Toy Story 4.
Huh.
Yeah, which is also sad because Jim Varney was good. Jim Varney I know for the what's his name? Ernest films, and then Don Wrinkles I know randomly. I know Don Wrinkles from the Dennis the Menace film of all places.
Okay.
Which is a weird, but I also know him for he was just really good at the fighting. He was really good at taking shots at people. You know, the comedians, like, you come in just to see them heckle you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was basically that. It was like, yeah, Joan Rivers, who was really good at the snapping back at people, and then Don Wrinkles. You paid to see Don Wrinkles insult you. Anyway.
Fair enough, I guess.
But yeah, no, it's sad because I'm like, I used to watch all the Ernest films when I was young. Oh my god! I forgot about that.
What?
Okay, in Dennis the Menace, Don Wrinkles plays the father next door. Like, he hates Dennis, so the whole idea is Dennis is a menace, and
Yeah,
Don plays grumpy.
When you say someone hates Dennis, I was like, yes, that's kind of the premise.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it, but like, yeah, it's the Don Wrinkles though plays the angry man next door. Betty White was the
Oh, no, not
Yeah.
Betty White.
I was like, oh my god, I forgot they were both in it.
Oh,
Oh.
that actually hurts, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not see that coming. We're talking about actors that have passed on. I just, like, yeah. Anyway, they were both in it. We're running out of people.
Yeah. No, we're not actually. The population growth is always on an exponential rise, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Let's see, summon Dark Magician and attack them directly. I don't have that. And I'm not reading that, Bardo, because it seems like bait.
It is suddenly very weird to me that, like, say Toy Story's cast is like Jim Varney from the Ernest things, Don Wrinkles, just well known in a bunch of comedic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
John Ratzenberger from every Pixar film ever.
Yep.
Again, also Cheers. Tom Hanks from most of Tom Hanks's films ever. And Tim Allen, who was, from that Home Improvement show and that Shaggy Dog movie that I watched when I was young.
There, that's much better, Bardo.
Was it?
Yeah, Betty White forever. Get your crackers out, boys.
Yeah. I was literally, it was the weirdest thing for me, but I was watching, was it Carol Burnett and Maggie Smith singing together? And I didn't think I'd heard of Carol Burnett, but I was like, oh, you've got, Maggie Smith sings? Wow, cool. And then I found another video of Julie Andrews and Carol Burnett singing, and then I thought Carol Burnett looks familiar to me, and looked it up, and was like, oh, she's the lady. She plays Miss Hannigan from Annie, and she's also in a play. She's also in a movie called Noises Off that I like.
Right.
The stage play done in 3 acts. So I was just like, wow, all these connections of these. Like I didn't think I knew who Carol Burnett was, but realized by this point I'd seen all of these people in something, which is the weird experience I have with the Pixar thing. Like, even if I think I don't know someone, everyone's been in some classic thing at some point that I do recognize. But I was genuinely thinking, wow, Maggie Smith and Julie Andrews, there's 2 people that I'm glad are still alive. Like I have this weird thing where there are certain older actors who I'm genuinely like, they're still alive, right? And Alan Rickman was on that list, and he passed away. Ian McKellen is on that list just because they're old. Like it is mostly just old actors that seem like really old, but they're still going really well. And I'm like, it's just gonna shock us because
Anthony
they
Hopkins.
still seem so prime. Yeah.
Olivia Colman. She's not that old, but like.
Well, not Olivia Colman so much. Who's the Judi Dench?
She
The
was
Queen.
also in Cats.
Yeah. Yeah, the Queen. Every now and then, I'm like, the Queen's still alive, right?
Wait, hang on. You mean the Queen in the UK?
The Queen. Yeah, the Queen. Yeah.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, like basically ever, but I absolutely believe that she's already dead and they're just weekends at Boningsing her. Because apparently she's only spent 69 years as the monarch. And they don't want her legacy to be like, oh, she only reigned for 69 years. Lol. And like,
Yeah.
I can both respect that and be horribly disappointed that like, it wouldn't surprise me if like any day now the lie sort of is given up, and they're like, guys, she's starting to smell.
Oh. Yeah. No, it was a weird experience because I was just doing like my roundly celebrity death checkups.
Well, that's the thing. Why would you want to put the Queen on the list? Like, the sooner she's gone, probably the better.
Nah.
Because she serves no purpose.
Yeah, no, but so many countries like her, and as soon as that power vacuum kicks in,
What power vacuum?
there's gonna be chaos.
There is no power vacuum with her. Like, if
No,
if
but
she
once
dies,
she
there is there is succession, but also they're a publicity thing at this point. The only power they have is that from time to time they can block the UK Parliament from passing bills. Which I think is a power that they shouldn't have, but the fact that like they're not going to abuse that power. There's no power vacuum to fill in because they are powerless.
No, I think it's what they represent, and I'm concerned. We'll take advantage.
I think you're deluded.
Yeah, I might be. I mean, I'm random. I'm routinely checking up on celebrities to make sure they haven't died.
I really want to know what you think the Queen represents in the 21st century. Like, if you were to point to a picture of Mario, Super Mario, I don't think she would know who she is, which makes her, like, significantly less valuable as a person than just about every other person on the planet.
I feel like you're delusional by assuming that people have to know who Mario.
No, I'm just saying that in this digital age, the iconography of Super Mario is something that most people are familiar with, and because she has likely no exposure to this insane character, it just sort of makes me think you haven't really lived and you're not really contributing anything anymore. It just proves that you are a relic of a forgotten time.
But do we know she doesn't know who Mario is?
I'm gonna assume as much. Are you gonna go ask her? Are you gonna Google, does the Queen know who Super Mario is?
I'll meet the Queen and say, Hi, yeah, I'm just wondering, do you know who Super Mario is? And when she goes, no, I go, oh, that's unfortunate. I had a bet with my friend on a stream.
He called you
If you
worthless if you didn't know.
yeah, if you don't know who Mario is, then unfortunately your time is over. Move on.
And she just takes off her crown and goes, well, I guess if Neko says so. I was like, oh, you
She
fucking know him, but not Mario.
Yeah, she passes me the crown and goes, well, it was a good run. Someone's going to find out eventually.
69 years strong.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, but anyway.
No, I want you to answer earnestly. What do you think she represents?
No,
No, don't worm your way out of this. What does the Queen represent? What does the monarchy represent in the 21st century when Facebook is screwing us over?
I got the impression that, because I don't know how, I don't know what politics are really thinking behind the curtains, but the fact that everyone's so keen to meet her, and
because she's old and she wears a crown. Most countries, at least a lot of countries, don't have a functioning monarchy still because it's such a fucking outdated remnant of a bygone era. We live in a democracy, Brenton. Therefore, the idea of a monarchy where you can inherit power is outdated. It is anti-social.
The
reason people want to meet her is because she has that sort of esteem about her. It's like, oh, it's the Queen. Whereas if she was just some homeless woman who wore a crown, no one would want to fucking know her.
That's exactly it though. I suspect that the Queen herself holds a lot of respect, and when she's gone, it will be replaced by just some doofus. And that doofus will not command the same respect.
That's the thing. If that happens, good. We'll go on not caring about this other guy now.
Yeah, but that's where I worry. A lot of people who are otherwise not doing things will start doing things. And there'll be a lot more country.
Can you please be a bit more specific about these things?
Really, because I recognize it's all I've got to go on.
Okay.
It's conspiracy and suspicion.
You are delusional. You are a clown.
I mean, this is the thing. I'll ask him. Like, hey, are anyone plotting against you? Because I need to know. Anyway, the tragically sad story that I was trying to tell was just that I was doing my routine checkups on celebrities.
I think that's about as sad as it's gonna get as a checkup on. Sorry, but.
Oh yeah, no, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it was just keep in mind that people would die and then prepare for it. It's a weird thing.
You want me to go offline so you can think about what you want to say before we come back?
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I was looking up whether Maggie Smith was still alive. I was like, yeah, no, she's still alive. And then read something that said Betty White, rest in peace. But it was from a year ago. And I was like, what? No, she's not. No. And then I read the year ago and went, oh, right. No, they're just maybe they're doing the whole RIP, when there's a joke or a situation happens. And rip. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I just.
She said something offensive and she was cancelled. Rip.
Yeah, and then I googled Betty White, and then it came up, and I was like, wait, what? No. And then found out I was right before New Year's, and I was just like, what?
She was so close to 100.
Yeah.
That's the thing that hurts most of all about it.
Yeah. But that's so weird to me. You live to 99, and then just don't make that extra mile. So, But also, I liked her quote. This is the thing. I think about death a lot, but I have that. I liked the quote she said where she's like, "No one knows. Everyone pretends to know, but the only people who know." I'm butchering the quote, but she's like, "It's
evidently the quote was about you and not knowing the quote."
She said that her mother always said that death was like a secret, and the only people who know the secret are the people who pass on. So she wasn't afraid of death at all, because she was like, either I get to find out the secret, or there's nothing and I won't know. Win-win. And I was like, that's a nice way of looking at it. Yeah.
Bardo says, that's definitely something I'd ask God. Really, really, God, you couldn't give me another month? It depends on, that's the thing. I think it would have to be, like, depending on where I am in my life.
I pictured that and immediately pictured God saying back, and what would you have done with it?
I would probably sit around a little more.
Yeah.
Come on, Spider-Man was out next month, you asshole.
That was the thing, like, when, like, Endgame was coming out, I was like...
Please tell me they showed Stanley.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh. I was not... How does this keep going in this direction? Yeah, no, it's, when Bardo said that's what I'd ask God, I thought you were gonna say, does the Queen know who Mario is?
Well,
I don't know who Mario is. Oh my God, God doesn't know who Mario is.
God's a fake fan. Cancelled 2022.
I only play PS4.
Not even God could get a PS fucking 5.
God, why don't you play Nintendo, bloody DriftCon? Also, whenever people say they died of natural causes, I immediately assume that's a lie, and then wonder if people are immortal if they don't die of that. Like, is there just a point where
the body gives up?
Well, but like, I would have thought the body would give up somewhere. Like, it would still be through something.
Yeah. Like, I get what you mean. Like, I would assume when people say natural causes, they'd be like, oh, it's some, I don't know, maybe artery failure or not some I'm trying to think of the exact words, but like it's not some freak accident. It's not like some what's his fucking name? Mike Myers mask guy is coming into your room and slashing you or whatever.
I don't think I've seen that, but that's a weird image. Because I'm just cat man coming at you.
Wait, what? Oh, the cat in the hat.
Like mine is cat in the hat.
I don't know what I would prefer, to be honest.
Just you expecting the Grim Reaper, and instead you get Mike Myers' cat in the hat. Yeah, I prefer the Reaper.
You know, if I'm honest, I think I would prefer none of these people to visit me. That just makes me think, though, of like, if I was to die, I'm saying if, not when, because holy fuck. But like, if I was to die, I either want it to be while I'm asleep or in like the funniest way possible.
See, no, this is gonna get down a dark road. Are the funniest ways possible funny to them or us?
How
can you die hilariously if you still die?
I could die laughing.
Yeah, true.
Well, it would have to be in like a really ironic way. Like, imagine if how I die is I burn my toast and my house catches fire and I can't make it out in time. If people heard the toast story, people who know would be like, that's a little sad, but also they would see some humor in it.
Yeah. See, that's where like there was that. I'm gonna do myself in. There was a story in the papers where some kids died in a
I know what you're talking
jumping
about. Yeah.
castle accident, and that's the thing. Like I read it and went, "Well, that's the most horrifying thing ever."
Mm-hmm.
And then immediately thought, and that's what's ridiculously like not. It wasn't like
Yeah, it's not
funny,
ridiculous
it's
in like a mocking
"Ah."
way. It's like wow,
No,
that is so bizarre.
yeah, it's so cartoonishly reversed for like, yeah, like a jumping castle of all things.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's like that is tragic. It is the most, it's so tragic to the exaggerated extreme that it's like, that's where I'm like, yeah, if I died in a jumping castle, there's that little part that's just like,
I'm
how
sure
absurd.
I'm sure the
But it's
news
like,
would
what if
read
funny to people at my funeral?
First of all, I could imagine seeing the Twitter ABC News article about it and all the comments going, why was this grown man in the jumping castle?
Yeah.
It's just a little
It's like,
weird.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like,
But yeah.
yeah, I almost hate myself for it. Like it's situational humor, but like made real, so it's terrible. And it's like
Yeah.
that's the problem with funny situational deaths. Is like, say if I died, trying to ride a unicycle for the first time or something, and I end up like clowning myself through a Coles thing and dying in a freezer. Like, that's funny in that you would never expect it to happen. But I don't know if anyone at my funeral would be going, "Yeah, that's right, laugh." I like.
He
problem with
always
death
wanted
is
the
it makes
last
you
laugh, but I
think
guess
that's
we'll
funny.
have to have it.
Yeah, because I almost think like I would love to set up a thing that makes the funeral funny, like that no one would expect. Like leave like a video
That's the
of some
thing.
sort, just something if it's entertained. But I feel like it would just play so poorly.
What I find slightly funny is I don't think many photos of me exist that sort of thinking back to my dad's funeral, the sort of similar thing to him is like there weren't that many good photos of him, to be honest. That I'm in a sort of similar boat, but I'm like, I'm gonna keep it that way because like if I ever have a funeral, I do actually want people to use pictures of my burnt toast because they'll have enough.
I when my dad passed away and we were trying to pick out photos, for whatever reason, we went through my photos specifically, like me and my dad's photos,
Right.
and it was just nothing but me normal and my dad's face just blurred. Like just moving too fast. And just every single photo blurred. And I was just like, what are the like the first few I was like, oh, that one's not so good. And after a while I was like, what's happening here? It's just unphotoable.
Well, I sort of ended up with this sort of mindset of going, well, it's more likely from their perspective that they weren't that concerned with being in the photo, but rather making the memory. But like, I assume that's why most people have pictures of other people more than themselves. And even the photos they have of themselves, they're not the important part of them, so they're not necessarily going to keep them for themselves. But like, it becomes very difficult to, as a person, have a collection of photos that are good to use.
Yeah.
Like, you do literally have to rely on other people.
Yeah.
But then you run into that situation of it's always blurred, it's always... He's in the
Always
background.
blinking.
Yeah, he's always blinking.
Like the How I Met Your Mother thing where Marshall can't take a single good photo, but Barney can't take a bad photo. And they're just
And
constantly
with our
trying to
powers
catch
combined,
him.
we'll take the most photo that's ever been.
It reminds me of the time where I went to a show with Frank Woodley, like not with him. I went to see him
Yeah,
in a show.
yeah, I know the comedian.
Yeah, and afterwards, like there was like a meet and greet thing. And I was the last person in line, and was like, "Oh my god, like that gives me extra time." But
No.
like because I did comedy myself, I'm aware that just because they perform on stage doesn't mean they want to chat to people. And also, I was aware how tiring stand-up can be. So like I could see that he was absolutely exhausted. And I was super awkward because I was like, I've been watching your stuff for like 20 years, and so like my brain overloaded with trying way too hard to be funny, while also recognizing that he wanted to go home. And then it got super awkward because I went from the mentality of say something funny, to not knowing what to say at all. And then there was just awkward silence between us where he didn't have the energy and I didn't have the words. And then he was like, and he opened like the DVD he was signing. He went, "That moment was funny," and I went, "Yeah." And then some lady came because she couldn't find where the toilets were, so he had to show her where the toilets were, which meant he had to leave the table while I was standing there by myself. And so he's gone, and I turn around, I'm like, "Is he coming back?" Like, it was so awkward. Then when he finally came back, he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I just over here." And Mum was like, "Oh, we should get a photo." And I was like, "Yeah, good idea." And then we took a photo, and the photo was me looking fine, and Frank literally looking absolutely blurred. And I've kept that photo because I love the fact that I finally met like one of my heroes, and it was as hilariously awkward as it absolutely should have been.
Right.
And I'm just like, it's one of those, like, it reminds me that everyone's human, and I'm just like, that was far better than any kind of, because I went in being like, he's a comedic genius, say something funny, and left like, he's a person, and we all wonder, and that's what my comedy's like. Like, yeah, it was nice, but now I have that photo of just,
Right.
yeah.
You're gonna blackmail him with it one day.
I'm sure if I ever do meet him again, I'll be like, you won't remember this.
I'd be like, "Oh yes, I do remember you. You were fucking awkward.
Yeah.
I hope you've improved." Well, that just makes me think. I've got a friend who really likes going to conventions and stuff and meeting the people who work on the things that he likes. And I can never understand that sort of mindset. I can never, just as a person, I can never picture myself going and being in a room specifically to meet another person like that.
Yeah.
It comes along with the fact that, like, I don't idolize anyone. Yeah, I'm talking shit about you, Jack. I think the idea of the celebrity has sort of poisoned the minds of so many people. Don't put people up on a pedestal. They'll fall faster than you think. Basically, just don't idolize people, and also leave them the fuck alone. even if they're paid to be there, it's just like, oh, so that's a monetary transaction. How sincere can that possibly be? And also, why do you need that? Why do you need their text to scribble in your life? I don't understand these things.
That's exactly it. Like, it was like beforehand, I was like, oh, there's someone I idolize. I want their approval. I want to be like as clever and smart as them. And then, like, as it unfolded, I was like, oh yeah, everyone's human, and I don't know who they are outside of their work, and that's fine. Like, it's and I have the same, like, it was quite humbling. Like, I now have the same thought process with, like, say, the Wiggles. Like, I'd freaking love if I randomly met a Wiggle and was like, oh my god, you're one of the OG Wiggles. Like, I've watched your stuff for 20 years. Like, like, I would still be like, yay, I got to meet them. That's a great thing. But I now wouldn't go into it with the mentality of, like, they're an artistic genius and I have to be their friend. It's like, I don't know them. And if I didn't know their work, would I bother to know them? I'm like, well, probably only as much as I know any other stranger. I could be like, oh yeah, that sounds good. But I wouldn't be like gotta spend time with them. Like, I agree with you that it's like, the celebrity thing has convinced us that we know people on a personal level, and that we, by association, we can aggrandize ourselves. Like, it's we put them on a pedestal so if we can reach their heights, we can be great too.
I think that's...
We need to humble them at our level.
I just think that leads to self-destructive behaviors. Me personally, I just like to have things signed as a collector thing. I'm really glad that I have Vic Mignogna's signature on my Full Metal Alchemist DVDs, but the guy can go suck a dick. I agree with the last part. I think the first part's psychotic behavior. It's comparable to me going, I don't want to play Legends of Arceus, but I'm gonna play it just so I can catch those Pokemon. So I have them in my living decks. It's just like, that's not healthy human behavior for either of us.
I've done that with I'm doing that with Omega Ruby. I'm trying to catch them all. But yeah, that's the thing. I think like celebrity and, but that's the thing. I like now. I really like now separating the work from the artist, as much as like at least being able to go like. Again, I'd love to meet the people who made the thing I like, but I have to remember that I like them for the thing they liked, and not for them. Like it's good. Like you were saying with the my comedy book has a signature in the front of it.
Oh,
and it's like I like that. It's like, hey, I am good at this thing, and I met someone who was also good at this thing, and they have signed this thing, thus proving that I did meet. Like I had that moment where. It's like a souvenir or a snapshot. It's like like you were saying with the photos. It's like it gives you that moment to go, oh, I liked this thing enough that I wanted to show recognition for liking this thing. So I went out of my way to like thank or congratulate or meet the person who made that thing, and then I now have a memento of them recognizing my recognition of that thing. It's like it's a transaction.
Right.
I appreciate this. Thank you. I appreciate your appreciation.
Right.
Thank you. I now have this. After that, it's like if you're then trying to hang out with them, I find that's the problem.
Oh yeah, sure. But I'm obviously not stretching into parasocial relationships, obviously, but like, just sort of on an aside. Sure. I know that they're not exactly comparable, collecting signatures and collecting Pokemon, but as the whole, you like to have things signed as a collector thing, alarms went off in my brain going like, that doesn't sound like normal healthy human behavior, even if it brings you joy. But I'm also reminded of another thing, and that is, so I own, and this is something specifically for Jack, but I own All the Lights in the Sky, Mod Synth, and what was their new album? Singularity? From Area 11, and Modern Synthesis is signed by them, whereas the other two aren't, and I hate that. Not that the other two are signed, I hate that Mod Synth is signed, because it was shipped like that.
Alright.
Yeah.
Huh.
So like, I in that transaction, I didn't get a say. I would prefer it not to be signed, but I'm not gonna buy another fucking CD just to get it not signed.
Yeah. I don't know, it's curious, because now you got me thinking how, like, one of my Wiggles videos is signed by one of the Wiggles, and I would absolutely love to get the other three, just for collection's sake. Like, I'm one down, 3 to go.
You're just gonna corner him in back alleys, go like, I'm the... Oh no, it's the Wiggle Squiggler. He's got his Sharpies.
I'm coming at him. Sign my video! I don't even watch it anymore. But yeah. Like, yeah, no, because that's the thing, you know what I mean, I absolutely subscribe to the collection mentality. Like, I've got collections for everything.
I subscribe to it for specific things, but they're usually things that I can physically interact with rather than, like, just look at and marvel at. Like the Lego, yeah. Like I'm big into Lego at the moment, and I can build with Lego. I can't build with signatures, now fucking can I? I'll admit this one is a point in your favor, but the reason I've never bought the Atlits album is because they still have the signed version on their store, but it's sold out. And I'm like, but I want it signed. No, that's... I can't get behind that.
Yeah, I do find it an interesting difference, again, for me personally, where if something comes signed, then I'm like, because to me the signature is some evidence that you met the person who signed it. Where it's like, if it's signed but they've never, how do you know they signed it? Like, it could have just been anybody.
Yeah.
Like, unless they sign it right in front of me, I don't consider it officially signed. Which is weird, because like it will still have the signature on it. But
Yeah.
it's like, is the... And I've also, like, I don't necessarily care for the whole, like I'm not getting the Wiggles thing signed so I can sell it. Like, I don't care if it's worth $2 or $2 million. If it has all 4 of them, I'm just like, the fact that it has 1 and not the other 3, I'm like, that feels incomplete. It'd be good to, like... And even, like, because I know one of them signed it, be like, can I achieve... Like, it's actually, like, a weird achievement goal. Like, can I get the other 3 to sign this? And having said that, I'm worried one of the Wiggles will die, and that'll be it.
I'm just not gonna comment on this. I think my opinions are very well known at this point.
I've been trying to look up funniest ways to die, and I'm just getting nothing. Which actually is probably a weird thing to Google.
Are you getting like a thing at the top for like Lifeline?
No.
Okay, then it's fine. You're not been tagged in their system.
I just realized that, like, no website is actually going to give me ways to die.
Right. Oh, here's the
Which is
question then.
probably good.
Here's a vaguely similar question then. If you got the chance to talk to some kind of celebrity for an hour or two, would you? I would not. And like, all while we've been talking about this, I've just been thinking about like a statement in my head of like, I really like, say, Chris Evans as Cap. I really like Elizabeth Olsen as the Scarlet Witch. If I had the opportunity to hang out with them for like an hour, I still wouldn't. If they were like... If people insisted to hang out with me, I'd still be like, no, fuck off.
See, this is where I would, but I would keep it completely work-related. Like, I've now learned that, like, again, I would love to interview one of the Wiggles and just ask them how they did what they did. Like, because I have questions about their actual, like, career. I wouldn't want to sit there for an hour and go, you know, how's your day? Because I'd be like, we just wouldn't have anything in common. Like, I'm aware with just people who would probably just want to go on with their lives. Whereas I would love to sit down any of the creatives that I like and go, how'd you do it? Like, in the specific example of the Wiggles, it's like, at what point did you know you'd made it in the business? Because I've heard they said, because they were 4 guys, most companies just went, it won't happen, because the education industry is mostly female, and just people won't trust 4 guys.
Right.
And then, like, they made it big, but it's like, at what point? Like, how did you get on to play school? Did someone ask you, or did you ask them? Like, these kind of things. I'd be like, how did that go about? How did you... Yeah. I'd just ask a bunch of, like, business stuff. Because I'd be like, hey, you guys are 20 years successful in the business. What'd you do? How'd you do it?
See, I can sort of understand that, but I just feel like, personally, regardless of the context, I would just not want to interact or be in, like, the same space as them.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I literally don't care about the notion of celebrity. If there's anything that I specifically wanted to learn, it's very likely that they wouldn't be where I would seek to learn it, but I'm also trying to like struggle now and think, is there anything from anyone specifically that I want to learn about the process and stuff? And I'm like, no, I'm quite happy just sticking in my lane. Because I'm like, Neil Gaiman seems like a cool dude, but I'd be curious to talk about his creative process as like an interest thing. If Tom Holland came up to you, I think you'd say hi at least. Well, that's the thing. I'm polite in that if someone says hi to me, I'll be like, yeah, hi, and then just keep walking. Like, I don't give a shit that I've seen the guy up on a screen. Like,
after seeing Neil Gaiman's masterclass, I believe me and him would have a ball. Like, we'd just talk about storytelling for hours. Because everything he has said about it so far, I've fundamentally agreed with. Like, yeah. I'd love to talk to him about, like, editing stories and just writing in general. Like, that's the thing. Like, we wouldn't necessarily talk about our daily lives. But I think what it is, I just like to take successful people and interview them on their success.
oh, sure.
Like, yeah, it'd be particular things, but like Neil Gaiman is a really good example because I'm like, I've done his masterclass and I feel like so it's not just I like his stuff, but I'm like, I actually like the way he thinks about story. I'm like, yeah, I would really enjoy talking to him. But again, yeah, talking to him as a writer, not necessarily as two random strangers just hanging out at a coffee shop.
Yeah, and I'm just personally not interested in any of these interactions, regardless of the context.
Actually, now you've said that, it's made me think I need to work on this stuff more. Because, like, Neil Gaiman actually had a story about how he wanted to learn how people, like, wrote and edited and stuff, and said that he told himself, all right, from this moment on, I'm a journalist, because he was like, I want to be able to ask these questions of people, and if I just say I'm a writer, they'll go away. But if I say I'm a journalist, then it gives me permission to, like, interview people, and I'm like, yeah, I want to do exactly that. This has inspired me to see who I can contact.
Right.
This is actually me trying to see if I can do this. Yeah, I don't know. I once tweeted Colin Lane and got a tweet back, so I'm like, yeah, I'm already feeling like, yeah, I can do this if I wanted to. It'd be fun. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know. Yeah. Got me excited now. So I found a list. 50 bizarre ways to die.
Okay.
Number 1, falling out
Hang
of
on,
bed.
wait. Okay. I feel like that sort of spoiled it because, like, I imagine a bunch of these are going to be like, okay, but how high up is your bed and what's on the floor? It's all going to be like, very, very context sensitive. But my sort of lead-in question was going to be like, how many of these do you reckon are going to be realistic?
Yeah, not many of them. These are very specific.
Yeah.
Randy Lane's impaled on the bill of a swordfish. Falling off a ladder and landing headfirst into a water bucket. Man killed by his own explosive while trying to steal from a condom dispenser. Hit by a coconut falling off a tree. Approximately 150 people per year are killed by coconuts.
Yeah, they kill more people than sharks do.
Man died after being stabbed in the eye with an umbrella.
Well, hang on. I want to go back because in my final year of uni for the creative arts thing, me and a bunch of people for a documentary class, you might actually remember this. We were making one about facts on bottle caps. And the bottle cap that sort of inspired that whole thing was the whole coconuts kill more people than sharks.
Oh yeah,
yeah, my thought process has evolved on what that actually means in the sort of time between making that documentary and now. And I think what they really mean is that coconuts kill more people than coconuts kill sharks. I've got a sneaking suspicion that that's more accurate.
Yeah, what was the initial comment?
I assumed it was coconuts kill more people than sharks kill people. And apparently that's still true, but like it seems even more accurate that coconuts kill more people than they're able to kill sharks because sharks are not land-based.
Right. I assume no one would be measuring how often sharks get killed by coconuts. So it's got to be the other one.
Sure, but it then just makes me think of like, oh, we could have done so many like more comedic things of like the interpretation of words.
Yeah, who's doing a study of that? Like, imagine someone's like, "Oh, I just figured out that a lot of coconuts kill people." Oh, wow, that's something we should look out for. What have you figured out? I just figured out that coconuts don't kill nearly as many sharks.
Okay, what about you, guy at the back? Oh well, I learned that if a scientist says anything, they'll print it on a bottle cap. Death by a coconut would be funny, but something you'd regret if there is an afterlife. Well, you can't regret dying if it's an accident. Like, if I'm just trying to like think of actual accidents, but I was gonna be like, oh, if I slip on like a piece of concrete and smash my head into like a fire hydrant, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I regret doing that, because there's no element of regret there.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and skip through some of these.
Yeah,
Some of them are
just give us the highlight reel. Might as well.
Um, yeah, no, that one's horrible.
Oh, as opposed to the rest, which are really lovely.
No, some of these are just like someone shot themselves.
Ah.
It's like it either is intentional or not intentional, or like, yeah, some of these just, like man crushed while moving a fridge, and it's like, yeah, well, that makes sense because they're heavy. Like, some of these aren't bizarre, they're just horrible. Like, we're not just like, they're not that bizarre. It's like, yeah, I can see how someone would be killed by a fridge if they got crushed by one. King Adolf Frederick of Sweden.
Oh, you don't want
Adolf,
that first name.
No. Strangled by neckties.
Right.
24 people each year are killed by champagne corks.
I guess there's no such thing as regret when you die. No, there can be. But if you're gonna regret the death, it has to be self-inflicted. Or it needs to be something of your own sort of making.
Speaking of self-inflicted, man run over by his own vehicle. What was it? Roger Wallace was killed by his own remote-controlled plane. I'm picturing like a tiny one, like, yeah, one of these, like, White House falling off artwork, falling in a water bucket. They're right. Yeah, one of these aren't that absurd, like dying from drinking too much water. Well, yeah. Like, they're not. I agree. Like, where are the ones where they've just self-inflicted, like? Yeah. They're also graphic. Why are they going into so much detail?
Because clearly they want to be like, edgy writers, like Zack Snyder.
Yeah, like number 44, kicked by a horse. That's not bizarre. That's just like everyone knows that show. You get kicked by a horse, it's very painful. But it's not like, oh, he was kicked by a horse, but how did he die? He was kicked by a horse. Yeah, but like, that can't be the reason. Like, how? Yeah.
If I knew I shat my pants right before I died, that would be a lingering thought if I wasn't in excruciating pain. Didn't Elvis die on the toilet?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So let's face it, like, if that's the legacy of Elvis, you're fine, Bardo.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a short toilet break.
Well, that's topical. A lot of monsters on the field. How do I win? Toby doesn't have treats, so a monster would be one thing. But I also thought, maybe I just don't know exactly, but that was like a common thing though of like when, oh shit, he's got the Dark Magician. Ah, fuck. When you die, it's relaxing all the bowels and all the tension sort of loosened that most people when they die do shit themselves. I don't know if that's actually accurate anymore, now that I'm thinking about it. It might be. Who knows? Someone is going to have to Google it, because I'm not going to. How many points does it go by? 300? Okay, 300. No, we don't have enough. Shit. I really, really want to win this one. I fart when I sneeze now, so I'm definitely letting something out upon death. Ooh, I know how to win. I know what I need. I don't know if I have it. No. Why do I have so many weak monsters in my hand? This is dreadful. Okay, moment of truth. Nope, that wasn't. Oh no, I'm gonna lose this one. I needed Princess Tsurugi, but one. Oh fuck! I wouldn't have won anyway. That's annoying. And so annoying. Sad face. We lost to not Yugi, Yami. It's a shop.
When you said before you weren't sure if it was still true, whether people crap themselves when they die.
Is it?
The way I thought that was like, well, either it was always true and still is, or it was never true. Like, do people start dying differently? The way you phrased it, I was like, yeah, it'd be funny if like that it was true before, but it's not true now. Somehow.
Well, my thought is just like, it doesn't matter how you die. It's all just like the relaxing of muscles, releasing tension, that kind of thing. That if there's anything left in those bowels, probably coming out.
Yeah. It also says it depends on what they died from.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I'm sure the people who were sawed in half shat themselves well before they died.
Yeah. No, it depends on if they're awake or not.
I'm imagining like let's do the Yu-Gi-Oh version of it, but like the dark energy disc is lowering onto your gut. The second it touches you, you're awake.
Well, that was an article I didn't want to read. just describing it in detail. Ugh.
All I can say then is I'm glad I didn't. The bear's for sleeping again. Thank you, game, for telling me that.
There's a I think it's a Rusty Cage song. It talks about what happens as you decompose.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would they think that was necessary?
Do people say I have healthy thinking? I've so far said that I routinely check on celebrity deaths, and there's music about becoming a corpse, and yeah.
Wait,
dark.
what was the first thing you said?
Which one?
I don't know anymore.
I was like, I think if this conversation has proven anything, I do not have a healthy mindset.
Right. I'm gonna be honest. Thinking that there's gonna be a power vacuum when the queen dies was the tip off for me.
Yeah. You never know.
Can you Google that actually?
Yeah.
Will there be a power vacuum if the queen dies? I want to know what Google says because like all logic says no. No, there won't. She's largely symbolic.
This is gonna be weird because I've definitely read these articles before.
Oh, for fuck's.
But they're all what will happen once the queen dies. So it's more about like how they would make the transfer and stuff.
Right.
This isn't like a thing I do routinely. This is just a thing I thought about once.
Yeah, but the fact that you've said it on my stream means I now get to take the mickey out of you for it.
Like, yeah, I'm starting to recognize how this makes it sound. Like I'm sitting here all the time going, once the queen dies, the world's over.
It's like you're refreshing the hashtag on Twitter, going, is she dead yet?
Yeah, she's fine. Where's the queen? Where's the queen?
Secretly, you're the one that started all these hashtags. You were the first person to tweet RIP Queen, and you've just been like checking it in case someone else uses it.
Done what the news does, where I made up a story, sent it around, then wrote the story about how there's rumors that this is the case.
Allegedly.
Until I've gone, see, all these other news articles have said so. So it's now proven.
You know, I think you're gonna sound a bit like Yaz's dad, but you seem to like a conspiracy.
Oh no, I hate conspiracies. Let's keep ourselves.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe you.
This stream is not proving that at all. Yeah, no. So this article, right? Will the monarchy survive the death of the Queen? You only have to spend a moment in the company of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to realize how entrenched the symbolism of the royal family is upon our daily lives. Our monarch is no mere celebrity or star, she is the embodiment of our national identity. The woman after whom our second Elizabethan age will be known to history. And our national life is the Queen's life. She addresses us on Christmas Day, appears on the face of postage stamps, and we carry her image with us from infancy to death on every coin and every note in our pockets. To come face to face with the Queen is to encounter the near mythical bedrock of our national identity. It is almost inconceivable that this could ever change, but old certainties do not deserve to last simply by virtue
Can
of
I
their
pause you for a second?
Yeah.
Because all I'm hearing is this guy wants to fuck the Queen.
Well, I feel like this is so far proving my point that people see the Queen as an image.
Yeah,
and
that
is.
all that
So what
means is
happens
when she's gone, we're not going to be replacing our currency because that is such a lengthy process. Like, she's still going to be on our coins. It just means that when people think of the Queen, they're going to also follow it up by, oh, and she's dead now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see with this article.
It's going to be really funny. Like, if imagine I'm streaming in like 40 years time and like all the celebrities that like I'm using the air quotes, but like I like are all dying, and I still have the same like just sort of flippant like, oh fuck them, I don't care, they're dead now.
Okay. Do you really want me to read through this whole thing, or just scroll down?
Just scroll to what you think would be the significant parts, because I don't think you'll find it in the introduction.
Sure.
Or the body, or the conclude.
You don't think I'll find it, is your point?
Yeah. I'm entrenched in my ways.
Yeah. The only likely scenario that might lead to significant public disgruntlement with the monarchy will probably be if Charles politicizes the crown in his impending tenure, or if yet more public finances are spent on expensive palace restoration. Even if this doesn't necessarily spell disaster, according to Jenner, I suspect the British people would patiently endure for a couple of decades, knowing the next generation will be well suited to the task. Our monarchy has gone through much more turbulent times in the past. The illness of George III, the debauchery of George IV, the sexual controversies of Edward VII, and the abdication crisis. Perhaps the lowest point came when Charles I was executed in 1649.
Wow, that was so recent.
And there was another thing here. Hang on. Professor of Kate Williams. No, hang on. Kate Williams, professor of history at the University of Reading, cautions against viewing that as a straightforward Republican sentiment. Even then, she says we had Charles I, but even at the height of the civil wars, most parliamentarians favoured a peace settlement with the king that would see him on the throne, his powers much reduced and Puritan. It's very interesting that we often think of the Civil War as fought with the intention of just deposing and indeed executing the king, but most of the parliamentarians hoped just to shock him into submission. Cromwell and the others pushed through deposition and execution. Cromwell's Republican Commonwealth did not last, and the monarchy was restored by the Parliament. With Republican pressure, groups tiny, and popular support high, it is nearly inconceivable that modern royals could fall as badly out of favour. If there's one thing the last few years have proved, is that you can't take anything for granted, warns historians and TV presenter Dan Snow. I don't know how credible this quote is, but he agrees with me. Nothing is sacred in a turbulent democracy with an electorate pissed off by economic setbacks and fired up by fake news. If the politicization of the monarchy by a more vocal Charles isn't enough to dramatically alter public opinion, then the political pressure of a real or concocted scandal is an ever-present threat. The royal family owe a huge amount to the current queen's skill and character. She enabled Britain's monarchy to survive the general collapse in perceived legitimacy of the hereditary principle in the 20th century. The next generations will have a tough job to weather the inevitable storms of the 21st.
Hang on, is it this article? It seems to be simping for the idea of instead of like elected democracy, hereditary inheriting power. Just based on that last bit, like that's not a good sentiment to be upholding.
No, people really do look up to the monarchy.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Really yeah, no, I agree. But like, that's the thing. My overall point. I don't know if I agree with the people in this because I don't actually know what they stand for outside this article. But yeah,
this article's anything to go by. Not looking good.
Every time we have a royal wedding or a royal anything, it just makes me realize how much people really hold to this one queen they've had their entire life. And if COVID proves anything, people really freak out when something that big changes. So, yeah. The Queen sustains remarkable popularity by being an uncontroversial, unifying figure. She does not give interviews, and her public pronouncements reinforce largely innocuous Christian values. The Queen has not been scandalized, nor does she act divisively. Her intention in the Scottish referendum was minimal, and she remained entirely silent on the subject of Brexit. Prince Charles was more opinionated, and William may not be satisfied to live a life saying barely anything ever. Barely anything either. Yeah, there is no appetite for a public vote on the monarchy, but given how much of the royal family's stability seems to depend upon the character of the monarch, a future referendum is certainly conceivable. Once the subject comes up for a vote, Dan Snow is right to say that all bets might be off. Referenda are dangerous things. You've only got to get 51% of once for revolution. All right, we've hit the word of revolution. I'm starting to think that this person is a crazy person.
I next want you to just Google what power does the monarchy have in the UK?
Yeah, no, it's influence they have, not power.
Okay, influence means nothing.
It does.
It does in your fantasy made-up world.
Oh, that's the thing.
That's like saying Twitter matters for people's livelihood. As like, oh, if you get abused on Twitter, your whole life is... No, Twitter and all these social media platforms aren't the real world. They are a bubble that people exist in and seem to put more stock in than they should.
Yeah, which gives them influence. That's the problem. So that's the thing. Like, Twitter doesn't necessarily make the decisions, but it has a lot of influence.
I'm still not convinced.
That's fine. Yeah, it's not. It is a conspiracy. It's not.
Thanks for admitting it.
Yeah, no, I'm not literally sitting here going, "Oh, guaranteed." Once this thing happens, I'm just going. People really seem to hold a lot of like cultural identity with the Queen, and once she goes, that whole system will change, and a lot of people will not take that well.
I don't know. First of all, I don't think the system's gonna change because, like, it's kind of like you're saying they've got influence. Oh, expressing opinions or not expressing opinions isn't gonna actually change the overall sentiment of the UK, which is a lot of people want an abolishment of the monarchy. A lot of people cling to it because it's my traditions, even though they're fucking stupid. So, like, having another sort of big-eared prick say racist things isn't gonna change anything.
I'm sure that is a slight concern for me because I'm looking at like, so yeah, we had the Brexit thing, we had the Trump thing. There is just that part of me. It's like, oh God, let us not vote Clive Palmer in, please. No,
Well, we're not
because that's
going to.
just no. But like, so many ads. I'm just like, don't fall for it. Just
Yeah, how many times has he run for like office?
yeah,
Like
but I've never seen
he
them
was
do
a
this.
backbencher, I'm pretty sure. I literally
Yeah,
don't remember him. This is proving my memory
yeah,
wrong.
no, yeah,
Like he was
yeah.
on the
Everything
bench,
I've
but
seen, like,
like he's never gotten further than that.
yeah. But
Like
no,
he
what's
will never
getting
hold a significant point of power.
see, we said that about Donald Trump, and this is what concerns me: is with all this COVID stuff, people are starting to make really iffy choices. It's,
Um,
like, people are panicking, and when you panic, if someone starts advertising, "We'll get you out of it. We'll get you out of it. Everything you're afraid of, get you out of it." Again,
I think that you need to install an ad blocker on your devices because
yeah,
like
actually, yeah, yeah. At this point, yeah,
because
I'm
like
sick of it.
that sounds like targeted advertisements trying to prey on a sense of like dread of like a collapsing system,
Yeah, and that's the funny thing. I'm not
which
afraid of Clive Palmer. I'm afraid other people are seeing those ads.
hmm 'cause,
Like, it's
like
not a. It's
I'm more convinced that like it's more likely that basically nothing's gonna change. I don't necessarily see Labour winning the next election in Victoria, but that just has to do
yeah,
with people are sort of sick of being cooped up, being locked up,
yeah,
and all these mandates, which are a public health
yeah,
thing. It's just people don't really see it for like the greater good. They see it from their own sort of perspective, which is completely valid, I want to
yeah.
say. Like I don't really want to say, oh, it's really selfish that they can't view outside their myopic
No,
perspective.
it's not working for them. Like this, as a high risk person myself, I I'm in both camps. Like I'm like, yeah, no, for people like me, we desperately need that, and even like for just the society financial side, like we need the lockdowns so that we don't have like half of every job place falling out each week. But I also get that businesses are constantly opening and shutting, and you
Yeah.
just get fed up that
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
there's a
like
lot of wasted stock. There's a lot of uncertainty with the workload. That it does become frustrating.
save everyone. Like it's yeah. If you're drowning, you're not thinking, oh well, at least those people are on land. You're just thinking, I'm drowning, help.
Yeah,
And it's like that. Yeah.
those selfish land dwellers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I don't
Yeah.
see. I see Victoria going through changes. I'm not going to be happy with those changes because a conservative government isn't the sort of government that I really want to see. But
Yeah.
that sort of seems to be how the chips are going to be falling. That's not to say that like the handling of it has been perfect. It really hasn't. But when we get to the federal level, I basically the country's fucked. Um, so I don't really see that changing. ScoMo's probably going to get another term.
Which is weird to me. Like I agree with you in the the labor thing, but I feel like only because like Dan Andrews was doing everything he could to get people to follow the rules,
Hmm.
and I haven't been keeping up recently, so I don't know what's going on with the Omicron side of it. But it seems like to me, from what I'd seen earlier, that Dan Andrews would put rules in place, people would ignore them, and then complain when the rules didn't work.
Yeah. Well, that's essentially what's been happening since sort of 2020.
Yeah. So now I get the sense that, like, say, like the higher up liberals kind of went, we give up. Like, people aren't gonna do what we want them to do. What we told them to do wasn't clear. Like, I agree with all complaints from all sides at this point. Like, initially I was going, why don't you just follow the things and see if it works? But now I am thinking, like, yeah, but then we tried it like several times and it clearly isn't. Like, whether people followed it or not, one way or another, it didn't work. Because we're in the situation we're in now. But it's like, I don't know who's necessarily to blame for that. I feel like it's just a bad situation that's escalated from both sides. Like, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not really interested in whose fault it is. But I get
But like,
when
what's gonna happen next?
Yeah, when it's too complicated and political, I find the easiest thing to do is always to go, well, just swap out the leadership. Because people think it just grass is greener.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at. That's, again, I'm not as paranoid as I think I'm coming off as, but like, I'm concerned with the way Trump went and the way Brexit went, that under the pressure we're under now, there's every chance people will vote for whoever seems like they are pretending to get us out of it when they have no clue how to get us out of it. Because it's not a situation you can just... what everyone's wanting from a pandemic isn't feasible because it's a pandemic.
Yeah. It's the expectation that things can sort of go back to normal, that the economy can return, that basically we can wind the clocks back to 2019 and resume from there. And if people die...
Yeah, that's been the issue. It's like, whether it's from the government or the people, it's just like, we're all just going, just put it back, just fix it. And it's like, that's not working. Whatever tactic people are doing to make that happen, that's not the way to do it. And I'm not saying I know how to do it, but that's the problem. Like, it's such a complicated issue that I am concerned the way we deal with politics is just going, oh, the person we have isn't fixing it.
Yeah.
So we'll just swap to the other person and they'll fix it.
Yeah, it's the voting for the in opposition of someone rather than for, because I doubt anyone's actually looking at what the Liberal plans are should they become in power. I don't think they actually have anything sort of going for them, to be honest.
I think it's easy to say, or the other side haven't done that. So it's like,
oh yeah, like, I get that, like, they're not in a position of power, so they've not really had to deal with this, but like, I really want to sort of interrogate what their strategies, not even just for like COVID, but like just like social programs, welfare, building, construction projects around the state, what they plan to do in the next few years. Because like, if they don't have anything, I doubt people are really going to be checking. That like, we're probably just going to be voting in more useless people.
Yeah. So that's really the concern. It's like, if
people need to be looking at the policies.
Yeah, it's because usually they run purely on the absence of being the ones who did the things before.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Which only works until they're the ones making the mistake. And the other side does it again.
Yeah, but then what's the usual adage of like, everyone's keen to take credit but not responsibility?
Yeah, every one of them like, oh, we'll take the power, Oh, well, you've actually got to do the job though. No, that's their fault. They started this before we came into power. That's what it is.
Yeah, they didn't make it easy for us. Therefore, how could we possibly do anything?
Yeah.
You know,
you think by that logic that every government is just making it worse to the point where it would literally be that no one has added anything in the past like 30, 40 years. Because every time someone's come into power, it's just been the last person's fault. and they can't do anything?
Oh, sure. There's definitely arguments for like social programs are definitely retracting and all that, but like maybe it's just because like I've been super keeping an eye on like the education side. Like there has been some actual changes going forward
Oh yeah.
and progressions. Because like in fields like education, you actually do need to be regularly like updating and figuring out things. Like the big
Okay.
thing is in English, there's going to be a huge shift away from critical language analysis things and more emphasis on creative writing to sort of nurture
Right.
those skills in students, or at least that's the
Oh
intention. Um,
yeah.
and I don't necessarily think that's the best idea. I think uh,
Right.
there needs to be a really strong component of critical analysis just to equip these students with these skills that they're definitely going to need, especially going
Yeah.
into a very digital world where they're going to have targeted advertisements preying on them using so many different fallacies and sorts of arguments that
Yeah.
people do need to be equipped with these skills in a
Yeah.
very drastic
I do
way.
remember. I do remember learning about that in school, and that's why when I look at media like news programs, and they use all those tactics, I'm like, how is anyone falling for this? They're
Hmm.
clearly doing all those things. Like, yeah.
But like when I was doing placement, I was actually really shocked at and I I need to contextualize with like I'm uni graduated. I'm a fairly intelligent person. Um, so maybe my brain is better attuned for this. But like stepping into a year 11 classroom, they didn't seem to know where to begin. That it kind of scares me. Uh,
Yeah, I remember that the like when we came to uni and we were like when we had to do oral presentations and you just saw like a whole class looking down at their notes while they had a PowerPoint that had everything they'd written down
yeah.
on the PowerPoint, and I was like, from year 10 to year 12, we've been taught, like even before that, like we've
You
been
just
taught
don't
oral
do that.
presentation,
Yeah.
secondary school, like it's like maybe like part of me is like maybe they didn't go through all the years of school, but I'm like they definitely did because I didn't go to uni for another like I graduated in year 12 and then didn't go to uni for like 6 years, and these people are fresh out of school, so they didn't drop out and go to uni because
Hmm.
I had to wait quite a while to get back into uni. Like yeah, they had to have because surely they got the ATAR and came here.
Uh.
Like it just yeah, it scared
Yeah.
me
Well, I
that
mean,
even
ATAR only matters when you graduate school. It doesn't matter like the year
yeah,
after is
they
the thing.
haven't. I don't assume any of them had taken a gap year and come back.
Probably not.
And even if they had, I'm like it. You know, you forget things after school, but oral presentations wasn't one of them because it's so scary. It kind of sticks with you.
Yeah. Generally, I'd agree with that. But like, surely even when given those assignments at uni, the expectations are usually explained very concisely. Uh, they're like it's kind of interesting actually. Just sort of thinking about that, how the kind of approach to assignments doesn't really change from high
Yeah,
school to uni. Is kind of a bit depressing.
yeah.
But going back to the
I
placement thing,
still
like
very
it's also not just that like they didn't have these skills, but like they seemed resistant to trying to acquire
yeah,
these understandings.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not necessarily they didn't know it. It's just like yeah, it's like they, and maybe it is just a public speaking thing. Like maybe they did do oral presentations all through school, but they got to uni and thought, oh god, these ones are going to be like advanced,
These are
and then
academic graded. Oh my
yeah.
god.
Oh no, it's weird how fear does that. Like we go in going, oh no, I have to step it up. I have to try harder. And then our immediate gut instinct is to stop trying.
Yeah, to sort of
Like,
progress inwards.
yeah, which is surely just going to make it worse. Like we all know that as we're doing it.
Yep.
It's so weird. Yeah.
Hmm.
I still Oh, what was I going to say before? I still hear people talk about the universe. Like, my partner's sister goes to uni, and she's still like, I have a group project, and we all go, oh, I feel so sorry for you.
Huh.
Like, everyone knows group project, terrible time.
Yeah.
Like, we did alright, actually, but, like, only when we were in a group together.
Yeah, well, that's because we all just sort of click,
Yeah.
and we're all the artsy people. I'll always remember the choose your own adventure thing we had to do in first year. As like, that was the thing.
Do we have a copy of that somewhere? It's one of those things we'll look back at and go,
I think
like,
Daniel might.
Yeah.
The issue is, because of how YouTube changed their card feature, the end screen thing, it became unusable. So it would need to be like fixed somehow. I don't know how, but I'm sure that
was the only way? I'm just suddenly coming back to me. Wasn't the only way to solve it was to kill me? There's like all roads lead to death somehow. Or...
I think that was definitely in the ideas phase. I don't remember if that was the. It might have been an option at every point.
Yeah.
It's like, deduce that female Neko is the killer, or kill Brenton.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. I remember the teacher looking horrified that kill Brenton was always an option. I was like,
It's very interesting, the things that people remember, because I just remember sort of how sort of impressed she was that we figured out she was left-handed based on where a coffee cup was on her desk.
Yeah. Yeah, we genuinely went through that office and was like, based on this thing, this thing.
Like, oh, the mouse is on the right side and the coffee cup is on the left side. No, there wasn't a coffee cup, it was the rings from, like, coffee stains. And because I'm left-handed, that's how I normally am.
Yeah. Oh, that was good.
You know, the only actual piece of detective work we did in that whole class, when we did a murder mystery.
Yeah. But it was like, because there were two desks on either side, and it was just really fascinating to see how different her desk looked to the other side. Like, we could immediately tell which one was the professor's desk as well.
Yeah.
Books and mess and stuff.
Encyclopedia Britannica on the wall.
Yeah. That's like when I go into my writing professor's room, I'm just scanning the books. I'm just looking at all their on-writing books.
Yeah.
And trying to take in as many of them as I can so I can look at for them later.
I mean, that's not a bad way to go.
Eh.
Isn't that just called, like, scoping out the competition?
Yeah. Okay, so there's an article, I don't know how legitimate this will be. It's from the Business Insider. 32 incredible powers of Queen Elizabeth II you didn't know she had. This makes her sound like a superhero or something.
She's one of the X-Men.
She owns all swans on the River Thames. Is this true?
I think I heard that in an episode of QI. I really want to get a box set of QI episodes. Like, that'd be fucking great. I love QI, so good.
Yeah, I like both versions as well. Like the
new one with Sandy Toskovich. I think is her name.
So good. Dude, this is where it's like that's what reminds me of Doctor Who. Where like I wish she was the Doctor.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy with that actually.
Yeah.
Well, because it's I don't think it's something that Jodie necessarily fails at, but like the scripts really wanted to be like educational, but like in a fun way. Whereas I think someone like Sandy or Stephen Fry could actually pull it off.
Yeah.
Like, I could imagine them walking through, like, a British quarry going, oh, and in 1865, and you would just sort of, like, believe it as, like, a sort of, a scholarly source rather than some nervous social quirk.
Yeah. I can also see her, like, facing off against Alex and stuff. She just feel like she's got such a wit on her.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah. It's just like, I think it's that in my mind, Stephen Fry regenerated into her. And I'm like, I'll be okay with that.
And Alan Davis is their companion.
Yeah.
Oh no, Alan, you've absorbed the time vortex. I'm gonna have to absorb it out of you, said Stephen Fry.
I just thought it's a shame that parody is a parody.
Yeah.
Because almost every British actor and actress in that, I would actually love to see play the Doctor for a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I'd love Jim Broadbent. I'd like who was the other guy? Hugh Grant, I think it was.
Yeah, there's Hugh Grant.
Richard E. Grant plays the Doctor, doesn't he? In that.
Hang on. Is it Hugh Grant and Richard E. Grant?
Or is it Hugh something? It's Hugh Laurie, maybe?
Nah, Hugh Laurie is
No, yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Hugh.
Oh yeah, it is Hugh Grant.
The Love Actually guy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but then there's one other, I think. There's Hugh Grant, Broadbent, Richard E. Grant,
Joanna Lumley. Who is the other guy?
Yeah, I feel like there's one more.
Curse of Fatal Death Doctors. Let's see. Jim Broadbent, Hugh Grant, Richard E. Grant, Joanna Lumley, and Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, alright.
And Jonathan Pryce was the Master.
Yeah. Even that, yeah.
That was just a good, 10 minutes of drama.
Yeah.
I think it is a real tragedy, actually, that when Moffat took over the show, he didn't incorporate that into the canon.
I mean, it would have been like, if there is one thing I don't necessarily buy Rowan Atkinson as the Doctor, he does play a perfect parodied Blackadder version of him.
Right.
But I actually saying that he was the Doctor for a bit would feel so weird to me. Because I'm like, and that's the thing, this specifically is clearly a parody. I might feel different if he did genuinely play the character straight, but it's yeah.
I think I'm fine with it. I
think it's got that
actually no.
exaggerated.
I just don't have any strong opinions about it. Actually, I tried looking for strong opinions. I don't have them.
It's not bad. It is just that it's so comedically exaggerated.
Yeah, it's just I guess he'll do. Well, it's like when they talk about casting the actual Doctor, I'm not saying they put that much thought into a children in need special comedy bit, but they always say when you don't have that good feeling of when you're not sure if it's the right choice, usually apparently you've landed on the Doctor.
Huh.
Or you have that very strong instinct. It's one or the other.
So I feel like someone who wanted the role said this. Because they're like, oh, we're not sure about this. Well, if you're not sure about it, that means I'm definitely the Doctor. Well, actually,
no. Usually it's in interviews, it'd be Moffat or RTD saying it's either because you want to do something completely unexpected and dynamic, or in the case of Peter Capaldi, it's like Moffat couldn't see anyone else being the next Doctor.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason he's stuck on.
Yeah. I do wonder what it was specifically about Capaldi. Where like, because like you said, like if he was gonna leave and then was like, nah, he's definitely the next Doctor. It's like, what about Peter Capaldi specifically made him think, yeah, he's definitely the one now after Smith?
He was
Like,
Scottish. He was old.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it might have just been he wanted Capaldi specifically, but it makes it sound like it was very specifically at that time. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be like interview clips specifically about this.
Yeah.
That's another one for the list. Like if I was walking down the street and I saw Peter Capaldi, I would just keep walking.
Sure.
Eventually I'm gonna exhaust my entire list of like people I know about that people would assume I might want to meet one day.
I feel like I'm kind of like half, you know, the thing where you kind of wave to someone like a half salute? Like you tap your head, kind of wave to them.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd do that and keep looking. I feel like I don't want to bother you. I only know you as that performance. I've seen you in some other stuff, but it's not like he's not a creator that I've followed for years or anything like that.
Right.
But I'd be like, hey, you're a great Doctor. You're recognized. Move on.
It'd be a bit awkward if he didn't, if he wasn't even looking that way.
Yeah, I don't even if he was looking at me, I feel like I'd be like, hey, and he'd kind of look at me and go, what are you doing? I'd be like, I don't know, it just felt like the thing to do.
See, that's the thing. I can't imagine myself doing that just because like it runs the risk of creating a scene, which is the opposite of what I want.
Right, yeah. Yeah, there needs to be something. I mean, no, this is a problem with the themes.
I'll internalize it all. I'll go like, oh, I saw, what's his face? I saw guy off the telly number 6. Cool. Now I'm gonna go and buy my loaf of bread.
Yeah, because I mean, I definitely disagree with the idolization fame side of it. Because like, yeah, like you said, it's just a filter that like
it's a poison that really takes hold.
Yeah, I guess for me it's more like a like I wish there was a way where you could greet and respect creators you know without having to like, because I don't want to.
Oh my god, can I get a selfie?
Yeah, it's like but that's the thing, like I feel like even the people who know they're not supposed to, like surely there are people out there who want to meet people, and like there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. Like they're like, the opportunity has presented itself. In their mind, they're only coming up to you for like a minute, so it's like, what's really the harm? But in your mind, like you're trying to eat dinner or something. So it's like, I wish there was a way that people could show respect from a distance in a way that goes like, you know, I met them, they recognized me, or I.
That's what. That's what you're describing is literally just conventions. That's why conventions exist, to offer people that opportunity. But I just think those things are still like, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm recognizing though is even then, like if I found like a catchphrase or a quote or a symbol or anything, you'd still have the problem of that many people would do it around your presence, then it would still have the same annoying effect.
Yeah, it's like if I'm just trying to think of fucking examples now. If every time Chris Evans walked, I don't know, into his local supermarket, there was just someone at the door who whispered Avengers. And then he'd be like, "Hi, how's it going?" And they're just like, "Come on, say it." And he's like, "No, please just give me the basket so I can get my shopping and leave."
Yeah. Because that's the other thing too. Like when people idolize people and they don't have time for it, it is like your only option is to be rude in order to continue. Like, yeah.
Have you ever seen Tobey Maguire screaming at interviewers when he's trying to drive his car?
Yeah. And that's the kind of like I certainly really hate the whole. I know I said before.
The paparazzi.
I like yeah, paparazzi specifically. Just the I can take a photo of you because you're famous. Go to hell. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like because that's too far. It's like I almost subscribe to the people should maybe not even idolize people's work, but like you should admire the craft, not the person.
Yeah.
By all means, look up to people you want to be like. Like, yeah, you can still have role models and whatnot, but then like don't make them personally responsible for your joy.
Yeah.
It's like people. I guess what I'm getting at too is like people should be. Everyone should be anonymous in public, unless you personally know each other. Like, don't make it like Twitter where no one sees each other and you can yell whatever you want. But like, I don't think there should be anything such as fame in public.
Yeah,
like,
well, I would relate it to my notions of society as like the second we really embrace that there is a hierarchy within society, society is just going to keep becoming more segmented as we go along.
Yeah.
As more people are like put into those distinct categories of like, oh yes, you can have, you can skip the queue because you were in TV show number 5.
Yeah, and it's that kind of stuff where it's like yeah, I know it's this weird thing. Like, it's
the notion of celebrity is inherently tied to this sort of privilege that, like, oh, they offer some value in terms of like entertainment or whatever. Therefore, they get different treatment to the people you walk past in the street. Okay, that's societally fucked.
Yeah. It's like I want to show respect and appreciation, but if
internalize it.
If George Lucas walked into a McDonald's and lined up behind me, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, George Lucas, please jump the queue." I'd be like, "Hey, you're George Lucas, cool." Then I would make him wait his turn because he's a person still.
Wow, you eat McDonald's too?
No, not that much, but you know what I mean.
No, I mean like to him. You just be like, wow, what a coincidence. We both consume fast food from time to time.
Yeah. Because it's like, the idea that, the queue cutting thing is like a thing. It's like, I don't care what you did. Unless the thing you're famous for is shortening queues. At which point you're like, the entire reason I could get through this queue quicker is because of you. By all means, go ahead of me.
No, that's counterintuitive because it means you're spending more time in the queue. You're not thinking.
No,
see, that is how you fall for scams. Oh, this is Albert Fettuccini. He invented the ability to wait less in queues. You want to know how he did it? He skipped the queue.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I made $1 million. How'd I do it? I scam people like you.
That's like people who go into supermarkets and just take things out of other people's trolleys because it's in your basket or your trolley it doesn't mean you own it yet. You haven't paid for it.
No, yeah, I hate it. I've never actually seen anyone do
that. No. I guarantee you most people don't do it, but like just the idea that could happen is really funny to me.
Yeah.
That like, where do you draw the line? If you can skip the queue, can you just take things out of someone's trolley?
Yeah. No, you're right. But now I'm just thinking about having a weird punch on with George Lucas because he stole milk out of my trolley.
He stole the pickles out of your Big Mac. I don't even like the pickles, but give them back, you bastard.
It would be a weird thing, like it would be this weird, bizarre thing, like you end up on the news.
What would be worse, actually, if he took the he just put his fist into your burger and ripped out the pickles, or he lifted up the bun and lifted them off with his teeth.
You just see George Lucas's face coming, and just like bites the edge of the pickle and goes, "Thank you."
Yeah.
Like, it is one of those weird celebrity things where they just be like, "I'm just gonna believe you," and then just run off. And you'd be like, I think George Lucas just stole my pickle.
I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, sure. Good, George Lucas stole your pickle. I swear, it was George Lucas who stole my pickle.
The same George Lucas who's building affordable housing with his Star Wars money? You know, there is something to respect, though. Like, he sold Star Wars and he fucked off. And you basically never hear about him.
Yeah.
Like, that's somewhat respectable.
Yeah. I think, because I think somewhere around the prequels he suddenly understood that, like, he'd rather just make small art and not have to deal with all the people who complain about it.
Yeah, it's way easier to be nobody.
Yeah. Like, and I think he even said to an interviewer, he was like, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make some films. And they go, oh, yeah, you gonna show, are people gonna see him?
Nope,
And he goes,
they're
yeah,
just for me.
Weren't. Yeah. Like, I both like that and don't like that. Like, it's one of those, like, well, I want to see what else George Lucas might make. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, nah, he's fed up after Star Wars and we don't deserve it. Like, yeah, I get it. If he's like, I don't want to show you people my films, he's just going to complain. Like, yeah, fair enough. But I'm curious what they are.
I'm imagining the Geeks and Gamers fucking video going like, woke Lucas goes soft, can't take criticism, can you, George? And the thumbnail's just fucking Jeremy's face with a green background with like a yellow arrow pointing at George Lucas, who's got the crying emoji for his face.
I do think good luck to people who genuinely do have a problem with the female doctor, because when Davies comes in, like,
probably gonna get another one.
Yeah, or at least like don't assume it's gonna go conservative. Like, just don't.
Oh yeah, no, like he's super super left.
Yeah. But I kind of hope that it is good writing so we can finally just make the difference between the people who genuinely do have a problem with the leftist politics and those people who did just want better writing.
Yeah.
Because if it's not good writing, I don't know how to explain that without people just writing me off. It's like it'll be really hard then to say, no, this is still bad, when people are like, but it's Davies, how can it be bad? You're just... It's
like, Davies didn't write every... The good episodes of his era were written by Moffat.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like the episodes that Davies wrote, but...
I mean, actually, I think he wrote Midnight.
Oh, yeah, no, like, I'm being super general, but, like, usually when people talk about, like, the best episodes of each of Davies' seasons, they go like, oh, it was Blink, it was Girl in the Fireplace, it was the library ones, it was...
Yeah.
Well, for season 1, they usually go like, with Dalek or Empty Child.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't like the idea that we can't accept the fact that, like, Davies can write bad things. It is possible.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be the case. It's probably actually going to be a drastic improvement over what we've currently got, but the possibility is still there. It is a completely nebulous thing because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. And maybe maybe I am doing the same thing like I was saying with the politics, but like I'm looking at Davies and going, yeah, let's just swap to something else. Like just that'll be better. And so, like, well, we don't know yet because yeah, I mean at least Davies has a good track record previously.
Yeah.
Like it's with a good record coming in, not just someone new going, well, it can't be as bad as Chicken. So too bad.
Yeah, like as nebulous as the whole thing is, I think the one thing we can probably say for certain is we're not likely to get another straight white male doctor for a bit.
Yeah.
At least not for the next one, because like that, as much as going back to Davis is a regression in terms of the creativity of the show, just going female doctor then going straight back to like a white guy would be like another step back. When the show should be stepping forwards, the show is always about. They fucking constantly say the show is about change and embracing change. That like it would be ridiculous to not keep changing and doing new things.
It's gonna be weird they brought back an old director for a show change. But, like, yeah, again, better improvement we have now. It does all depend though, because I don't. Yeah, it would feel like a weird admission of defeat. Like, I'm glad they brought back Davies as if to say, look, we understand we've gone too far in some areas, and we want to bring in supposedly the best of the show. But then, like, if they then went that extra step and went, no, but also straight white male doctor, young and joyous, don't worry about it. Everyone come back. It's not female doctor, don't worry about it. Like,
we fixed the issue. Really just leaning into that. Yeah, it'd be. First of all, anyone doing that is a massive red flag. But if the BBC were to do it, I don't think I'd be watching the show anymore.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Why is that it? Why is the studio that produces the thing being sort of horrible to women is the thing that would get me to stop watching a show that I think isn't in a very good state? I was like, I'm getting no enjoyment watching this show, but I'm sort of still committed to it.
Yeah. I know, I think that's genuinely it. Like, even when I've been watching this era, I kept asking myself, why do I keep going back? And just kind of landed on the because I like Doctor Who as itself. Like, the brand is really holding itself up. Like I was saying, I really like the Doctor themselves. And because it's about change, I constantly hold out hope that at some point someone will come in and revamp it to what I like.
Right.
And I think, like, if I'm then still not enjoying it, and then the BBC finally goes one step too far, I'll be like, right, well, yeah, you've officially ruined this thing. It won't just be that's alright, it's Doctor Who. Doctor Who's always somewhat good. Like, that I like the show itself. It'll just be but...
Yeah, it would be actively taking a negative political stance, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it would stop being Doctor Who when it was, like... It's weirdly the reverse of what everyone's proclaiming it to be now. Whereas it's like, yeah, if they just went completely right-wing, I'd be like, it's no longer Doctor Who, is it? But, like, currently people going, left-wing, it's no longer Doctor Who, is it? Like, maybe... Yeah, I'm starting to understand that a bit. I don't agree with it, but suddenly I'm starting to understand why they're doing that.
I'm always just reminded
everyone has this idea of what Doctor Who should be. Yeah.
Oh god, I remember
but they think it's
back in season 11 when people were saying, oh, the Doctor is the show in that state was like a return to the classics, because you have your pure historicals, you have your sci-fi concepts, and all that. Ignoring that, like, that's really not how the show presented itself back then. Like, they're incomparable. Do you think they did historicals necessarily because they wanted to educate? Maybe. Is it because it was cheaper? And you can actually sort of engineer stories around those things? And let's not ignore the fact that, like, a lot of the historical stuff that the classic series did was in part fiction. Like, we go to the Aztecs in the first major story. I think it was the Aztecs. It was cavemen or Aztec? No, Aztecs was later. It was cavemen, and it's just a very clunky, typical depiction of what primitive life was like. They're like, there wasn't that much complexity until later on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand. It's like with the current era, when people say, "Oh, it's like the classic era," I enjoy the classic era, but I feel like when people say the current era is like the classic era, they mean slow and dull. I know that's harsh, but it's like...
Yeah, I'm not too convinced they really know the qualities that they're sort of latching onto. Because, like, there's nothing in Jodie's era that makes me think of the second Doctor. Not much that makes me think of the first Doctor and their sort of stories. I mean, not the characterization. The most I've got for the third Doctor is there are moments when she's very sci-fi techy, and she's fought against the Master, and the Master feels like a sort of continuation of that character, ignoring the fact that Missy exists in between them.
Yeah, it very much does feel like yes, the classic monsters look more like their classic forms from before.
Yeah, the monster design is fucking glorious in this era, for the classic stuff anyway.
Yeah, because it's just like sometimes I get the sense that Chibnall watched the worst of the classic era, criticized it, and then recreated it during his era. Like, I know it's a common joke now to quote the whole, "Oh, it was just running up and down corridors," but literally watch the New Year's Eve special we just had, and don't tell me it's running up and down corridors, and like shallow characterization, and not much continuity, and Phlox being a six-parter, but being nowhere near as grounded or simple as the previous arcs. It's far more like something like Trial with Time Lord, where it's all over the place. Like it emulates the very things that were bad about the classic era before it died. It's bizarre in that. Like, I don't know what classic era Chibnall was recreating, but it seems to be all the worst bits of it. Just shallow sci-fi nonsense.
Yeah, I have to assume it's because his ideas on the show and his values changed between when he said that and now. That he's got this sort of depiction of what the show should be, and I would have to disagree with the direction. Like, if people say it's for kids, it's a kids show, and the Doctor is a hero for kids, it's like, no, it's family entertainment. That, like, it should be catering to a range of different things, but it's just not. It's the most binary thing. It's like thing good or thing bad, with very little sort of deviation.
Well, even like I rewatched the first Doctor's first few episodes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I like them like, again, I recognize that they're
different time.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the two teachers in it have character.
Oh yeah,
They're not
absolutely.
going to all the dialogue because it's an educational show for kids. The Doctor literally kidnaps them
Yeah,
and takes them to an alien planet, and then gives them attitude when they question his judgment.
yeah, and that's
Like,
the thing
this
that
is
the first season, or the first run of the show did, is it gave the human companions a real drive, something to run towards. It made the Doctor a bit less agreeable with them.
yeah,
And all of these are like, oh, basic good elements of a story, conflict.
yeah. And it's
Not even necessarily conflict with like the characters between themselves. It's like you can externalize the conflict, you can internalize the conflict, you can convey all these different sorts of conflicts, but it's always at least in the Jodie era, it seems to always be just like overwhelmingly positive idea versus comically negative idea.
yeah. It's like it does kind of emulate the classic era in the sense that like you said, like the cavemen weren't necessarily deep depictions.
Yeah. What I will say about the cavemen though is like in that episode, I'm pretty sure doesn't the Doctor try to kill one of them?
Yeah.
Like he just picks up a rock and he's going to kill him because he's like a savage. And he's a threat to them. Or it was either that or it was to put him out of his misery because he was injured.
It really does it. Not to say that the first Doctor is like a great Doctor or the best Doctor or whatever. It's just like there's clearly characterization there,
Yeah.
and whatever Chibnall.
He's meant to be jagged because he'll spend time with these people and come to become caring. I wonder which Moffat Doctor that sounds like.
And it's like they didn't necessarily expect the show to take off like it did.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely.
they said, let's make some real people and put them through some sci-fi situations. Whereas
Yeah.
it's like Chibnall kind of said, let's make some fake people and then put them through some fake situations.
What I will say on the companion thing though is like, I really like Ian and Barbara. I'm not the biggest fan of the first Doctor, but I think he's fine. It's just a real shame that Susan is such a poor character.
Yeah.
Like she really does fall into the damsel very quickly. This sort of the sort of oddities about her that we see in the very first episode of like, oh, she has knowledge that's not of her time, quickly goes away.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I forget where I saw it or where I heard it, but like, someone basically described Chibnall's Doctor Who as is Doctor Who but dumbed down, and I fundamentally agree with that. It's just like there's nothing there.
Yeah. Let's see, I think I will buy some packs from the Kyber Corp shop, and then I'm gonna call it a night.
Yep.
Just because we're going for 6 hours now. It literally just turned 6 hours. Where did the time go?
Nah, I've got nothing.
All these discussions about the Queen and conspiracy.
This is one of those things where like I don't necessarily listen to these back But I'm like, if I ever did, I'd be like, oh god, why did I say that? That's not what I meant.
No, I get this horrible feeling that if you were to ever listen to this back, you'd be like, yeah, I was right. Neko, you prick. You made me think I was wrong, but...
Well, I mean, I don't want to be right, because that's terrible for everything. Like, I'd rather society stayed intact.
Pot of Greed. I got Pot of Greed. Oh my god.
Is it still banned?
Not in this game, apparently.
Great. Is it limited?
Probably.
No.
But that's okay. I was only going to use one.
Yeah.
Okay, I've spent all my money. Okay, now to save the game and not click the wrong button, because that'd be a bit tragic. Cool, that's done. Oh, the pain.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to see a remake on the Citizen Kane, just watch the Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns loses his bet.
Right?
The closest you'll get to a really good retelling.
Right. Why don't I just watch the original?
Yeah, you can do that.
I mean, I'm not going to, but I could.
I mean,
Don't
yeah,
threaten me.
Don't. You could just watch the Simpsons one.
Hmm. Well, that's the thing. I probably got better access to the Simpsons one than the original.
That's true.
Mm.
You haven't watched Simpsons, I think.
Well, it's on Disney Plus. But like, if I wanted to, I could watch it. I don't want to, but it's there.
I mean, I recommend season 4 and 5 if you do bother at all. Even though like it's all good.
Right. Other thing, I think I've seen the first season, which depending on who I'm talking to at the time, they'll be like, "Oh, that's not a good place to start because it's all janky."
Yeah.
And I go like, "Yeah, it does look a bit jank, but it also has heart."
Yeah. Season 1 and 2 are this weird rough cut story driven seasons. Season 3 is like a weird middle ground, and then I'd say season 4 onward starts to really enjoy the comedy side more. I think season 2 has Bart gets an F, and it's one of the most dramatic episodes of the bunch.
Right. Oh my god. Apparently,
Yeah,
apparently James Corden has tested positive for COVID, with all the episodes of his Late Late Show cancelled for the rest of the week.
Wow.
Well, if that's what it takes to get him off air.
I mean, I disagree with that. We can just fire him.
Yeah, but like, if they weren't gonna do that so far, he was in Cats too. Oh my god.
We've come full circle. There's 3. Is your setup, progression, and payoff of the Cats reference.
You know what? Actually, the last film I saw. No, hang on. No, that was Birds of Prey. But like the film I saw first on 2020. So January 1st, 2020 was Cats. That I'm starting to think, if I watch it again, maybe this hell will be over.
Like in a Groundhog Day situation, you need to finish the film.
Yeah. That's literally been my worry, but my second thought is like, if that doesn't work, I'll have just watched Cats for the second time.
Well, see, what if you watch it a second time, and that like fulfills some kind of, like you had to watch it once to open the gates to hell, then you have to watch it a second time to prepare the ritual, then you have to watch it a third time to close the gates to hell. You never know.
That is certainly a thing I've heard today.
No, what I'm saying is you might have to just keep watching Cats over and over again until something changes.
I don't
And
want
then
to.
we can play with cats.
I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna watch cat. I'm not even gonna watch Cats this year. If it makes it onto that list, I fucked up.
Even though it could save humanity.
I don't know that, which is the.
You'll find out if you watch it. Watch it for us, Neko. Watch it for humanity.
I feel like that's asking too much of me.